Anyway, welcome back, folks. Debate the news once again. We are speaking about Trump tariffs being blocked by a judge, and so all of the Liberation Day tariffs are gone. Because the judge is said that Trump overreached, he didn't have the authority to do so to put the tariffs in place. So that we're dealing with that. We also have, believe it or not, folks, Trump pardons. Trump has pardoned a lot of people. This Larry Hoover guy, I he commuted his sentence. I once again, I want to see Trump. Trump. I'm I don't want to see. I want to see people that should get pardoned. I don't know if Larry Hoover should be pardoned. I'm not. I don't want cultural icons or criminal icons or something like that to be pardoned. Okay, just because of that. I want people that actually should be pardoned because the law made it so that they had to be given that much time. Okay, like mandatory minimums. Where they were sentenced heavily. Those are the people I want to see pardoned. Okay, I want to see all that. I don't want to see. Oh, this guy's Larry Hoover. He's been in a bunch of rap songs. They did movies about him and all this other stuff. Doesn't make him a good guy. Doesn't make him a great guy. Doesn't make him a good guy. So definitely want to see someone like just people that really truly deserve it get it. So that's where I'm at with it. The
But
state,
being why
Grant, what's up,
doesn't
Grant?
Larry Hoover deserve that though? I mean, the man's did more than enough time and served his time, and like, I
And
mean,
he
come on,
deserved
he was already
every
doing
last
it.
minute, second, and hour and year he got.
Yeah, I mean, and literally, he's sick. It's not like he's gonna be out here young and active or something. Like the man is having, I think, kidney problems or something. But
Shit, don't sound like he need to be
why?
out either.
You can dictate.
I'm saying, but wait, like, do y'all think he's gonna come out and still, and then what, make the murder rate go up or something? Like, what do y'all think he's gonna do? He's gonna
Yeah.
go home and just be with his family, his people. It ain't like he's,
Nah, man,
a
he's
young
not
buck
He's
going
out
not
here.
home.
getting out. He's going
He
to go
ain't
to
going
I
home,
know that.
jail.
man.
I know that. I know
He's
that. I'm
pardoned on
just saying
federal, but
he
not
still
on
has
state
200
charges.
years
He's
to
not
keep.
getting out.
I know he has 200 years. I know, but I'm just saying, as far as the points that Bing was making, if he ever was to get out, like on the street, do y'all think he's got to go out here and make the murder rate go up or something? Or why doesn't y'all? Why don't you think he deserves actual
He's
freedom
70,
after
he's
all this
77 years
time?
old. His best days are behind him. He needs to stay
Right.
his
That's what
ass
I'm
in his
saying.
comfort
So why do
anymore so
you
he don't have
think
to pay
he?
that medical bill anymore.
Right. So why do you think he doesn't deserve his last few years in freedom on the streets? If he was to get out, if he was to get those 200 years pardoned off too, like because he's hood famous and people make songs about him and stuff. That's just the culture.
Because he
That's what
killed
we do.
people.
How you tell? Because you what?
He's a murderer?
Do you know that for sure that he was killing people?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
As a matter of
No, no,
fact,
you
hell
don't. No,
yeah,
you
he was
don't. You
killing
ain't sound
people.
confident.
Cause just because I ain't put the gun to your head, just because I ain't put the gun to your head, don't mean I ain't have you killed. That don't mean I
So
can't kill. I'm just saying. I'm just
I'm just
saying.
saying.
So
But
when
look,
you
so
say
them
that,
January 6
you gotta
people
keep.
killed, got them cops killed, and they still got free. Where's the same energy at?
No,
Didn't
no,
cops
no, no,
die?
no. We're gonna
Didn't
stick on Larry Hoover because if you want to bring up that case,
I
then we
was just
got to
giving you
go into the
comparing
details
notes
of that
because
case, and you may be right about it. But if we talk about Larry Hoover right now, we're gonna stick right here. And in regards to his case, I'm just saying. So let me just ask you a quick question: do you think he's a I mean, you say he comes out today. Is he going to bring the violence up? I don't think so. But
me either.
what's the benefits, right? I mean, the guy went in jail for the. I mean, he obviously was committing crimes. It's not like he actually got wrongfully convicted or anything. It's not like everything they said he was doing, he wasn't doing. So I'm just saying. I mean, like, what are we saying here? After a certain amount of time, they'd be all right to go ahead and let him out. I mean, what we talking?
Yeah, I
You
think
tell
I
me.
think that's I think that's what he's trying to say. The man, he's 74. He did 30 years. I mean, he got about 15 years left in him,
Yeah.
and he's sick. Like damn,
P
Marty.
man, P man, you got your hands up, P man.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
good.
just. I think
No,
it's.
no, I'm good, bro.
I think it's silly to keep
So,
advocating for somebody to like all these other people got. I'm sure out of everybody he's pardoning, Larry Hoover's not the only person in here who's had murder charges or things like
You
that
right?
that Trump is pardoning. So why do they get real freedom and he still uh he doesn't get that?
Oh no, see, on a lot of those people, if I'm being completely honest,
And some of
people
the
who
folks kill
had those
cops.
murder charges, the whole 9 yards, like I told JB earlier, the ability for presidents to just give those type of blanket pardons. Personally, I don't rock with it because it gives them the ability to just pardon anybody. Like they were talking about, the Derek Chauvin thing a while ago, that could have been very controversial. Like so many people, and we never know what president, because see, Trump's doing his big thing now. Who knows what's to come next in the next four or whatever. So me personally, nah, I'm not cool with, y'all just letting people out just cause what JB said. If there was actually some programs of prison reform put together where people were actually going through some cases through the year and then bringing those to the president, and then from there they were actually going through and commuting some cases, commuting some sentences, pardoning some people who possibly were wrongfully convicted, whatever the case, then hey, I'm all for that. But just, blanket pardons because folks got some money, like these Christies, the ones, the reality TV show, I don't like seeing they sorry asses. And my wife like them, but I'm just saying, people like that, what they guilty as hell.
You're right.
So what does that say to our American justice system? If you got, I mean, a lot of people know it, but when you do stuff like that, it confirms it. If you got some money, hey, we work with you. But if you broke, sit your ass in jail and shut up.
I just rather have them pardon people of color with some substance, not just cultural icons.
Exactly,
But
exactly.
what does
Not
that
just cultural
mean?
icons. They're like when you look
Exactly.
at the pardon. One second, if you look at the pardons for all these other people that he's pardoning, you know, these aren't like all of them aren't like famous people. They're people that he claimed, quote unquote, was railroaded. There are people of color that have really been railroaded that should be granted a pardon. Those are the ones I'd rather have a look at, not people that people like that have my man like Quentin, like, yeah, nah, like who,
No,
oh, that's
yeah,
dope.
that's a better statement, Jonathan. That's
That,
I
that's
agree with
that,
Yeah,
that's
that.
what
I still
That's a
call
better
bullshit.
statement.
that's what I was
Yeah,
going
that's a
with.
better
Because
statement.
you're
Remember
saying these
when
people,
Clinton
but you're not
pardoned
giving
Mark
names
Rich? I
though.
mean, but that the ones that do tend to get pardoned are the ones that, like I said, this is what I was saying earlier. They're going to do more bang for the buck, right? People people know about the big names, which is why a lot of them are the more public pardons that we know about. Because remember Biden's last day in office, didn't he commute a lot of the weed sentences for a lot of people, and a lot of those individuals happen to
Hmm.
be black
Yes.
people? Does anybody
Yes.
remember that?
Yeah, I
But do
remember
we
Yes,
know
he
that.
did.
any of those names? Absolutely not. Why?
Exactly.
Because they're not famous. So of course we're going to talk
Well,
about the big names, but every president does. And I'll go back and look for Trump, because didn't he do his first administration like the woman that also campaigned with him, that they gave the credit to Kim Kardashian, but it was actually three female black attorneys that did a lot of the work. Does anybody remember her name?
Remember
The old
that they got the non-violent. She was a
Yes, the older
for
woman, the
weed or
older
something.
lady.
Yeah, she was in jail for a long
Yes,
time.
Her
yes, yes,
name was
yes. So
Alice
I'll
something.
say, and like I said, I'm just in a good mood tonight. Trump also did that, like his last day in office, because somebody put in the chat here, like, isn't that something normally done the last day in office? So I believe that he has done as other presidents have done, just like Biden has did. That's when they commute the sentences of, just as you're saying, Jonathan, like the everyday Joe, right? Um, as opposed to like the Chrisleys and Larry Hoover, right? Those are just the names that we know. And I just know Larry Hoover from the rap songs, by the way. I'm not familiar with what he did. So
Yeah.
Same
Well,
here.
he
That's what
started.
And
He's the
the same
real
co-founder
woman,
of the
the same
GDs.
woman you were just speaking about, Nikki, that's the same woman that's by his side there at the desk when he's doing these pardons. She's on his cabinet. She's in his cabinet. He put her in his cabinet. She's the pardon czar.
oh, he did
yeah.
put, yes, the pardons are. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Lynn. I forgot about that. He sure did give her a position and a salary. So,
I know.
that's good.
That's
All right.
good.
So
I
anyway,
also
guys,
go ahead,
real quick,
Jonathan.
Grant, are you there, Grant? Grant, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
I got a question for you, man. When did you become a snitch?
Dude, I do what I gotta do, bro.
Nah, I mean, because I saw your tweet that you put out there,
I do what I gotta
trying
do, bro.
trying to get someone, trying to get dude arrested for mortgage, a VA mortgage scam. Talk to me. What's going on there?
Uh, you know. I do what I got to do, man. You know, a veteran committing fraud on VA loans just makes VA loans more impossible in the future for other veterans that have served the country. So anybody committing crime against any of our programs, that is the most sinful thing that you can do.
I get that, but um, you do know that you have a special position in this country now. You calling for an investigation into someone with this current administration and your ties to this administration most likely is going to lead to an investigation, right?
I hope so.
You're an asshole.
I fucking hope
I said,
so.
I hope so.
You think I would waste? You think I would waste a post if I didn't want? Dude, my posts are, And by the way, you know,
Wait,
fuck
wait,
around,
by the way,
fuck around and find out.
yeah. By the way, guys, for you guys that don't know, Grant and his wife Elena were defrauded out. How much was that, Grant?
2.8 million.
$2.8 million. Um, and a friend of theirs. Um,
No, no, not a friend of ours, but somebody that did befriend my wife
okay, befriended his wife. Um,
is now. She was charged with 19. She's got 19 charges of fraud against her. Her husband claims to have know nothing,
Damn.
nothing. She made 8,700 online purchases, and he knew nothing.
yeah, Grant was paying it. Grant was paying their payroll. Didn't even know it. They was using
Shit,
Grant
I
money.
wouldn't know nothing either. 19K.
Nah,
19
About
charges.
the
So,
they
so
child.
this has been going on for a couple of years. You know, I come in here every night and fuck with you guys. I got a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, and through the leisure stuff and the Gary Brecka stuff and blah blah, all this stuff, right? Well, this was going on, and so this chick was picked up 3 weeks ago, charged with 19 fraud charges, some of it over state lines. So it's going to get really, really nasty. And when you're committing fraud like that, you're probably not paying taxes. So that further that involves the internal revenue service. And then, there was attempts. I made attempts. I never want to see anybody get hurt and their family get hurt. And then this guy started saying shit online, and I'm like, oh, shit, you want to party with me, bruh? Let's party. Because you can look in all of my mortgages, every mortgage I've ever done, I borrowed, I don't know, $2 billion from Fannie Mae. You're not going to find any fraud on them.
Hey, Grant, I have a question for you. I seen you in an advertisement for a grounding mat that you sleep on. You say it works good. I was wondering, is that true?
Yes.
Hell no.
Yeah, it does.
Because I wanted to get one if it
Well,
does what it says.
you should
It's a
get one.
commercial ad or
Okay.
something.
You use it at
Grant, what
night
about
and use it in the morning.
Okay.
Grant, what about the child, the autistic child?
Yeah, should have thought about that before you stole $2.8 million.
Because the guy's a dog too, right? Like, where's that child gonna go?
Oh, how bad's it been for the child already?
That's true.
Grant's gonna take him in if he gets
That's what I
badly
was
like
trying to make it. Thanks, Jonathan, for speaking my mind.
I ain't taking anybody in. Already gave him a chance.
wow. So
Um,
so you're serious about that post then? I saw that post and I was like, wow. When he said no one's above the law, I was reading that like, damn, you know. I was like, damn, Grant snitching and shit. so so 100%, guys. No, 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 Grant, no.
Rata.
And
Yeah,
so
that boy was snitching, JB. Yeah, that's exactly
yeah,
what he was doing.
yeah.
A
I'm
long,
just
detailed
curious.
post.
I'm just curious. I'm just so curious. How much fucking money you gotta have to not miss 2.8 million fucking dollars?
Right.
Like, god
I believe.
damn. Like, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, well, well, now you're right. So, guys, yeah, real quick. So now, don't worry about it, guys. If this guy gets arrested, Trump will probably pardon him too. So,
No, no,
Hey,
no, that will not happen.
Grant, you're gonna make sure of it, aren't you?
Hey, that was a good one, JV.
That will
Grant's
not
gonna make
happen.
sure he doesn't get pardoned. What you gonna do, Grant?
I mean, it just won't happen. I'm just
I mean, you never know. I mean, you see who's all getting pardoned right now. Shit, what if this guy comes up and makes a good cash deal,
this
or you
guy don't.
know?
Yeah, he don't. This guy's a complete fraud.
Oh, okay,
So this guy doesn't have anything to offer anyone.
gotcha.
Look, I came from a bad place, a very dark, ugly place in my life when I was 20 years old. And it took me 5 years to clean up all the mess and the damage that I did, but I cleaned it up. By the time I was 30, I no longer owed anybody anything. I'd made amends, financial restitution for every problem that I created for every person, whether they knew it or not. And I went back to when I was like 16 years old and did dumb shit to the grocery store that I worked at, or to the when I was 18 years old and I damaged somebody's property and they never knew who it was. And they're like, "Oh no, it's been 9 years. Don't worry about it. Thanks for telling me." But I'm like, "No, I need to clean this up for me." So clean your shit up. Keep your hands clean. Do things right, and then you don't have as many problems in life. But I know one thing, and these people know this because they follow everything I do. You can make more money than you can ever steal. And these two people could have earned 10 times that if legally with me than trying to steal it. Now a woman's going to go to jail. She could get 10 years for every count. Her son's going to be not have a mother. The father's a deadbeat anyway, so he's a fucking loser. And that's not what's the word you got to use before you say somebody's a loser? You got to say so they don't sue you.
Allegedly.
Yeah, no, this motherfucker's a loser.
It's sad. It's sad. It's
Susie,
sad.
That's a
why
good
would you
one.
let your wife go to court and be charged with 19 felony counts and not even be there with her?
Hey, Grant. This is Miki. Do you mind saying hello to someone for me?
Maybe
Uh, well, the crazy part is my
this person likes me. They're friendly to me.
yeah. So I like to give a shout out where it's necessary. So here, I'm gonna let my 20-year-old tell you this does not happen for me. He just hears me hollering on social media all the time, but he had the book out. So Choo say hello to Mr. Cardone. Will you tell him the like just that you got that book when you were 17?
What's up, Mr. Cardone? She
What's
was
your
on
name, man?
Clubhouse.
What's your name?
Oh, my name Micah.
Good to meet you, Micah.
Nice to meet you too. She just came in one time, and I said, "Who's that?" And she's like, "Oh, this Grant Cardone." And I was telling her about the 10 times rule book that you wrote
Yeah, the
not that
10X
long
rule.
ago. Yeah, and I just thought it was like a crazy coincidence. And I thought it was really dope.
And you got that
Bro,
when you were
you
17,
got
right?
a great mama. You got a great mama. Take
Thank
care of
you.
her. Do great things. And me and her, we have words in here from time to time, but don't believe half of what I say about her. But the other half is true.
Oh yeah.
And just remember this about your mama: only half of what she says is right. The other half is dead ass wrong.
Yeah.
And that, by the way, that's probably true about every parent, including me.
Oh, 100% true. All
Yeah.
right, I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. I just wanted to go
Look,
ahead and
look.
say
If
that.
you ever see me out in public, make sure you pull me over.
All right, I will.
For sure. Thank you, Grant. And yeah, the crazy thing is like he reads a lot. So he had the book out in the living room, and I was like, "Where'd you get this book?" And he's like, "Oh, mom, I read that when I was 17." So I was like, "Oh my god, we're gonna have to tell Grant." So thank you, Grant, for that. I appreciate it.
You got it, Nikki. See, help crosses all borders.
And thank you for what you said. That's super cool. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's all love.
I think it says a lot about you that he's a reader.
Oh, absolutely. He's read the 48 Laws of Power. And I kid y'all not, this is completely unscripted. And he didn't want to do it, by the way. I've asked him a few times and I was like, sweetheart, I said, if I was a writer, I would really want to know if a 17-year-old had read my book and he has all his notes and everything. So I was like, yeah, you can tell Mr. Cardone that yeah, you got his book on your own when you were 17. So you know what, Grant? I'm gonna
Yeah.
read your book and I'm gonna use my son's copy. And he's so yeah, he
Once you
said it
buy
was some
your
good
own,
stuff
once
in
you
there.
buy your own book,
You know what? I'm gonna buy my own book, Grant, and I'm gonna get it autographed one day. How about
just
that?
hit me in the back. I'll send it to you for free.
Oh, thank you, Grant.
I'd
Awesome
send you the
sauce.
audio. I'd send you the audio, but I don't think you could stand listening to me for 10 hours.
You know what? I'll just pretend you're, back in Lake Charles shooting the shit, and your accent will remind me of home. So yeah, awesome.
Okay.
But super appreciate it. And sorry y'all for
Yeah,
interrupting, but thank you.
yeah, and Jonathan, I don't know how that makes you feel about me snitching if I'm snitching, but you know how many when there's fraud in Fannie and Freddie and VA loans, how many people that negatively impacts?
Yeah, of course. I was kidding around, but yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to talk to you about it because you have to act like Kid Cudi. That's all. And you have to act like Kid Cudi, and I'm just trying to, I just happened to see it, and when I saw what was going on, when I saw what was going on in terms of that right there, that case. That case keeps getting more and more interesting. Grant, that's happened to all your cases. They seem to get more and more interesting as they go along, and you're making this case more interesting. If the $2.8 million wasn't enough, and all the online purchases and all that other stuff, and the things that was purchased, okay, wasn't
Where's
enough.
how do you
Now,
learn how to do this? How do you learn how to do this?
uh, how do you learn how to do it?
How do you learn how to do online credit card fraud, Amazon fraud? Okay. How do you learn
I, I
how
think
to
I
do
think
this?
I think I think Marty has a course,
Oh, okay.
right, Marty?
No, Marty would never do this. Marty would never do this. Marty wouldn't even think about doing it. He's such a good dude.
Thank you, JB over here trying. Nah. Watch out, bro. Come on. Good
I
guy.
don't know, man. Trial and error. I don't know if there's a book out for it, man. You know, I don't know. Hey, oh wait.
Somebody teaches you how to do this, bro. This isn't.
Oh, you talking about the wife? You talking about the wife,
Well,
not
sure,
the.
bro.
I
Well,
was
sure.
I was thinking about. I don't know why. I'm not thinking about the wife. When I think about this, I think about him.
If your wife came home with a $10,000 pizza oven, or your mom came home with a $10,000 pizza oven, and then the next day came home with a $30,000 worth of interior siding for the house, for the inside of the living room, and then the next day came home with an 83-inch TV, and she doesn't have a job, by the way.
I'm
Antennas
Where the
go up
hell
right
all this
there.
stuff coming
no,
from?
nah. I'm gonna
Sugar
find out
daddy.
who's. I'm
Who's the
gonna try to
sugar
find out
daddy?
who she's sleeping with.
That's
Yeah.
where the hell
Straight
all
up.
this stuff coming from?
Yeah,
We gonna have to
definitely.
find out.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. She gonna get it. What do you call those things? Apple. What do you call those things?
Ear tag.
Air tag. You gonna put
AirTag.
an
Yeah,
air
yeah.
tag on that?
Yeah, she's definitely get. If she's coming home with all that, she's definitely getting an Apple AirTag.
Man, her phone about to get that Life 360. You heard me? I want to know how fast you driving. Fuck you mean? Is there any?
Yeah.
Did somebody say they wouldn't say anything? Was that did I miss that? Did somebody say? I don't think there's any guy in here who'd sit quiet about that.
That they
I don't
they
know.
nah, yeah, some of them will, they don't want, they don't want to mess it up. They're like, they gonna.
Maybe two might get his ass whooped if he says so. He probably, oh damn, he ain't even in here.
To
Oh
be like,
man,
we don't call the police around here.
Yeah, nah.
nah, he not in here. I ain't gonna do too
Yeah,
much. He
yeah,
not in
that's what
here.
I
He
can
not
say.
in
Yeah,
here.
absolutely, guys. Wowzers, guys. So yeah, with that being said, no, Grant, you're absolutely correct. I stand by that. 100%, guys. So now, Grant, best of luck, man. Looking like dude's gonna get charged, man, because this administration don't play with those that play with theirs, and you one of them. So they like you. When you get the president of the United States is tweeting about you, and saying what and put a tweet out about you, shouting you out and your company out and everything else. Yeah, I think things about to get a lot. It's gonna get very hard for these people. All right. So with that being said, guys, hey, guys, there was a part. I think there was a part in for Silk Road. The guy who did Silk Road, didn't he part in the guy that did Silk Road earlier this year as well, guys?
You said Silk
I
Road?
think he did. Yeah, I think he did pardon that guy. I can't remember his name, but let me Google it.
So the Silk Road founder
Like
got pardoned. As,
Ross Ulbricht or something like that. Ulbricht, something like that.
yeah, yeah. So let me ask you a question, guys. Did the United States get fined all those bitcoins?
No.
So that's what I don't think the United States got all those bitcoins because he made a lot of bitcoins. Guys, I was looking at this guy and he was showing off the pieces that two pieces that he purchased and he paid 10,000 bitcoins for them. You guys remember that? Anyone?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He paid 10. He had 10,000 bitcoins and he bought two pieces,
Yeah, in the very beginning when it wasn't worth very much. Yeah, and they say that would be worth like
$1 billion, over $1 billion,
billions of them. Yeah.
over $1 billion.
Well, they still don't know who Shishashi Shokokoko is or whatever that man name is. Shitashi Shosho, what's his name? I always get him confused with the founder of Naruto, the white paper dude. They've said for years that that's Elon Musk, which would be interesting.
All right, once again, Trump pardoned the guy for Silk Road, getting so heavy into Bitcoin and everything else. It's just it's a little it's different. It hits different, folks. So once again,
You feel like there was some underbidding. You feel like there was some shady work done right there. Him getting into
bro,
a Bitcoin, pardoning the guy from Bitcoin.
yeah,
He
all
was dripping
it's a
right
lot of
there.
stuff. Quentin, are you there? Because I want to get back to this Larry Hoover thing. Quentin, are you there?
Quentin bounced.
Got 6 months, man.
Is he there? Is Quentin there?
No, he's gone.
Oh, he left.
He said he'll be back.
Okay. All right. All right. Thomas, you there, Thomas?
Yes, sir. Actually, I had a question.
What do you think?
Uh,
What do you think about all these partners, Thomas?
I think it's just corruption and fraud. I mean, the same day that he's able to go ahead and take Bitcoin as a legal currency, then all of a sudden now he's just going to pardon. I mean, it's literally as anything else with this Trump administration. It's legal fodder just to go ahead and change this conversation. Because I mean, what he's losing on the tariffs. The economy's literally in the toilet. Elon Musk, who was supposed to be his ask, like, what do people think about the whole Elon Musk now being the next victim of Donald Trump? Because when you back behind Donald Trump, you literally go bankrupt. So Musk has literally just lost more money. So as anything else, it's just nothing but red herring or meat for the base to say, oh well, he's at least doing this, and it's like, but eggs are still $30, and we don't know if it's fucking contaminated with avian flu. So that's where I'm at with this
Eggs
whole
are
thing.
not $30.
Love that you just said that. That's so
Yeah,
classic.
Overnight.
Well
yeah,
stated.
yeah, guys. What you guys when you guys got to pay attention when he's saying Donald Trump they just canceled the vaccine, the research for the vaccine for the avian flu. So yeah, absolutely, um, guys. Once again, it's crazy. Um, nah,
Honestly, like, I mean, let's just say, like, let's go back to 2019. It was my birthday, like when everything shut down here, and I
yeah,
had all these kids write cards like wishing me
yeah,
happy
but
birthday.
yeah,
No, 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 no. And the thing is, like, this
nothing
is
shut down in 2019. So we're gonna move
when
on.
2019 because
No, no,
COVID.
no, no, nothing shut down in
And
2019.
so
So
the thing is, that's when he told us to drink chlorine. It's the
no,
same
no, no, no,
fucking
no,
recipe.
that
That
didn't
did not
happen.
happen.
It's
No,
happening again. But what if
no,
it
He's
would
no.
done
happen
good. That
again?
has to be
Oh my
pointed out.
goodness.
Yeah,
Stop
that
I
didn't
mean,
complaining
what
happen.
and
if
get
it?
the caller.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
Get
we'll
him
that,
on the
all
phone.
get no COVID.
Jesus Christ, that never happened in 2019, folks. Okay, I
We
just want to make
found
sure that
out
we
it
clear that
can.
up. Yeah, that definitely didn't happen in 2019. So we're gonna keep this thing moving, folks.
What's the difference? What's the difference? So it happened 6 months later in 2020. What's the difference?
It's a big difference, Greg, because I don't want to talk about nobody's birthday and kids. We're having that birthday party in 2019. That didn't happen. But go ahead.
I don't think people were coming off the mic and on social audio like that in 2019.
uh,
It was
uh,
it was like the egg. Which came first, the egg or the chicken? I think it was the pandemic before people coming off the mic like that.
That's
yeah.
true. Those IG lives, which what Tory Lanez made famous, and then the Versus, and then what's the DJ that was doing the 24-hour DJing? Yep.
Guys, that happened in 2020, guys.
Yeah, that was D Nice.
Yeah, that
So
happened in 2020.
I think Larry Hoover is going to be on the next verses.
Larry Hoover next verses. Let me just say this right here, guys. And when you start looking at, um, now, this Larry Hoover case, it bothers me to no end, guys, because there's more people, meaningful people that can come out and do a lot more than letting Larry Hoover go to a state institution. That's essentially all it is letting Larry, and everyone's saying, oh, he got rid of he part of Larry Hoover. No, Larry Hoover is still in prison. He's still gonna be in prison. All right, he's a horrible person. Did a lot of bad things, and a lot of people only know him because of like Big Meech, Larry Hoover, like that, Rick Ross, uh, whatever. Those, that's how people know him. So, I want someone of much more substance to get a pardon. Hopefully, he'll get around to it. But when you look at these things right here, it's just crazy. Um, Guys, V2 is coming real soon. V2 is coming real soon, folks. I'm excited about that. V2's coming real soon. So, guys, if you're listening to us at home, make sure you guys are downloading this Chatter social app right now. Take your time and do it right now, okay? And download the Chatter social app either on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Uh, Guys, a lot of special things are about to happen. And we have a version 2 that has been approved by both the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, and that will be in those stores. I don't know, one day, hopefully in a not too distant future. But you don't want to miss it. You want to get in now. So it's free of charge. Once again, that's the Chatter social app. Make sure you guys are downloading that. Um, but let's get back to it. When you guys you're speaking, we're sitting here speaking about just so many things, the pardons
Yeah,
and
let's
the
think about this.
good.
Why does the U.S. government have to tell one of the richest companies in the world, the Mars Company, to remove poisons from their fucking candy? Okay, the manufacturer of Skittles is no longer going to use titanium dioxide in its Skittles products. Okay, by the way, that product is used as a whitening agent. It was banned in the European Union in 2022, and we've had it here for another 3 or 4 years knowing the shit was bad. Why does the U.S. government have to get involved? Why can't these companies, these monster $100 billion company, I don't know what Mars is worth. What's the AUM of Mars? It's got to be 100 billion.
Real quick, Grant, I believe the cigarette companies purchased these food corporations and have used the tactics to get people addicted, just like they did with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Well, no, not just that
Cigarette
too.
companies in charge of our food that we're eating.
Not even just the cigarette companies. The FDA already allows certain amounts of some poisons already. Some things we would consider poisons. Some of these whitening agents. Some of these acids. Some of these high fruit. I mean, we already see this already. I think that was just one of those things that it got too much because Skittles, the red dye. I mean, there's so much things that are in our food today already that I mean, Skittles is merely a freckle on the list of things that we are regularly eating today. That if you look at what's in it, oh my goodness, we're talking about just a whitening agent. That's the bare minimum. So when you talk about why is this company, I mean, we have to look at also what the FDA approves and even allows in our foods. So that right there, I mean, if the FDA allows these things, the hell am I going to look at the company for? That's
And
all I'm saying.
it's usually on a range too. If it's like, oh, one microgram per thousand grams or whatever,
Exactly.
so it's like across the board, there's no health. Even drinking water that's got proper levels or pH balance.
Dude, the microplastics in water today, if the average person were to check their level, I mean, it is insane. The microplastics in the average drinking water today. And they sell you on all these Avion and all these different waters. And it's like you're drinking the same shit damn near. But I mean, yeah. So just to answer your question, Grant, I think the FDA is part of that problem. Big part of that problem.
Yeah, and even when we talk about imports, a lot of the reasons why a lot of these other European countries won't accept some of our products is because they have all of these things in them that have already been banned. So I'm 100% in agreement with this. Talk about pay to play. We have not talked about the FDA and the pay to play. Do the OGs remember when who's the basketball player that had HIV and then he had to go overseas for some treatments?
Magic Johnson?
Magic Johnson. He went
Yeah,
overseas for some
magic.
treatments, and this was decades ago. That and then he came. Of course, he's extremely wealthy and came out and said that that it had pretty much been eradicated, but the pharmaceutical industry wouldn't allow that to happen here in the United States. So yeah, the FDA is definitely pay to play. So this would be a good thing for them to root all of those things out. Because y'all know, did y'all see the news that came out that like colon cancer is on the increase in young people, and they think it's because of all of the additives and preservatives that are put in food. And so we're seeing all this risk in cancer that's starting to come out earlier, like in teenagers. Even that's how bad it is.
The majority of chicken
Instead
nuggets
of
that are
paying
sold
attention to the
today
food,
the majority of chicken nuggets that are sold today in freezer bags that majority of the kids across the US eat, it is not real meat and it hasn't been real meat for a long time. The majority of chicken wings that you're buying in freezer bags and stuff like this, it's not real meat. It's just generated. It's all generated. And now, and I can't remember when this became a thing or when I at least saw it, maybe a year ago. I mean, now it even says it on the package. On the ingredients or whatever, it even says it genetically modified meat or whatever the case is, in your bag, you see raw chicken. You see raw chicken wings, but it's literally telling you this is genetically modified.
But even the canned goods, because the can my
frozen.
friend's mother got cancer because of that. Too much eating out of the can.
If you freeze stuff, it just zaps all the nutrients out. And I think it comes down to labeling things. You go to Europe, they don't label it organic or inorganic. It's just their food. And they've sort of, it's like all the permitting process it takes to build a building in the country. In the United States, we've slowed down building. And so no wonder it takes so much. And the process is always, it's just delayed. And so now we've labeled food as this and that. And we've lost control of really just our diets. We call them keto and Atkins and all of these other labels that aren't actually healthy. I mean, everyone has their own methodology. I have a question for Grant.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever on an infomercial that sold Beanie Babies?
No.
All right, I saw a reel randomly go through my phone, and I just caught like a short clip of you next to a guy going ham on some Beanie Baby sales, and I was like, "There's no way Grant was in the Beanie Baby industry." So thank you for confirming that.
No, no, no. Nobody can explain that. But let's keep it real. Nobody can explain why I'm on this chatter app with you guys right now either.
That's so funny. Both the responses, that's hilarious.
So anyway,
What am I
guy,
doing hanging out with Jonathan Bing?
yeah. Yo, I have a question for you, Grant. RFK, you guys believe in what RFK is doing, or you guys think I mean, what do you guys think? I think this guy isn't qualified.
Oh, you think? Or you know? Which one is it?
I'm gonna say I think. I ain't gonna say I
I
know.
think we know he's not qualified. That's my opinion, and I believe others. I think if you just look at the facts, when you say no one should be looking at me to ask if their child should be getting a measles vaccine, why is he heading up our? This is an embarrassment all around the world. That we
Colleen,
actually have.
Colleen,
No, it
Colleen,
really is.
are you drinking right
It
now,
is.
Colleen? Colleen, are you drinking?
No, but honestly, it is an
Have you
embarrassment
have
that
you had anything to drink tonight?
no, I have not. I need to go. I'm going on a walk, but I literally, it is a completely,
I didn't ask you if
almost
you're
to the
going on a
point where
walk.
it's
I
funny.
look when you ask somebody if
We
they've
have
had a
the,
drink tonight and they say no, I'm going on a walk. You know they've
no,
been
we have
drinking.
the, no, I have not. We have the largest outbreak of measles right now, and he literally can answer the question when he's asked that. You talk about incompetence. I mean, he has no medical background. So, Grant, would you take advice for your kids from RFK? Would you go swimming in
Yeah,
sewage
yeah.
water? Would you go swimming? Would you take your children, your grandchildren, in a river with sewage water, which he did like 2 weeks ago on Mother's Day? He took his children and they swam in sewage water, literally. Did you not see that? Did you not see that? I mean,
I,
literally sewage water.
I
It
didn't
is
see
not
I didn't see
healthy
him.
water. He took his grandkids and put them in the water. I don't know what the goal was, but it is literally sewage water. You're not supposed to swim in it. It's unhealthy. And this is the head of our Health and Human Services Agency.
It was what water, Colleen? You said it was
Yeah,
what?
tell us the story again.
Uh,
No. Don't put
sewage,
words in my mouth.
sewage water, like meaning sewage, like literally. You didn't hear about sewage water.
Tell us
You
the
can look it up
Oh,
on
layperson's.
sewage. Got it.
sewage, and he put his grandkids in there, and he went dipped in, and I don't know what the point was in the river, but literally it's sewage water to the point where they've said not to swim in it, and
You
it's
see it on
bizarre.
Facebook? You saw it on Facebook, didn't you, Colleen?
No, it's not on
No, he
Facebook.
swam in Rock Creek Park.
He really
He
did. It's a
acknowledged it.
fact.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up. And I really don't understand that. So, if someone can explain this to me, I would love to
Yeah,
It,
It's
know.
not
It was
sewage. One
not
second, it's not
sewage
sewage
water.
water.
He went
Rock Creek
swimming
Park
in
is not
a,
sewage water. I live in
yeah,
DC. That's a clean water that runs through the park.
Mm.
So you're
there
wrong
were
about that.
reports of a contamination like not too much earlier than that, but he took his kids or his grandchildren swimming. He didn't take them into a sewer or anything like that. Like, this is why I can't talk to you people. Like, you guys just spew
Yep.
out such nonsense sometimes. Like, it's not even worth responding to.
she saw something on the internet,
She,
probably
no,
the
no, no.
same
So Nora
condition.
said it's not worth
Probably,
responding to as
excuse
she
me, excuse
responded
me,
to it.
excuse me,
Interesting.
Tara. Probably in the same
Wow.
condition she's in
Kira, shut
tonight.
the fuck up.
Yeah,
Wow. Thank you,
and
Nora. You're so
Respectfully.
charming.
and and she saw something on the internet, did no more investigation. Exactly what Tira does, by the way. Tira just reads a paragraph and then says etc etc. When Tira runs out
Excedrin?
of
Kira,
Is that
they've
what
been
points,
talking.
when
Excedrin?
Tira,
Do you
excuse
mean
me, Tira, excuse me.
I'll
When
just let you
Tira
carry
runs out
on.
of when
When
Tira
you
runs,
all
excuse
leave,
me,
you will all look this up, and you'll know what I'm saying is true.
Oh,
So,
so
Look at
Colleen
all
Colleen,
the
is
Colleen,
diabolical
actually
one
telling
mic,
the
Colleen.
nonsense about
truth.
people like you who
Does
are like,
anybody
God, this
care?
guy.
Colleen
People
is
are
actually
giving this guy
telling the
shit for
truth.
taking his
Rock
grandchildren
it's a
Creek,
swimming.
fact. You guys are
Rock,
all idiots.
Rock Creek Park
It's a
water is
fact. You're all
contaminated,
idiots.
and there is a sign saying "Don't swim
It
here." It's
is
not sewage,
disgusting.
but it is contaminated. There are consistent contamination issues. It was articles about it. They showed the signs. The signs say "Don't swim in it." He can
Yeah,
make his own decision, but she's correct that it's supposedly unfit for swimming.
yeah, and
She said that
She
he
didn't
took
say
them swimming in
unfit. She said
sewage.
sewage. That's why I
Yes.
specifically
it's
asked, what did he
contamination
say?
from the sewage. There is but it's not sewage water.
And
Correct,
we
not
spent like
sewage
two
water.
hours talking about pardons, and nobody has brought up even once that Biden preemptively pardoned his entire family, Anthony Fauci, and
Okay,
Hunter
Nora, you're
Biden.
trying to change the conversation. We're talking about
No,
the
I'm just,
question.
I'm just,
Sewage,
I'm
We're
just
talking
Colleen.
about
being
RFK right
quiet. I've stayed quiet because you guys have just been talking all this nonsense, and that's why I'm not even engaging.
Nor,
Like,
Lena,
nor,
chill
nor is
out.
this trying to.
Go ahead, Nora.
no, I was just, that's all I had to say. It's just ridiculous, and it's not even worth like engaging most of the time.
And then you engage. So
Yeah, the one time I engaged. So okay, congratulations, Tira. Congratulations.
I've
I could
actually
have
been
sworn.
reading a lawsuit that is so awful and so funny. I don't, it's totally off topic, but if anyone wants to hear something truly
Let's do it.
weird.
Please do.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So there is a guy named Judd Stewart. I'm just going to read the lawsuit. I don't know any of the facts. Who was used to represent Ken Paxton, the Texas guy when he was under impeachment, and Judd Stone apparently forms his own law firm, and he was accused of sexual harassment. And in the complaint, this is insane. I wait a second. Hold on, I gotta find it now. Oh my God, I forgot. In the complaint, the one of the allegations is that when talking about a man in the office, the guy was allegedly harassing women, but one of the complaints is he was telling these women this sexual fantasy he had about one of the men in his office, and how let's see, they came to him and said that they told me stories of Judd discussing sexual things with her, specifically recording a disturbing sexual fantasy Judd had about me, the guy, being violently anally raped by a cylindrical asteroid in front of my wife and children. I'm sorry, this is, forget it, maybe.
I'm sorry, what?
No, just,
Hey,
sorry.
yo, Tier, what?
Yes, what?
I know,
Whoa.
this is in a legal complaint of reporting one of this man's sexual fantasy
Can't even
was
get
of
your words
another
together.
man
How long
being
you was reading
anally
this?
raped by a cylindrical asteroid in front of his wife and children. You can't make these
That's
things up.
why you were that quiet? You're reading that?
I was reading this thing. I had no idea what was gonna go into this, so I started to laugh. Okay, sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be laughing. It's
I
terrible.
knew I
Terrible.
should have jumped in and talked about Kennedy, Tara.
Yes,
Just
Kennedy always
There's
gets these sex
Diana.
things going,
man, I knew I should have jumped in.
Kennedy has been alleged to be a sex addict, right? That's why it happened, right?
No,
A
no, but
wild night tonight.
oh my God, man.
There's some
Just
humor here. This
oh.
is
All right, Colleen. We love having
Simmer
you. You
down,
just
Colleen.
you gotta read the room and flow, okay, Colleen? But we love having you. JB, I think this thing with Kennedy was a little premature the way they announced the removal of the recommendation for the COVID vaccine. I just think they could have rolled it out in a way that didn't confuse people unless that's their objective. Little concerning, little disappointing to be completely honest with you. I'm a big RFK fan, and I'm hoping that he's just, excited to get some really great things accomplished. But God, it makes you wonder sometimes who's behind like their PR, right? Because the way they did this, it's just there could have been a better outcome for not just him, but the whole administration. So, a little disappointing today.
I agree. I just think that I agree that RFK. I agree. I think RFK. Believe it or not, this guy, he's in over his head, uh, and he has conflicting, I guess, competing interests. The things that he said prior to getting in there, and the things that he now has to deal with. Like you look at this measles outbreak right now. Um, there's more people with measles than there are gay athletes. But the measles aren't getting nowhere the attention as the gay high school, the trans high school athletes. Trans high school athletes get a lot more attention than um, the measles. And then he had to, his people got upset with him because he told them to go get vaccinated. And that's what happens when you go out there and you put all that false stuff out there, guys. And then when the rubber hits the road, you have to go and say, okay, if you're gonna be do what's right in the interest of the public, you're gonna have to go out there and tell the public that hey, you just made that shit up and that they need to go get that vaccination. And that's exactly what he had to do. So guys in over his head. He's living off his dad's name. Is what was happening here. He didn't do anything to deserve that position, uh, and he's just been a lucky sperm club.
I
I
mean, I
just
definitely don't know about all of that, but I'll comment on just this part. I'm okay with him being over his head because I think that his conscience is trying to point north, and we definitely need to bring more attention to a lot of different things surrounding health in general, but very, very specifically speaking with regards to children. And so, listen, I'm not going to rule him out right now. I just think that whoever is behind, the tonality of the delivery of the news, they got to check themselves a little bit, to be honest with you. That's all. But go RFK and Poppy Trump.
guys, what do you guys think about RFK? Jotham, anyone, what do you guys think about RFK? You guys think that he's in over his head? Do you guys think that he was a smart appointment or what? I don't know, because it's like Trump looked for all the. I'm so sorry. Look like Trump looked for all the people that wasn't qualified and offered him position. He gave the reporter, the anchor, the news anchor. Uh,
DEI, baby, DEI.
I mean, maybe not qualified on paper, but on passion, maybe they get an A, right? I mean, this guy Kennedy is out for the betterment of a lot of things that people for ages haven't had the balls to talk about because it involves big pharma, it involves the food and drug industry, it involves a lot of places that people don't want to go and knock on those doors. So again, go RFK.
Yeah,
do you believe?
can anyone argue with that?
Go ahead.
So I just don't think there's really anything to argue with there. RFK is here. He's obviously in over his head. Trump is against the grain. This is the second time we talk about him as whatever 44 and 46. Never really heard of anyone doing that. So it's like you got first
No, it's
Trump, you got
45, 47. Let's start
thanks
there.
for thanks for the numbers because that's really the important thing. I just don't understand how we were listening to the CDC and Fauci and these people that were in charge of these organizations during a time when there was a lot of loss. I'll just say that. And so I just feel like going against the grain is is better than the inaction that seemed to be happening, as I didn't really know what was going on. It's nice that somebody is at least doing something that is in public. Anyone
Oh,
else elaborate here?
yeah. Well, I disagree with everything you said, and including the first thing you said when you said things were never like that. That's the really important thing. Facts matters. So don't say, oh well, the fact doesn't matter. Things for numbers. That's like that. That's like dismissing that. You got it wrong. Okay,
Humbling.
so you got it wrong, and so instead of you say, oh, okay, you wanted to make it seem like, oh, someone that corrected you's a bad guy. Get the hell out of here. I appreciate you though. Appreciate you, but like I said, I think you talking about what RFK doesn't know he's on. We need real people setting real policies. Okay, and now I'm not saying everything he's gonna do is wrong. I'm not saying that at all. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I think if we had someone real there, like I said, we definitely need the right people in the right position. We shouldn't have Pete Hegseth running our department. I'm sorry. All right. Marco Rubio certainly capable. Okay, and I support him in his role 100%. I don't mind Vance as vice president. Because guess what? Everyone that takes that role, everyone that gets in that role isn't going to know how to be vice president. That's a learn. That's a learn on the job experience. So I don't mind that. But when you start appointing people to these positions, you brought Janine Patero, what's her name, Patero, whatever. Yeah, she's certainly qualified, but she hasn't did law in a long time, and but yet you give her that position. It's just I don't know.
Well, Jonathan, what makes you think that President Trump wouldn't remove people, let's say, I don't know, 3, 6 months down the road if they're not performing to his expectation? I mean, I understand the commentary behind Pete from, again, a paper perspective, but I think from a political standpoint, Trump put in people that were loyal to him. And we can debate for hours here as to whether or not that's a good or bad thing. The reality is that I don't know too many people who, given the opportunity, wouldn't surround themselves with those who believed in him or supported him or were at the very least willing to take a risk. But I don't think that Trump's going to sit there and watch people literally in global daylight not perform and have him not do anything about it.
But
I just think that
Diane,
Trump. Good.
Look at God wanting you to answer.
is that why we
Jotham, you're in the matrix.
go ahead, Jonathan? Let me
No, now
clear.
you're
I'm
crystal
on my
clear.
way
Look at
home.
that.
So
Now you're
let me go.
clear, Jotham.
Okay, good. So is isn't that why we're here today? We are picking people with passion over people with common sense and education. So that's when you look at RFK, he has a passion for removing dyes from food, doing all these things with food. But then at the end of the day, the question though is he surrounding himself with qualified people?
I think we lost him.
I think he's
Yeah,
asking you a question. Jotham, yeah, we lost him.
yeah, yeah. So isn't it because he's
Well, I mean,
from
you
what I've
said,
seen, he's
sorry, I don't, I thought that that was a
go ahead.
question. If your question is, see, when you said, isn't that how we got here? Is here a bad place right now?
Currently, when you look at what's happening, I would say yes. I would say yes. Because the when you're removing the qualified people to then put somebody who is passionate behind your political stance, that's that is away from the fabric of what we're trying to achieve in terms of on the healthcare. Because no, you're looking more for somebody who would, as we say, butter up to you than telling you the hard truth of what's going to happen in the future.
Okay. So I don't think that we can classify it as a bad time right now. Um, So I'll give you an example. With regards to the tariffs being blocked, I heard our friend on the other side, Giraffe, talk about how America is going to be looked at as a country that cannot be trusted and that this was the worst thing, you know? Um, I think that if we continue to see it play out, we'll find that it'll begin to settle. Because if our checks and balances, remember, Trump's only going to be here for another 3 years. We're showing that our checks and balances are working to a certain degree, depending on what side it is that you find yourself on. I haven't given up on tariffs being a good thing. We're just not used to it and haven't seen it played out. So I don't think that us showing the world that we are willing to go through a total reset that, according to our entire government, is proving has been needing to take place for a very long time on paper. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I think we have a president who's willing to test the Constitution to make sure that it fits whatever it is that the right now generation wants it to look like. And by generation means us, right? The ones that are here. So I'll land with that. But uh, again, I'm not ruling him out yet.
Why would
Okay,
testing the
so
Constitution be a good thing, Diana, in terms of pushing it to the limits that it's never been pushed to before to achieve your goals and being, in many cases, shut down by the courts? Why is that a good thing? Why wouldn't it be better to actually abide by the limits we know exist, right? I mean, you're suggesting that this pushing of all the levers and things like that, that's a great thing. But in fact, I don't think it is, because it is also proving to show us that there are limits to the Constitution, that it doesn't always work. For example, emoluments, the president apparently can take unlimited amounts of money, even though the Constitution says no. Why is that a good thing to show that we are weaker, that the Constitution might be a bit weaker than we all thought it was? Explain.
So I can take one example in the birthright citizenship, right? So coming from immigrant parents, I think one of the challenges with this country trying to deter illegal immigration has to do with being able to come here and have a child and have that child automatically be a US citizen. And I remember these stories because of the way my family came here and the way other families came here. So you learned everybody's struggle. And when you then incorporate yourself fully into this country, you realize how difficult it is to have that part of the Constitution make it so hard to enforce something like immigration, which is such a big deal to every single American here. And the fact that there are so many people here that are of the kind of people those like many of our families are, that ran from gangs. Like sometimes when we've talked about some of these gang members, I don't think that many of you guys understand what that life was like. So that's the best example I can give you, Tira, is
What
as
happened? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. You mean it's good that he's trying to change the definition, or at least have the definition interpreted differently? You
no,
mean it's good?
I think it's good that he's making all of us ask ourselves that question, because something that's really tough is, for example, when you have people that you know that work border patrol, that are in positions where they really have the toughest type of job on the planet, because depending on who's in administration, they go through such a tough life. And because when you have laws that you don't enforce and it becomes a political debate whether or not you're doing the right thing, I don't think we think about those people. I really don't. And I'm not saying, I think when this administration is what we call pushing the Constitution, I think they're raising the question for everybody to, number one, understand the Constitution, right? I mean, at the very least, everybody has been able to enjoy, I'm going to use that word, all that's going on. I know it's made me look into things a little bit more deeper than I used to. But I don't think there's a problem with us having the discussion. For example, birthright citizenship. It's something that we can always get to a certain point, but then the conversation falls apart because of how heated it becomes. And imagine that. Can you imagine legislators? Maybe that's why certain things are, I don't know. That's the best example, Tira. I think it was a decent one too. I'd love to open it up for the room.
I don't look. I think you can see that unfortunately it goes past just pushing. He actually is not paying attention to court orders, right? And that to me is a major issue. Okay, it's one thing to sort of challenge something. It's another thing to be shut down by the Supreme Court and several courts below, and to literally thumb your nose at them, which is what he is actually doing. In the beginning, I was very hesitant to say that he's violating orders, but he is in fact violating orders. The two judges have basically more or less held them in contempt for just making up stuff or not telling the truth, or in one case, the South Sudan, basically just violating an order and then telling the court they didn't do it, and then asking, you know, that's what they've been doing. Now, it seems to me that if you value our Constitution and our country, you should be speaking up just with all your fervor that you just used about the fact that the president isn't paying attention to due process. That apparently he'd rather say impeach the judges than follow what the courts are saying. And so I think it's dangerous because what we've seen now is not just using levers that have never been used, and courts are in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases saying you can't do this, you can't do this, but he's literally not paying any attention to them. And that's the danger and the place we're in now. The fact is that Trump is violating orders. His administration is violating orders. I happen to know that they were told to return certain grants to certain institutions, and they have not done it. That those are orders that are being violated. The due process rights are being violated, even though the Supreme Court has said don't do these things, and they've been very clear. You must give due process. It's not just a day of notice and then we're sending you away. They're still doing it. So explain to me why that's good. Because that's not testing, that's basically just cheating.
If I may, I would say that the challenge that any administration give to courts or the legislature, whether I agree with it or not, those challenges are good because it does highlight how the systems ran, who's actually in charge, whose roles there are. If you never challenge anything, you won't learn anything too much beyond what is just the basics. And for a long time, the way the systems used to just operate, there was a lot of behind the scenes, good old boy stuff, and things that we knew were happening. It's just now with President Obama and President Trump, a lot of stuff came forward uh, as unconstitutional, never done before, and all of these challenges have actually opened up some people, interest in wanting to know how the government works. Because when you see a president challenge things and you don't see anything stopping them, then you'll find out how much authority the administration may have, and if they don't have it, uh, how far can they push it before someone comes in and challenge it, or is it really the legislature who's allowing all this to happen, which is what I have observed and studied and looked into the Constitution, that the legislatures gives these authorities and allow these things to happen. So those challenges that both President Obama and President Trump are bringing is educational, if you know you find an interest in learning more.
That would be a great talking point, except for the fact if you listen to the oral arguments when Trump's attorneys literally spoke in front of the Supreme Court, in which case they literally said, and I quote, that they should have the right to break your amendment rights, and then that you should be able to sue them, right? Because the whole point of the judicial system is to work for everyone, right? Because that's why they have things called case law. And you can ask Tara. She had access to LexisNexis or whatever portal she used that gave her access to every goddamn court case in the ruling, so she could use that for whatever court case you have, right? And attorneys have to study all this shit. That's why they have all these books. But the Trump administration literally stated that you should, if they break your minimal rights, like they did to what's his name, they sent to El Salvador, right? Right. That you should sue them individually. And then if you have the money to sue them individually, right? Then from there, if you win, that case cannot be used as case law. In fact, they should have the right to just keep breaking whatever laws they want, and however many people that they violate, those people should then go ahead and sue the government individually if they have the fiduciary money to do it. So it's like I get what you're saying that we should have a conversation and everything else. No, we're dealing with an administration, and be very clear here, that wants to break Judas, what's it called, habeas corpus, and to keep violating everybody's amendment rights. And if you have a problem with it, you need to go ahead and sue them. And if you win, and instead of it going to everybody else for them to stop it because they're breaking the law, they should still have the right to break the law. And that is not a democracy. That is tyranny. And I think that's what we have going on right now. So I'm not going to subscribe to the fact that we can have a conversation, but I have no problem with it. But you shouldn't be breaking people's amendment rights, because at this point, okay, cool, let's roll back at one generation. Okay, your parents were here illegally, then they had you, you're an anchor baby. Okay, your amendment, your freedoms to be here should or should not be here. I don't know. We're gonna go ahead and send you to Mexico or whatever country that we deem you valuable for, and then from there you can then sue us if you make it back here, and that's illegal. I'll end there.
I mean, it's not good to have a government that is itself an outlaw, that is just there to break the law and be criminal, effectively, because it's not just civil law they're breaking, it's criminal law too. So, you don't want. The whole point of a government is to be the folk who implement the laws so that society functions. The legislatures make laws, the government runs all the executive so that it follows the law. And if they break the law, the courts are there to say, oh, wait a minute, that's not what the legislature said you're allowed to do. And if you don't like it, what you're supposed to then do is say to the legislature, don't like this, can you change the laws, please? You're not supposed to just say, you know what, laws don't matter, we'll do what we like. That's not what a government's there to do. It's not there to show that everyone should just be criminals, because that's the way to get things done.
Insane is why can't people see that he's doing things that a dictator does? Like, why is everyone so blind to that? It's not okay. You're supposed to be America, the land of the free, where people want to be, where human rights were born, where freedom was born, and now those things are being taken away. The world is like, huh? And we don't trust you now.
Well, I would say that it's not that any that most people would want a dictator. I don't think the system will allow it if legislatures do what they are supposed to do. That's why the Constitution is written the way it is. That's why legislatures not only make laws, but they do the firing and hiring of both branches. In some form, they have far more authority over the executive and the
No,
judicial
the
side.
executive does the firing and the hiring,
No, no, no,
not
no,
the
no, sir, no,
legislature.
sir. They do not. They do not. They do not
The
fire.
legislatures vet, and the executive are the people who put the folk forward and then hire them. All the legislature
The
does is vet.
As far as firing the president, the legislature has authority over that. As far as taking any actions and making laws, they even have power over the purse, which means they own the money that's being paid. So if you look at a business, the people who have the hiring and firing practice and have authority over your paycheck or over your income, they really do have the power. And if you look at the way the framers framed this, the legislature do have the power and the authority. I won't say power, but authority over the other two branches,
No, it doesn't.
and they can actually give and take away from the president, like they did with, like they've done over time with some of the Constitution's amendments, which governs how some of the executive actions are done. That's why, who was it? I want to say, oh goodness, I'm gonna mess it up, but I think it was Roosevelt who did 3 terms, and then
He
that's when the
was elected for a fourth term, and then they put into place
yes,
the
and then they
constitutional
put that
amendment
yes, that's
for
what I
only
meant to
two
say.
terms. Yes.
Exactly. So a lot of things the legislature has the authority to do. Even what the authority that the executive branch have, they could take it away and give it if they want to. But that's why I say a
No,
lot.
no, Gary, I think I mean, with all due respect, and I appreciate this discussion, but I think you're being too simplistic. There are spheres of authority. The president has very strong powers in certain areas. He controls national security, the military, things like that, okay? And he does have official, like I said, just spheres of areas where he is in charge. The legislature does, correctly, you have the power of the purse is theirs, and they can put certain limits on certain areas, but the way it typically works is, for example, they will approve a budget, but not everything in the budget is up to them. They leave many things up to the president. So it's sort of it's not quite as clear cut as what you're saying. In other words, if you say to the president, you can spend this $30 million in whatever way you want to, then the president has the authority to do what he wants to. It's sort of a mixed bag. And then the courts come in. They all have overlapping spheres, I guess I'd say. But the courts come in and then they can say whether what has been done by either Congress, the president, or even private citizens has either violated a law or the Constitution, right? That is basically their job. And so, they're supposed to work together. It's supposed to be not adversarial, but, not quite. They provide checks, that's checks and balances on each other to a certain extent. What we are seeing now is, unfortunately, because the legislature, as you've correctly pointed out, has not done anything, is that the president has taken over many of the legislative roles. So, for example, in the case today on tariffs, what happened was the court basically said this is the legislature's. They are in the position of imposing tariffs. They have given the president certain limited authority under this particular law to impose tariffs, but it's not a full scale, ability, right? He can't just sort of say everything's an emergency. I'm imposing tariffs on every country in the world. That's what they were saying. So basically, the president, Donald Trump, has taken authority that is often not his to take, and the legislature, as you pointed out, has done nothing, which is very, very unfortunate because they are letting the president do these things. And so what's happening is the third branch, the courts, is in the position of constantly looking like they're saying no, 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 mainly because the legislature, who should be saying no to a lot of these things, is just sitting there and letting it happen.
Tara,
Indeed.
isn't it because of somebody is getting hurt in the process why the courts step in? Because there are several lawsuits in the table. From what I'm researching, there are just about 12 states who filed the lawsuits against the tariffs, along with a small business association and also Governor Gavin Newsom, along with his attorney, and a conservative legal group, which is also New Civil Liberties Alliances, who all filed suit against the administration for the damage done to the small business and other people across the country. Isn't that why the court stepped
In
in?
order to have a successful lawsuit, you have to have what is called standing. In other words, the court has to feel that you have an injury in fact, not just a
Correct.
theoretical possibility of an injury, but you've actually suffered or will suffer. There are various gradations on this, but you will suffer some major injury. And so some of the lawsuits that have been brought are often just dismissed because the people bringing them have no standing. In the case of this one, the tariffs, the court considered whether they had standing and ruled that the states have standing, and they believed that the private enterprises had standing too, but it didn't matter as long as somebody had standing, if that makes sense. And remember when all the 2020 election cases were being decided, and the MAGA people were very upset because they were being thrown at because the people bringing the lawsuits had no standing?
Correct.
It's a basic fundamental thing. Courts don't decide hypotheticals. They decide injury situations in fact, or when someone can make a claim that they are being really injured. So in this case, yes, the court ruled they had standing. In the case of some of the immigrants or migrants, they have ruled that you can't bring a class action, for example. There's no way to do that, and they have to be individual suits that's what the Supreme Court more or less said under the Alien Enemies Act at this point. They haven't fully ruled on it, but they said that the class action certification was inappropriate in that particular case. So, it's going to vary wildly, but what's happening here is we are having so many suits because Trump is doing everything by executive order. I think Congress has passed like what, 7 laws, 6 laws, like nothing. They
Correct.
haven't done anything. So Trump is just issuing order after order after order, many of which are clear in my judgment. And that's, I'm not, obviously, I can be wrong on a lot of things, but they are clearly unconstitutional or illegal. He just will say things and do things. For example, a lot of times you're allowed to do things, but you have to give a notice. You have to give a time to comment. Congress has to be able to come in. You have to give a notice to Congress. There's so many procedural things that we have in our laws. Trump just blows by all of them. So you read these things, he can't do this the way he's doing it. Some of them are things he can do, but not the way he's doing it. But that's how we're doing it right now. We have one guy making proclamation after proclamation, sort of acting as if he's the only one making law. We have Congress doing nothing, and we have the courts stepping in, but they're always behind the curve, and they always will be as if it keeps moving at this sort of pace.
But I mean, the courts being behind the curve, isn't it because they're for the court to step in, there has to be a lawsuit? Isn't that
Yes,
correct?
yes. So the courts can't act on their own. So yes, that's why I'm saying they'll always be behind because somebody has to get together and get the lawsuit and get the funding and get the lawyers and get the date. And it's always going to be after the fact. Yes.
Would I be correct to say they also can pick and choose too as to what they want to bring up and discuss, or even bring up as the something they want to actually dive into? Correct. So they'll always be behind because sometimes that delay is for benefits. I mean, the fact that they don't
Who, when
have
you
to.
said, when
Correct.
you say
No.
who do you mean by who? The
This,
court or?
I'm sorry. The Supreme. I'm talking about
Oh, the
the.
Supreme Court,
Yes.
yes, they don't have to hear every case. But
Right.
if a
Okay.
district court or a state court or whatever, they are obligated to at least rule on whether the case is valid or not, right?
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking Supreme Court.
No,
Okay.
But
no, right now I'm
Tara,
just
if you're
talking about
there,
the courts in general.
but Tara, here's the little fundamental fun fact that we haven't seen ever. We have an administration right now that will literally actively fire the attorneys that go in front of the judge and literally say we don't have presidential standing. Like in the case of Obrego, the first attorney that actually stood in front of the Justice Department or in front of the judge literally is not the same one representing him, because when the judge asked him for, I think, what is it? They were looking for all the documents and everything else, and what standings do you have to ship this dude? He's like, I honestly, we don't have anything. I don't have anything for you right now. Trump instantly fired that guy and then found a sycophants to just go ahead and say whatever. So we have attorneys that are willing to throw away their livelihood at this point for one man because they don't have
I think
presidents. They don't have.
well, you're right, but I think it's a little different. I think they need a ton of lawyers, right? Because they're fighting lawsuits all over the place because of how Trump is governing. So, and they're getting, they're getting smashed with lawsuits. So they're throwing people in who don't even know the facts, right? You read some of these cases and the judges say, what is the answer to this? And the guy, I have no idea, or I have to go outside and consult someone. They don't know what they're doing, and that's one of the reasons the courts are so angry when you read some of these rulings, because they feel they've been lied to. Even if the guy isn't exactly lying, he doesn't know the truth, and then it turns out a day later that he was, he didn't tell the truth, but he didn't know the truth. And so they are getting people. I have some sympathy for some of these lawyers because I can see they're just being thrown in situations where they have no knowledge of anything. When you go into court, you're supposed to know what your clients are doing, right? You're supposed to know, if you're a government lawyer, what the government is doing. Most of these people don't have a clue. They're lower level people. They're being thrust into this. They're being asked questions, specific questions. They don't know if they're allowed to say certain things. They don't know what's going on. They don't know who's in charge. And so that's really happening. And as some of the more competent people do resign, and many of them have resigned, you're going to get lower and lower. You might get less competent people, let's just say.
I've seen that happen personally just this week in court.
Well, the thing is that we're not talking about, like, I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, I fired my attorney because he was incompetent. But when you start changing attorneys out because they're basically like, you don't have a foot to stand on, right? And then all of a sudden, it shows a level of corruption that we've never seen before. And it might be cute at the local level, but at the administrational level, at this point, I mean, I think one of the court cases, I forgot what the docket said, but the judge was literally like, "You're just moving people around, so you don't have to have them appear in front of the judge." And these judges now are getting pissed, and some of them. And it wasn't until Trump. It was the weirdest thing. It wasn't until Trump then we had to find out. Oh, this is an Obama judge, and this is a Trump judge. Because now it's like you got like these MAGA people are just going to believe. Oh yeah, the judge is corrupt. But is a Trump judge? Yeah, he was corrupt. He's part of the deep state. So anything that doesn't go along with your standing is now the deep state. And to me, it just shows a level of corruption and a level of misunderstanding of how our legal system works to an umpth degree that now, you know what? He can just literally just pick people up and just throw you the fuck off. And then all of a sudden now that's case law at this point. And fuck you if
like
you
a
try to come
dictator.
back and try to sue us. Yeah, it's a dictatorship. It's literally a dictatorship. It's literally what we
Nobody
fought
wants
against
to
England
say
about.
it.
So but I mean, Tara, like I know you've probably been listening to or hearing because I know I've been listening to some of the analysts talk about these court cases, and these judges are just getting pissed off. And at this point, it's just like, what's really the legal ramification for him to just call the
Well,
marshal?
look,
Go ahead.
The South Sudan judge was one of my favorites because he was, he just basically he issues an order, they violate the order, they send these guys off in a plane to maybe Djibouti. I have no idea where they are now because they won't tell us. They're someplace. And then, he's very upset, but he says, okay, they need to get some due process, and the government says, well, we can't really get them back. And he says, well, what can you do? Can you give them due process where they are? Maybe they under your control, so you have to give them due process. And I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it. I'm not going to say you have to return them here, but I'm going to say if you can do it there, fine. If you have to return them here, fine. I'm giving you flexibility. Is that okay? And the government lawyer said, yeah, that sounds good. And then the government comes back in like a week later or whenever the next court case is, and they say, that was terrible. Your remedy was awful. You obligated us to give them due process overseas. That's terrible. And the guy, in his ruling, he's sitting there and he's saying, I gave you what you asked for, government, and now you're telling me it's not right. That's where we are. That's why they're getting mad, because they're bending over backwards in many ways to believe the government, and the government is just, their lawsuits are getting crazier and crazier. And I do think there's a lot of mad judges, but I will say this about the MAGA people, which bothers me enormously. If you don't get a ruling you don't like, all they ever say is impeach the judge. It's like crazy. You appeal the ruling. Maybe you get a favorable ruling at the appellate level. Maybe you get to the Supreme Court. That's what you do. And Trump will win a lot of, I'm telling you right now, Trump will win many things at the Supreme Court, not just because they have an expansive view of presidential authority, but also because they, for example, Doge. Okay, you might not like what Doge did, but I believe that the Supreme Court would say that the government has the right to have the executive branch can have an executive agency auditing other executive agencies, right? I just don't see how they're ever going to say that's sort of illegal. I mean, I know there's a lot of these lawsuits out there, but I just don't see how that would ever be said. They'll also win a number of cases on whether independent agencies are truly independent or the president can actually fire people. The Supreme Court believes that a lot of these agencies, they don't like them, they think they're really quasi-executive, and they're going to let Trump fire a lot of these people. There's a lot of cases he's going to win, but he's going to lose the the ones on due process. He's going to lose
And
Kennedy's Act.
notification
What?
and how if they were notified properly, like
Right,
was
if
it
they
30 days
don't
or
say
more?
in
Yeah.
24 hours and that's notice. Well,
Yeah.
he's already lost that 3 times at this rate, but he's going to lose that one. If he tried to fire Jerome Powell, he would definitely lose that one because the court made that very clear. He will, I believe, lose birthright citizenship if we ever get to the merits. So there are a number of things that he's doing that he's just going to lose at the Supreme Court, but he will win. He will win, some things. He's
But
already
isn't
won
it
something.
costing the taxpayer people money? I'm not sure how America works, but isn't that wasted dollars? Because when the government's fighting in court, is it not the taxpayers
Well,
paying for it?
they're paying their lawyers. I don't know if they've hired more lawyers. I mean, that's an interesting question because it depends on if they're not billing the government by the hour like private lawyers would, if that makes sense.
Like they have a certain
It is
amount they
costing
spend.
resources and people, and maybe they've hired more people. I can't answer that, but it's costing something. But I think, like I said, this administration seems to, when Diana was saying it's good to challenge everything, I don't think so. I mean, there are some things when you get a loss, you just sort of like on due process. So then just give them due process. Most of these people will be deported anyway, even with due process. I'm telling you right now. It's not like everybody's going to be kept in America, not at all. In fact, if they'd gone by the normal rules, a lot of people would have been deported already because a lot of these are just immigration judges who do whatever the government wants. It's not, he could have done a lot of these things. Why he's not giving everybody due process is just beyond me at this point. Because due process is a floating concept. It's not like, you have to give 5 months of notice and 15 different, it's not like that for many of these people. Okay, for many people, particularly those caught recently near the border, it's very quick. And
Just a straight ruling.
yeah, it's a very easy ruling for some of these immigration judges. And I have yet to understand why he felt the need to do this unless his base, it's just appealing to his base. But at this point, given all the rulings, he should just be saying, okay, I'm going to give everybody like 30 days notice and then we're to deport you, and just do it. What's the difference? It would
Would
take
you,
less time than it is now.
The most
Tara,
happiest campers of this all is Congress, because as long as those two are at it, everyone's ignoring the ones who aren't doing nothing, haven't done anything, will never do anything, because they always have an off ramp for everyone to take an off ramp towards the executive branch or an off ramp towards the court system, and they sit back and do absolutely nothing. They are the center of all of this, and they don't have to do anything, while we just entertain ourselves with the other branches. And what's bad is not only do they just set back, but they pay themselves that if the government shut down, they still get paid. And all of this is wrapped around the 27th Amendment. As soon as we rip their paychecks back to the states the way it used to be, guess what? We'll own them.
Tara, would you say that if he brought back this guy from El Salvador and gave him due process, do you think do you think that his administration would have deported more people today?
I If he brought back Kilmer Abrego, well, they're not going to bring him back. But if they did and they gave him his due process, he'd probably just be sent to another country, right? Because that
Correct.
was all that the order said. It didn't say keep him in America necessarily. It was just don't send him here. And do I think he'd deport more people? I think he could be doing this as he's going. I don't really understand. Why is he
No,
just
no,
not get.
no. So in the beginning, when this first arose, if he had brought him back and gave him due process, do you think that he would have it a lot easier today to deport more people?
I don't think he'd have it easier, but I think it'd be a much more orderly process. He would be, by the way, it's not that you can do like 50 people in a day, 100 people in a day, right? You give them all their notices. You wait. Some of them will not, fight the notice, right? So let's say it's 50 people and let's say 20 file cases at various, places and courts, etc. And you're going to win probably 19 of those, right? And it's not like you're going to have masses of appeals, or it doesn't work like that in immigration generally, right? So there are limited things they could say if they have a criminal record here, right? There's just a limited amount of things they're going to be able to argue. The argument will be, I'm afraid of being deported back to X, Y, or Z, but that might not work. And I think he could have done a lot. Yeah, I do think he could have done a lot more deportations. And I think part of this has probably been to appease the base because he's not doing as many as he told them he would be doing. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I agree with that that point because as yeah, I don't know if Diana is still here, and what I said was I think hiring incompetent people versus competent people that would stand up to him and say, "Hey, this is the way that it needs to be done," versus somebody who is just as we say, just hyped up to do the work is the problem.
Yes, men.
It also is coming from him and Stephen Miller, right? I mean, this is a plan, right? Invoking the Alien Enemies Act, which is insane. I mean, that's just we we don't have an invasion that is being fostered or sponsored by a foreign government. We just don't. Okay? you can, I don't think we have an invasion at all, but even assuming you thought the gangs were an invading force of some kind, it has to come from a foreign government. He's never made that connection. There is not such a connection between Venezuela and the gangs. It doesn't work like that. He didn't have to do that. He could have just, like I said, one by one, these are violent criminals, blah, 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 and they'd be gone, most of them, by now. But I think, I don't know, competent people. Look,
But
he's doing what he wants
Tara,
to do, right?
but yeah, Terry, here's the thing though, and it's like I respectfully, the only reason it's doing one thing and one thing only is just to try to assert his power and then show his dominance. And that's all this comes down to is a dick measuring contest. Because look at the people that he picked up. They picked up people going to court. They picked up people that literally are like dreamers and people that literally are reporting and doing what they're doing as under the when they entered this country, right? They're not picking up like massive criminals that are out here just breaking the law, doing whatever. They're literally picking up people that are literally reporting themselves to the courts and doing what they need to do that are literally just living their daily lives. And then try to like, file them under, oh yeah, they're all just massive criminals, right? Like I have a bar, I live in like Ontario, right? The barber that I used to go to, they literally picked the owner up as he was going to work and literally was just doing his job. You know what I'm saying? And the only way his family found out about it was literally maybe I think maybe 2 or 3 days that he was in Calexico and he got picked up on some bullshit charge and they literally took him all the way back to Mexico. So it's not more like the moral area of the law. It's more the area of the law that he just wants. It's all about cruelty, and none of it's anything against what our country was literally the founders that our countries are based upon. So it's to
Exactly.
me, it's disgusting.
It's giving
It's
Hitler. Call it what it is. Like you guys are prettying up a lot of things that are really triggering and traumatizing to the rest of the world. We've seen this played out throughout history many times, and it's scary.
If he were serious about immigration, he would have asked for emergency funding, first of all, to get more immigration judges, right? Right away. He would have just tried to figure that out because, in fact, we don't have enough immigration, and they don't have to be judges. They could be like trained people. It doesn't need to be an official judge, etc. He would do that so that he could get rid of the backlog of asylum cases so people would know whether they have asylum or not, and then you bring them in if they don't, and you say, sorry, you don't get asylum, you're not here anymore.
Yeah,
He would
like
have
a little
asked.
adjudicator, just the
Right, just
processing
adjudicators. You
adjudicator.
do not need I mean, this is an easy one. I think they cut people, in fact, if I'm right about this. But, this is like,
That's correct.
so this is nuts. If you really want to do this, you get rid of the asylum backlog very quickly. You're going to need more people, more detainee places, etc. I mean, that's clear. He doesn't have that. He's trying to use the military in various ways. But you do need to spend more money. I think that's part of this. He doesn't have the funds. He wasn't allocated the funds yet. The budget wasn't in place. And so he's trying to pretend I'm doing all this stuff when he doesn't really have the ability to do it. But, that's because he promised his base he would be. Well, look, I think I personally believe that most people must know that the vast majority, legal and illegal migrants in America, are not violent criminals, right? Do they not know that? I mean, I think this has all been hyped up to yes, of course there are gang members. Of course there are violent people. Of course there are terrible people who have killed, raped, murdered. We all know this. But the vast majority of people are probably just hiding and trying to keep under the radar, right? Not committing crimes and things like that. So I think he's convinced. Look, this is a legitimate discussion. People feel very differently about immigration. I get all that. Open borders. I'm not a fan of open borders. I don't think anybody is. But this is he made this his play, and I think he's been successful in, quote, stopping people from coming in at the border. And what he hasn't been successful in is deporting the people he said he was going to deport, and this is part of his play. I don't know.
Have you guys noticed that packages are taking longer now to deliver? I've been waiting for a package since last week. It usually come in a day or two. But I don't know. Nobody's working in those processing plants anymore. I don't know if anybody noticed that.
Packages from
Trump said
Africa
it.
and China generally take longer.
Okay, just noticed some of those laborers that I used to work in those places like Amazon. Nobody's showing up for work anymore.
Yeah, because they
But,
should be,
but
some of them were like part-time Uber and then part-time shipping delivery people for Amazon. They would multitask.
Man, y'all crazy. I don't know where y'all live, but here in Texas, here in Dallas, where there's an Amazon freaking warehouse every few miles, soon as it shift change, those places are pumping. You understand what I'm saying? It's
Yeah, but a
freaking
lot of the
full
drivers are
traffic coming in and
contract.
out. You said
Now,
what?
sometimes even taxi drivers do Amazon work. A lot of them are contract.
When you're talking about Amazon workers,
I'm talking about just
contractor.
delivery people. But when Amazon is overloaded, they also contract their work to just regular drivers.
Absolutely, they definitely do. And so, are we saying that there's a shortage of these drivers due to what's happening with immigration?
Yes.
Definitely not a shortage of these
No,
drivers right now
no.
due to immigration. I'm sorry. I mean, there was a shortage of drivers prior to Trump doing this mass deportation thing. As a matter
Correct.
of fact, as far as I'm concerned, not just Amazon, but many other delivery companies, they've had a
UPS.
shortage of trucks more than they had a shortage of people. That's why you'll have an Amazon delivery guy showing up to you in a Penske truck. You know what I'm saying? So to say they're in a shortage of drivers or any workers right now, Amazon specifically, due to the
No, companies I
migration,
think in general, because there's been a lot of farmers who voted for Trump that are complaining that their workers have not come back to work. There's people who don't have their nannies. I think it's an overall just comment, but he said that his packages are late. If they're from Amazon, shouldn't take a week.
depending
So
on
No,
what
there's
the
there's
order
Dancehall
is,
there's
is
can. But I will give you this before I chime back out. I will give you this. Yes, anytime there's a president doing mass deportation, you are going to have those areas or those businesses who do say, hey, I have some workers who have not showed up that because they're afraid for their, they're afraid they don't want to be deported. I completely agree with you and understand that. But since Trump has started deportation, I haven't yet heard, unless if I've completely missed and you guys want to enlighten me, I haven't seen where there's just a mass shortage of laborers like there was. I think
Oh,
it was
go
his
go to the
first
state
time,
of.
or
Oh, that's
maybe
simple. Go
when
to the
they had
state
the
of
shortage
Nebraska.
down in Florida of construction workers. I haven't seen anything like that yet.
Oh, look
Farmers.
up the state
So,
of Nebraska.
so
Just look
when
up
you
the
look
state of
at
Nebraska.
the
That's easy.
packages, if you go back to COVID, when you have the Joy on Capitol Hill, when he had to answer questions about why packages or letters or even medications were not showing up to people home in time, that's where it started during COVID. Even today here in Georgia, the average 2 day delivery, 2 days delivery for the USPS is an average of 57%. The average on a 3 day delivery is now at 68%. The highest rate in terms of the U.S. and Hawaii, which Hawaii takes the lead at a 2 day rate, is just above 72%. So it's nationwide. And I can't speak for Canada because I'm not there in Canada, but it's just this week they were talking about it in terms of delivery rates when it comes to packages and letters.
So I agree with Dan's Hall because we know the number one employer of migrants are actually large corporations. And I'm not really sure how people think that it would quote unquote show up. The majority of businesses in this country are actually small businesses, mom and pop shops with less than 50 employees. So unless, CNN or Fox News is finding them and sticking a camera in their face and doing an interview, you're actually not going to know unless you start to look at the production numbers. GDP will even be interesting because as consumption goes down, GDP will also go down. We're also going to see like a loss in the tax contributions that a lot of the migrants made, both at the local level, right? Because when you go get gas, when you go to the grocery store, when you purchase goods and services, when you rent property, so forth and so on, you buy textiles, clothes, right? You contribute to the local economy, which we tend to forget. So those numbers are actually already starting to filter in, Marty. And what we're absolutely seeing is that this is having an impact both on the local economy and things like commerce. If you couple this with the fact that the boomers are retiring, I believe It's something like 10,000 people are turning 65 per day. So we're going to have a mass exodus of laborers from the labor market. And this is actually not new. This is not due to COVID. COVID actually exacerbated it because it tended to target a lot of what I like to call the boots on the ground workers, right? The people that are working the 9 to 5 jobs, the people that are working retail, the people that are in transportation. We're not talking about corporate America and the people that make $150,000 sitting in their office working behind a computer. However, even CPAs, about 70% of CPAs are actually at retirement age right now. So when you remove a significant part of the labor force or you threaten a significant part of the labor force, right? The economy does not have allegiance to whether or not they have a green card or not. What the economy will continue to display is that it is going to impact the bottom line. So if things are slow, expect for them to get slower. Expect for wages to go up because now there's going to have to be a competition for labor because the people that are available to work are actually going to have more choices. But however, I think that what is staving this off is the fact that tariffs are actually slowing down the economy a little bit. Right? I'll use my son that you all heard earlier. It took him a few months just to get a part-time job. He did an interview at Chipotle because he's a sophomore in college, and the guy at Chipotle told him that they're getting 10 applicants a day. And these are not all college students. These are adults who are also losing their jobs, especially as all of the Trump cuts are going to places like that have done research, right? Medical research or charities, universities. All of these places are laying off. Corporations are also laying off. So I could completely agree with Dance Hall. We cannot just extract one thing and look at it in isolation. You have to look at everything in totality. When something slows down, when you remove even 2 to 3% out of 100% of some of these areas, then what we tend to see is that it does have kind of like a national impact. So I completely agree with Dan's Hall.
I
But
haven't yet
Mickey,
seen where
one
the
second, there,
major.
Marty, one second,
Go,
there. Mickey, when it comes to career services in terms
no,
of delivery,
don't go that.
you
Go.
when it comes to the career service, when it comes to delivery, to enter an Amazon site, you have to have a driver's license. To enter USPS site, you have to have a driver's license. So when you're saying that the fact that his policies and his deportation, if these people that he's deporting do not have a driver's license, you cannot enter an Amazon site. You
You can have
cannot.
an international driver's license. You know that, right? I could come from another country, have my driver's license in that country, and drive in other countries. There's a
There's
thing
plenty of
called
people
Yes,
who work for
and
international.
you
Amazon
can.
who
You
don't
could get
have
it from
Yes,
driving.
AAA.
yes, you could come here with a Canadian driver's license, but
No,
to
I'm
enter
talking.
an
I
Amazon
no. You
site,
could go. I
you
could do
have
a
to have an American
CEAA.
license.
I
No,
have
you
an
don't.
international license that's good for 1 year. I could
Okay,
drive
all right,
anywhere around the
Okay,
world
the
with
driving
my
is different.
international
Dance
license.
hall.
driving is
He's
not the
he's
problem.
talking about an Amazon facility, and what I'm trying to tell you,
No,
Jotham,
we're talking
is
about contract workers, and that's exactly what I said. The little hustlers that do the little Uber and all those things. That's what I was talking about.
you
Right,
have.
Jotham. I understand what
Okay,
you're saying
all right.
about the documents, but you have to remember that a lot of these people, a lot of these people have been working in this country, right? Because that not one of the main
And
complaints
pay
about migrants?
taxes.
Yes, is that they are taking American jobs because otherwise you wouldn't even know that they were here. So it's not like it's hard to get fake documents. And to the point about Amazon and to what Dantal was saying about these things are layered, were you not aware that during COVID, Jotham, that Amazon actually removed the requirement for them to do drug testing when it came to hiring?
Drug testing is not the problem.
No, no, no. But I'm saying, were you aware that they removed that restriction
Remove that restriction from where?
from their employees? They no longer do drug testing
On who?
for
No, which company are we
And,
talking
and,
about?
and, and
Amazon.
Oh, well,
for
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, okay.
for the
Yeah, Marty,
driving
you have been aware.
jobs,
Jotham, yes.
not for the driving jobs.
Sir,
No.
listen to what I'm
Okay. All
telling
right.
you.
Okay.
This is
Maybe in
not
Texas,
new.
not in Georgia.
As
Go
you
ahead.
well, that's a very important point. Sometimes we can only speak to that which we know. What I know is that there have been, to Dan Tall's point, these things have been happening before COVID. We have literally, do we not remember during COVID, we had the great resignation? Dan Tall, you'll have to remind them what happened. how many people just literally quit their jobs because of
Correct.
COVID and started
Correct.
becoming entrepreneurs? Those are
Oh
also
yes,
people that are depleting
to get
the
those
labor force.
benefits too, and
Yes.
those bonuses on, we call it EI, employment insurance here, but I
Yes,
think you guys call
ma'am.
it unemployment insurance. And then restaurants did well too because they found innovative ways to make money through Uber and other services. But people did different things during that time,
And a
and
lot of
also
people
stayed
went
home and
into
sat on
driving.
their ass and
A
Right.
collected
lot of
benefits.
a lot of people went into driving. But what I'm saying is, to get into these facilities, you have to have an American driver's license. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
and you guys forget there's people with green cards that they're targeting.
But you don't have to have a license,
And
Jotham. I know several young men who have worked at the Amazon
electric
warehouses
bicycle.
and they don't have a
On the
driver's license.
driving on the
You can use
driving
your
side.
electric bicycle. You can use your scooter to do deliveries.
Bro, you guys are
Hello?
going far. Jotham, I've been trying to tell you for the past 5 minutes, bro. I'm sorry, but that information is incorrect, bro. If you're talking
Probably in
about a certain,
Texas.
hold on, just please, just let me just say this, please. Certain Amazon facilities that aren't just your regular warehouse, where maybe more sensitive, what like certain Amazon facilities, I could understand that, but the average Amazon warehouse, the whole you have to have an American ID thing, it's not true, bro. From Florida here to Texas, I've seen that that is completely not true. They can still have their foreign ID and they're working at Amazon, bro. I mean, I don't know if they're under or you have to have it by X amount of time, but they are in and out of there on their day shifts with their still foreign ID. I'm just letting you know. That's all I
on
wanted
the
to say.
on the driving side, I'm talking about driving an Amazon van or
Right.
the
Yeah,
delivery.
them too.
But you said
I've never
labor
seen
is not
one.
impacted. So Amazon,
No,
the drivers are
We were talking about the driving side, the
right, but
delivery
that's a
package,
tiny
because of what
portion.
Sir Jude said.
But you know that Amazon outsources driving, right? Just like FedEx does. In fact, you can even tell the difference between if it's a FedEx driver that is driving a FedEx vehicle versus a third party. UPS does it. They've done it for years. So that's what I'm saying, Jotham. Like we don't know. It's not like these corporations announce when they're using, migrants for labor. But what we do know is that they are being employed. And when you remove those people that are contributing, whether they're the ones actually driving or whether they're the ones prepping the vans for driving or whatever. And Amazon is actually a horrible example. Like they make their drivers pee in cups and stuff. Just ugh, Amazon is terrible, terrible. That's why they're. But
That's
anyway,
norm, Mickey. That's normal, true trucking industry.
that is
Majority of
not the normal true trucking industry. But my entire half of
ma'am,
my
I
family grew up
have
in trucking. They worked for Dupree Truck. Shout out to Dupree Trucking, based in Louisiana. My grandfather was an owner operator. Even in the '60s, he worked for Fogelman. He had his own company. Truck drivers, a lot of truck drivers make six figures. They do long hauls. They get to sleep in the back of their trucks. They are not treated like these Amazon workers, having them, And actually, if you want to go there, Jotham, a lot of those 18 wheelers, because I have a thing for truckers because a lot of them are my family. They even pay the mechanics that are working at the companies to basically remove the restrictions that are on those corporate trucks so that they can speed, because they don't even allow them to speed because that would mess the company up. If they hit somebody, it's the company that's going to get sued, not them. So they absolutely do not, make them, you're going to drive 100 miles to get this delivered overnight. They've never done that. They don't even like them to go fast in those damn trucks. They modify the
Mickey,
trucks so they don't even have the ability to. So I'm sorry, Jotham. I have to disagree with you there.
I
I
know you
got
said you
let me
got
say this. Let
family
me
in the
say this.
trucking
Let me
industry,
say
but
this.
I'm sorry, but the
I got
trucking
my
industry today
CDLs. I
is
got my
not what it
CDLs in
is.
2000.
You're
Year
gonna keep
2000, I got
going.
my CDLs. Go ahead, Marty.
No, I'm just go ahead, bro. You got it. You got it.
I got my CDL at the year 2000, right? So I have currently have a career business. I have run a trucking business. My uncle has a trucking business. I have done work with FedEx in terms of consulting work with FedEx. And also, this new company started just about 12 years ago called Rody. Yes, I consult with them. I know how it works. So I'm not telling you from what I think, I'm telling you from what I know. To get into FedEx, you have to have, doesn't matter if it's a contract driver, doesn't matter if it's a driver who came in that they called in to do roadie, you have to have a valid US driver's license.
But Jonathan, you keep assuming that permanent workers and people who come here on visas, sorry, America, on visas, cannot have that. They
If you're
can.
if you're here on a
You
visa,
don't have to
if
be
you
an American citizen to get a American driver's license or be able to legally drive in America.
if you're here on a visa, you get a temporary license up until when that visa end. If you are
Expires, yeah, but it's still legal.
and
And
the
if you're a
visa
permanent resident, what do you guys get? Sorry, you guys call it green card. What do you? What does a can a green
you
card drive?
you will
Green
get
card holder
you
not have a U.S. driver's license?
correct. You'll get a valid U.S. driver's license.
Okay, so Trump is targeting these people as well. I have people who have green cards who are threatened. Trump is going after them as well. So that's the whole issue. It's not like it's just illegal gangsters that coming into America. There's people who were properly in the system, but because it took 5 years for them to get the renewal or the visa renewal, it's those issues that they're having that Trump's like, oh well, too bad. As there's people who are just legally there, getting targeted.
Right. And I
And the
put in the
statement,
chat, I don't know about y'all state, but like in Texas, you don't need to be a US citizen to get a driver's license. So I'm not sure what we're even arguing. You don't have to be a citizen to obtain a driver's license. Isn't it the same in California for the California people? So we're saying they can't get hired just because you're not a citizen? Yeah, you can get a driver's license. That's not a big deal at all.
so for Florida, the two states that I know of that I can say I pretty much frequent pretty much every month, Florida and Georgia, they're now using Real ID, and you have to be a permanent resident or a citizen to get a driver's license. Person who's coming in on a visa, yes, they'll give you a temporary license without the star that lasts up until the endpoint of that visa, which is the I-94.
Jonathan, would you say it's safe to say that there are some trucking companies, some companies out here where they're very strict on it, and there are some where they're not, right?
Yes,
And
yes,
yeah,
one
and
hundred
that's
percent.
and the reason I say that, and I just want to say this to dance hall, like the shortages, the this, the that, like and this has nothing to do about what Trump is targeting. I'm speaking directly to migrant workers in the U.S. Like there hasn't been a time, an exception to, I mean, not an exception to, excuse me, of recent. I mean, the most recent one was that housing shortage in Florida that lasted what, a month, maybe, if that, and then everybody was back to work. And then during Trump's first presidency back in 2016, there were some people, skipping out on work. But as far as major corporations, you know, being heavily impacted because of the lack of migrant workers, I mean, please refresh my memory. And I'm not saying this as if it's not an issue.
Oranges
And hold on, hold
and
on, hold on,
oranges
hold on,
and
please, hold on.
sorry.
Hold on, I'm not saying this as if it's not an issue. I want you to understand clearly what I'm trying to say is every administration that comes in and puts their foot down on immigration, we always get this in the beginning. I think one thing that we kind of miss is, hey, we just didn't have this type of platform to talk about it. Most people was just, online and on the forums. Hell, podcasts weren't even really a thing that big yet during that time. So I'm just saying, like, every administration comes in and hits immigration hard. People are impacted. We have these same stories. We have the jobs that are short, the farmers that are short, the contractors that are short, boom, boom, boom. And then guess what happens? It literally levels out because there's not a single president who will come in and completely eradicate it because they know they can't because the migrants make up such a big part of the economy, especially in our agriculture. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it's a minute thing. I just say they'll never allow it to make that type of an impact because of how deeply embedded migrants are in our country. And then Mickey had brought up Chipotle, and not to go against what you
Are you
said.
gonna
I'm
you're
just
gonna start a whole other topic
no, no,
before
no,
you
no,
can
no. I'm
answer
not.
the
I'm not.
first one?
I just want to tell her. I just like that you brought up Chipotle because those style of jobs is where I've noticed the most migrants flocking to. And I just wanted to land there. That was all. That's why.
Correct.
Yeah,
Very correct.
we seen the impact with when there was COVID with the oranges and stuff. But we get a lot of stuff because in our winter we have to depend on you guys to provide us with a lot of fruits, vegetables, and a lot of products, as well as we do trade right back and forth and build parts together. When those immigrants are not in the factories building certain parts for certain companies and industries that we rely for in Canada at the time during COVID and all those times when there was a freeze on a lot of things, it affected many businesses, it
Well,
affected the
that's
economy.
COVID. Let's get
It,
away from COVID because
but
COVID was.
you asked me is there a time you're just saying is there it
Well,
was a
no,
really
but
general
that's all.
statement
And
you
I'm not
made.
trying. The reason I'm
Have you
saying
ever
that,
seen a time and I'm telling you
but
the time
it
that I
was
saw.
COVID though. The reason and I'm not. The reason I'm
Yeah,
trying
but
to
you
say that
can't
is
be
because
specific with your question. It was
yeah,
really
but no,
general.
dance
You're
hall. Come
asking if
on.
I ever saw. Okay, so but hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying though. Currently, I think the difference is, like I said, there's people who have visas. There's people who have their student visas. There's scientists. There's people who are just going to see families, going on vacations and afraid to come back or can't come back. There's people who are just regular people coming for a convention and just because they said something about Trump and their phone gets looked at by immigration, bye bye. It's different. I don't think I've ever seen it like this before where there's people who have legal visas, have their green cards, have their business contracts and so forth that allow them to work in the US that are being affected that I've never seen this type of thing in the past. Where America is known to be the country that was built by immigrants. It's the immigrant. That's why all the immigrants run there because your whole country was built by immigrants and immigrants made that country. Like almost everybody was an immigrant, right? So that's how the outside world sees it. And I've never seen it like this before, where there's people who are doing the process, going through the legal things, and then they're being targeted. That's what the difference is compared to in the past.
No, and the only reason I was trying to say I didn't want to bring up COVID because COVID, unfortunately, it doesn't matter who was the president or at the time, what happened economically. I mean, yeah, some decisions could have been made differently, and that's a whole nother conversation. But economically, that was a all around impact that it had nothing to do with shortage of immigrants or anything. I mean, that was just. I mean, you couldn't get parts from China, you couldn't get anything. Hell, as a plumber at the time there was a complete back order on all CPVC parts for like months. So believe me, during
No, but during
COVID,
COVID,
COVID
Trump was
was its
picking on the
own.
immigrants too because they came running to Canada, and a lot of them left the fields in Florida. That's what I'm trying to tell
Well,
you. We
no, but
had this
that's the
big
thing.
fluctuation when Trump came in power and started scaring the immigrants. Our Quebec borders were overloaded because people were running, and some families even died
That
trying to cross the water. When Trump first did that whole scare with the immigrant
that's
thing, we had a flood of people come to Canada. Flood.
That's all. That's always going to happen. What I'm trying to the
Like the
reason
way it
what
happened before.
what I'm saying about COVID, the people leaving Florida. Hell, I was in Florida. There were a lot of people who left at the time trying to get to somewhere to be able to work. What I'm trying to show you is if you want to talk outside of COVID in relation to these terms, okay. But when you bring COVID into the factor, I mean
Okay, but the one
everything
about the
changed.
people, I did talk about recent stuff. I talk about the difference is now there's people who went through the proper process
Yeah,
and
no,
they're
that
being
part I was
threatened.
going to get
Yeah.
to that, and I
Yeah,
agree with
that
you.
still
I
does
agree with you
affect
on that. There's a
everything
lot
because
of
there's people who are afraid to even travel. The travel industry right now, we don't want to go there. You guys don't want to go anywhere outside of your country. There's people who don't want to travel, and that alone is hurting the industries. There's so many things being affected. It's a domino effect. You might think it's minute, but it's huge. We used to go back and forth between just our countries. You know how much money we used to put in the US, and that's all cut back. What people are fearful just to go across borders, it's nuts. It's trust me, it's a big problem. Everyone's losing money. It's not as simplistic as everyone makes it seem.
And we have seen this before in this country. Like I said, I'm a student of history. This kind of happened a little bit after 9/11, which was also
So
a
yeah, good
huge,
point.
yes, a huge time for immigration. We created Homeland Security. There was a lot of legislation in place. There were tons of discussions. There was
Passport
also a
came.
backlash, yes, against certain people that were presumed to be Muslim, that were presumed to be from overseas. And what we saw is that, as you said, Dance Hall, people stopped coming here because Everyone focuses on the migrants, but we tend to forget on the other end of that scale of the immigrants that come here, just like Trump is offering that $5 million golden visa. You really think people that can't pay $5 million don't have a choice in which country to go? There's a lot out there in this big world, right? So when when they remove their labor, when they remove their children coming here, because just like with Harvard, you've already seen several instances of other countries actually welcoming the international students at Harvard, right? It becomes a problem, and it's more than just an Amazon driver. And I'm gonna hush because I may be off topic y'all's original point. In 2019, I put something in the chat that there were literally federally funded programs to bring drivers in from all over the globe. Why? Because we have a driver shortage, and that was 2019. It was prior to COVID. That was prior to Trump targeting the immigrants. So just watch. You'll see what's gonna happen.
Yes, Mickey, and that was always the case. It doesn't matter how far you go back in time. The U.S. has always imported immigrants and drivers because of what's happening here locally. A lot of kids don't want to do those type of jobs. You'll find more kids in the Midwest who wants to be drivers versus the kids on the West Coast or on the East Coast, right? So that was the thing. They had to import certain areas of work, right? But then to say that the deportation of illegal immigrants is killing our packages, no, that's not the case, right? And that's all I was saying.
I mean, I do think that that's what I'm saying. It contributes to everything because we don't know. Well, let me stop saying we. I think the federal government is absolutely aware of who employs migrant workers. Whenever they do raids, like the guy that had the chicken factory that was actually willing to go on camera and do the interview, and what did he say? If the government continues with this, I'm not going to have any workers, which tells us what? That you're hiring migrant labor, right? Millions of people, Texas, Florida, California, Nevada, all of these are businesses, corporations, whatever. Even Donald Trump himself. Do y'all not recall that? There were over a
Yes, his
hundred,
hotel staffs, a lot of
yes,
them.
100 migrants that worked at Mar-a-Lago. Like, come on. That was
And
Donald
the other
Trump.
hotels too.
And he didn't hide it. He didn't hide it. Smokey Robinson, just one individual, the people that are suing him right now for sexual assault, trigger warning, I'm not going into it. Guess what? He said that they said that he threatened their legal status here in this country. So it's not like it's just Amazon. That's what I would like people to understand about the economy and commerce. It doesn't just impact one little arena. It can impact all of them. So yes, if there's some sort of a delay because you remove just one little cog out of that wheel, it absolutely can have an impact. And that's what I'm saying. This is just the beginning because there is a war on immigrants. It's not just migrants. There is a war on immigrants going on right now. So yeah, we can expect to see this uh, hamper a lot of things, in my opinion. And like I said, we've seen this before as a country. It's not the first time, right? Remember when this country was anti-Japanese, when during the Japanese internment camps, right? I mean, how many times have we gone through this as a nation? Anti-Irish, anti-Catholic, blah 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 blah
Yeah,
blah.
every year,
We
right?
never learned,
Like
Ansel. We
every
never
5 years.
learned exactly. I
I
just
mean, I
wish they
mean,
would read a history book every
That's
once
why
in
it's
a
fun.
while.
That's why I find it funny when everybody's so bougie now. Like, oh, we don't like immigrants. You guys were all immigrants. Like, what the hell is the native land? You guys were the damn immigrants. And your mother and your mother before that, and your mother before that, and your mother. You guys were all immigrants, and nothing was wrong with that. And that's why everybody thinks about the dream. I understand you need to control what comes into your country, but think about a lot of y'all. If your parents were stopped the same way you guys want to stop them, you wouldn't be there. You'd be back in your third world country or your European country or your African country. Like, hello, like just think about someone did that to your grandmother or your auntie that also came that way. But now that you're in and you're comfortable, oh, all of a sudden you're so American. Man, you're just one generation. Some of you are only two generations. Like,
Exactly. And I have indigenous blood, and if I'm not bothered, I don't
right?
know why y'all are. So whatever.
Exactly.
Calm down. Y'all all immigrants to me.
But
Exactly.
Nikki, the thing
For
though,
real though.
But
And that's what I
Nikki
was trying to
though,
explain to them, Miki, that we have Chinese immigrants, and I'm sure Americans have them too, that were working on the railroad. They're five generations in Canada. Five generations. Their families here. They're more Canadian than a lot of people, but people look at them and say, oh, those Chinese. They have more heritage in the country than a lot of people. And that's why the ignorance is just unbelievable. Because the Chinese contribute to a lot of North American history. That railroad that you guys, that, what do you guys call it? Amex? Oh, I forgot your name, your Amtrak. What's the name of your train line?
Yeah,
It runs
Amtrak.
from, yeah, it runs from Canada throughout North America to America. Like these Chinese helped on this side of the world. So you guys, they contribute to a lot of things as regular workers along with the black slaves and the indigenous people. You don't know, they were put in slavery too. They had their little communities too where they were put in the hills and they couldn't mix with the white people too. They went through their slavery stage, but they liked it because they got a little couple cents more than they would have got if they were back in their country, and they considered it freedom because it was better than where they came from. But they have a lot of heritage in North America as well. But you guys just disregard it, say the Chinese, the Chinese, the Chinese. Man, if you know how much Chinese contribute to a lot of history around the world, because in their culture, they just believe that their children should just get out and see the world. And that's just why they go to school in other places, but some of them will go right back. That's just how they are.
but the thing though, the thing for me is it's not the immigrants. Immigrants, like Mickey's point, has been the talking point like forever because it's easy. Right now, we're witnessing one of the greatest thefts that we have, or the greatest bribes that we have, of someone using their presidential power for their beneficial gain, and we're not talking about it. Because the thing is, it's always easy to hate on the immigrants because, once again, it's just a convenient talking point. Because what we're not going to talk about is the fact that we're literally dumbifying our children. We're literally hating on what Harvard and other schools. If you bribe our president and give him cryptocurrency, he can pass legislation and lift sanctions against your country. So to me, it's always been a dog and pony show and a red herring that we have to talk about immigrants because, once again, who doesn't have less more legal presence than immigrants? And I think that's the real shame because the real problem is a lot of our country is literally based off the backs of immigrants as they pick our fruits and work the jobs in the
That's
fields
not true.
that most Americans won't.
That's not
And I
really
think
true, Thomas.
Oh, it's not true, Nathan? Have you looked at our farm of oranges? Have you noticed how avocados have started raising in prices? You want to know why?
The
We grow that shit here.
the wealth of this country was built off black American slavery. The big wealth that you see, that able the money that occurred and the wealth that occurred, the cities that you go to, Savannah, Georgia, Wilmington, New York City, Washington D.C., the White House, all these things was built from Black American slaves. Even in the gold rush, the oil rush, they had slaves, the railroads, they had massive amount of slaves building the railroads with a minor few of Chinese people. So it's not to that be not other people. Like have like a hatred towards Chinese or don't give anybody their credit. But when you step over people and you say everybody is an immigrant, that's a fatal mischaracterization of the reality. Because there's two groups in this, well, it's about three groups in this country that's not immigrants. Black slaves are not classified as immigrants. Native Americans aren't classified as immigrants. And the Latino Hispanic people that's been here are not classified as immigrants. An immigrant is a person that chooses to come. So these groups of people who've been here, been brought here under slavery, they're not classified as immigrant. So when you scream it and you don't understand the history and the real true history of it and definitions of what people are classified, that's a rude disrespect. You might not mean it as
Who are you
disrespectful,
talking to?
but it's a and I know who I'm talking to, but I just heard somebody say these type of things, and in the media as well. I hear the media say, I'm an independent. I really don't care from the left or the right. But when I hear people say on TV, we're all immigrants, and that's not true.
the people that come here,
It's
the
a
people,
general. If
yeah,
you're
but they're
talking
not
about me,
talking.
what I said, it was general. Like obviously, we know about the
But
Aztecs,
I'm
we know
saying,
about the indigenous. We respect our indigenous in Canada, and we actually give them rights. And this is their land. We don't say who we're going to kick out of their land. This is their land. We don't make rules and judgments for their land. So I don't need that like
I
history
know,
if you're trying to teach. But I'm just saying the majority of Americans that came to America to
you're in
help
Canada, right?
build the country as well were immigrants as well. They were visitors, they were trespassers. So I'm just saying they don't have to look too far. They just have to look at one generation, two generation to realize, hey, your grandma or your grandpa did the same. Stop and just think. No one's not saying you can't control how many people come in your country, but remember how you got there. Remember how your mom got there. And that's what I'm just saying that some people need to step back and remember. And it was a dream that you guys were selling from, because obviously it's a money thing. People thought they were going to come to America and live this beautiful dream, and then some of them end up sleeping on the streets and were homeless because it's something that's sold to a lot of immigrants, and that's just
But you
how it is. It's a money
misunderstood.
making thing.
You
No,
missed your
I said
answer because
everybody
it's
was
not.
an
I
immigrant.
think,
And
yeah,
for
you were
African
saying that because
Americans,
American
like to
dream
reference that
wasn't for
history as if
Americans.
we came over here for a better opportunity, had that slavery not happened, we would not be here. So I think we were, forced to come to this country. We
We'll
didn't have a
shoot people
choice.
for
We weren't,
certain.
yeah,
They
we
would
weren't
come
taken
for
millionaires.
amnesty. That's just how
So
we saw America.
So of course there's
American,
pride in separate generations, but that was removed. Like that wasn't a choice. So I'm the one that said that everybody is an immigrant. And the reason that I said that is because I can claim the blood is a Louisiana Creole of native people that were here before anybody else was here. And I've said this even since I was a child because I realized once I left Louisiana that most people can't even go back 5 generations. And when
Facts.
you go back 5 generations, it's not just one grandmother or one great great grandmother. The further back you go, the more family that is, because your parents had parents and your grandparents had parents, right? So just like, if let's take your grandparents, you have four grandparents, but they each had parents, and then you go back and you go back. So I would even venture to say most people can't even do a complete 3 generations back on all sides.
100%.
So, like, what are
The
we doing
majority of
here?
these
your grandmother
yappers
can't go
can't
back.
do
Sorry
that.
to cut you off.
No. So this kind of narrative about America,
It's
like, and
bad.
I'm, as someone who is considers, I am a black person, I am a black woman. The slaves did not build everything. There were Asian people that were in San Francisco during the gold rush, right? There were Asian people that contributed to building California. There have been different populations. There were the Irish that were in New York. There were so many movies now where they given um land during Western migration and all of those things. Absolutely. Manifest Destiny. Like, the Gen Xers, we all played that little movie, the video game Oregon Trail, right? Well, I know what happened to this country. I know of the stories of how they were given tracts of land in Texas and Louisiana and Oklahoma, and all they had to do was kill the native populations and it was theirs. I've even heard testimony from families that are proud of what their ancestors did, and basically, hiding out in the middle of the night, from a story from great great grandpa that
Have
they
you been to
heard
museums?
before
Have you
they
been to
scalped all the
museums?
Indians, and then they were able to own that land because it was through a government grant because they served in the military or whatever, right? But what I'm saying is, for the average American to be this ignorant about the foundation and structure of this country and what has helped to make it so great, when literally all of us learned back in the day that America was a melting pot, right? Where do y'all think that came from?
It's not a melting
Exactly.
pot.
Like, come
You
on,
need to
bro.
learn
It's
history. You
ridiculous and
sound
it's weird.
ignorant
And what I
because
will say is, when I hear
America
this from
controlled who
immigrants
came over
who have
here.
literally
It
come to
wasn't a
this
melting
country
pot.
within 1 to 2 to 3
Yeah.
generations, like, are you serious? Like, come on, you can't try to gatekeep something that you're barely a part of yourself. You better keep that door open, because you're not even the one that opened it for yourself. So you don't even have the ability to close it, in my opinion.
Right? No, you're a birthright baby, but you're here bragging and talk about people need to leave the country. When your ass people should be worried that you're not going to be told tomorrow to leave the country. Come on now.
Right, because if they enacted the birthright citizenship, what exactly do they think is going to happen, Dance Hall? Like, especially the melanated immigrants. Like, are you serious right now? You think those
Right?
people want you here? They don't. You're going to be the first one to go. Trust
First
and
to
believe.
go.
The first.
I hope as in Jamaica, a lot of Jamaicans always say that's why we always bring put money like even you're successful in another country, you make sure you build a home in your homeland because you never know. Other than retirement, you never know if you have to go back one day. So I hope a lot of y'all who were birthright, your parents came here and illegally and stuff, and then you're here. I hope you're preparing that you might have to go home one day and you're building that home just in case because you could be living good here and then go back to that third world country and get a reality check.
Well, I mean, that's what happened to the Cubans, right? Like the Cubans voted for Trump in droves, right? I mean, he even went so far to go to a Cuban restaurant and say he was going to pay for everybody's meal, and literally didn't do that. But the minute he became president, the first thing he did was decide to take out wet foot, dry foot. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those aspects too. It's like y'all thought that they were going to vote for you. Y'all thought that they were going to be about your culture. And the truth of the matter of fact is, unless you're white, this shit don't matter. And that's what's on the table right
Mm-hmm.
now. So it to me, it's just. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, I literally checked the fuck out as soon as Trump won because it's like, okay, y'all just need to. How much pain do you fucking need to feel before you realize this con man is nothing about you? That he's not going to pass bills or regulations to make your life better. And in fact, the only thing he's going to do is better enrich himself in whatever endeavors that he's going to do. Like this $400 million plane, we're going to spend over $1 billion upgrading. Right. And the truth of the matter of fact is, apparently now listening to some of this, some people still haven't learned, but then again, maybe I'm just not the right color for it. And that's where a lot of the times that this comes in, this, like when we have these conversations, it's just to this point, it's just at this point, it just gets kind of insulting because I mean, we got people right now on TikTok crying in tears because they have to now, what's that one lady in Florida, the one Mexican lady in Florida? She and her husband, she voted for Trump, and the first thing he did was
Yeah, I
deport
saw
her
that. The
husband.
farmers, the farm owner,
Yeah,
ranch owners, or something like that. Yep.
it wasn't a
Tell the
rant.
story, please, because they look like they don't know.
Yeah, I don't think she was a rancher. No, my biggest thing, and I got Unc here because I'm going to ask him for a financial plan right now, is the fact that these people voted for droves in for Trump, but when in her case she's on TikTok dancing with "Make America Great Again," and then the next thing she's sitting there crying on TV because her husband got deported, and now she has to now figure out how to take care of her was it she has to the kid is like he has mental disabilities. He's like 100%. Like she's gonna have to full time take care, and she doesn't have the money for that shit. One parent worked, the other one stayed at home and took care of the kids. And now all of a sudden, now husband's over in Mexico calling her talking about, hey, I got deported, and now she's over here crying, asking for someone to join her group. And it's like it's sad, but at this point, it's like no, you elephant, what is it? You got what you paid for. And I think that's where it's at right now. Like right now, hey, Unc, you're here. Here's a good financial plan. I'm thinking about rounding up a lot of money for the state of Nebraska because I think someone was asking, oh, I don't know what plans were helping. No, the entire state of Nebraska voted for Trump in double digits, right? And what Nebraska has? A big farming community. And what they did was apparently all the immigrants were like, we don't want to get fucking deported. And they left the state. They don't have
Yeah,
enough
they
hands
ran
now.
off.
Yup. Yeah, sure the fuck did. And now these generational white farmers are losing their farms. The whole state's going to go bankrupt, right? Because, oh, by the fucking way, those blanket tariffs that we were just talking about, fuck them royally. So the whole
Yeah,
state's
they
going to
have
go
no
bankrupt.
one. They have like large cattle farm, and there's no one to feed, to care the animals, to feed the animals. Just the simplest tasks of running a farm, they can't manage it.
I'm still, you know what, to tell you the truth, I have Unc here, and I'm like, you guys sound like you financials. I'm thinking about just pulling some money together, buying some of these acres of land, and then we can just
Nephew,
all just
Good
I'm
point.
going
turn
to nephew,
turn
I'm
that
going to a
state blue.
conference. I'm going to a
Go ahead.
conference in a day and a half of investment bankers and people like myself that have equity funds and hedge funds. We are literally going to discuss just what you're talking about.
Oh, please,
I'm not.
please bring
I'm
me
not
in.
even kidding.
Oh, you call me on my back channel, bro. I will
That's
sell the
actually
fuck
a
out of
good
this.
plan. I didn't even think about it that
We
way.
we literally. I'm not joking. I'm literally getting to go to play in a day and a half to go to a conference. We're getting together. It's probably about 30 or 40 of us, and we're literally coming together. Hedge fund owners. I have Blue Sky Capital, and uh, literally we're putting together money to do exactly that because the amount of American farmland. Do understand that Chinese and foreign governments have owned way too much of American farmland. So literally, all of these people that was, you've seen the Farmers for Trump and all of these people. Now these people are losing their farms. Well, they're gonna actually be so pennies on the dollar. If we don't buy them, then the corporate giants will, and they will never. And
Yeah.
Monsanto is going to end up with everything. Monsanto is going to end up with everything. So literally, we're coming together to figure out how we can negotiate that and make it work for everybody. No joke. It's
Oh,
so funny that you mentioned
Make
that.
make sure the face of the company isn't a black person or they won't sell to you.
facts. Fucking facts. We could just hire a white guy.
That
We will
is
find
the.
some.
You
We can
know
find
what?
somebody on Facebook.
That's the misnomer
Grant
that most
Cardone.
people have. Y'all have that so twisted, and y'all really get that wrong. But literally, it's only between the $10 to $1 million kind of deal that they care about a face. Trust and believe. Once you get past $10 million, they don't care if you have an orange face. As long as everybody makes money, they could care less. People really believe that, but they really don't care. They care far more about power and money than they care about the color of your skin. They really
It
don't.
depends on what state you're in. If you're in Louisiana, Mississippi, good luck. They wouldn't give you $5 if that was the last thing they needed. But, if y'all think that waving money at people makes a difference, then why is racism still here today if everybody wanted to break bread?
I
But,
did a 40. I
go
said
ahead.
I did a
Good
$47
luck.
million deal in Louisiana. They didn't
Yeah,
really
Larry
carry it
Hoover
out
wouldn't be
by.
in jail.
Right. Racist white people, because they're not dealing with I mean, even at the elite, we can literally look at the legislation and the policies that are being put in place today that are absolutely like going backwards in terms of making great gains in terms of money. If money was the only issue, because racism and white supremacy actually harm the entire country financially. It's not just, the people that are persecuted. It actually harms everybody. So waving a dollar in front of everybody is not necessarily the way. But, you're right. Most people don't care, but a lot of people, they absolutely won't. There's still people that are being sued for not even wanting to rent properties to black people.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. At that level, absolutely. There are people that don't want to rent to black people. There are people that don't want to appraise properly for homes or things of that nature. But if somebody has the opportunity to fleece an entire city at that level, they don't care. Now, you're absolutely right. Subdivision owners, yeah, they don't want to rent to black people. Yeah, when they're gerrymandering districts and actually trying to keep people out of certain districts and areas, yeah, they care about stuff like that. Absolutely. But when they don't even live here, they don't care at that point. But most people, I mean, that doesn't affect most people. But I do agree with what you're saying. You're right.
I just been dying to talk to you about this shit real quick because I'm like at this point, like I'm watching Redfin right now and I am dying. And keep in mind, I live in Southern California. Like, and it's not even the nice part. It's literally over here in Ontario. Like, I got a house down the street going for $780,000 off the blade where I could buy a 40 and a hooker, right? And get shot. And it's like I'm watching multi-generational family housing go up for sale right now. And I'm just like, it's only about 1.2. Give it about another. Because I think, what is it? They actually have a date on when they're going to go bankrupt, right? So heaven forbid that they get hit with a natural disaster, because I don't know if you guys talked about the fact that some of these red states are now using GroupMe, or was it FundMe, GoFundMe, or whatever the fuck these kids are using these days to try to help them with their natural disasters because FEMA ain't doing it, right? So it's one of those aspects to like, oh, this is going to be great. This is going to, if you got the capital or you could put the hedge fund together, Now is the time to just go and buy, because you're talking about these people had these families, these farms, and they wouldn't rent that shit. They wouldn't sell that shit to us for generations, multi generations. And now it's just they're gonna have to let it go for pennies of the dollar because of someone scammed them. Nope. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they did scam them, but for nothing more than because you voted for a fucking loser.
It's gonna be entertaining to watch. Sadly,
That's actually a good thing. This is gonna bring opportunities. The only thing is if you have a job to pay for the shit. But it's gonna bring a lot of opportunity for people to buy land that never had that opportunity because when it goes to the bank it gets cheaper, right? Like they do that auction stuff down there, right? How does it work? Like the bank will take over if they can't pay everything and then you're getting it for like half the price. Does it work like that in the US?
If they have a mortgage or there's some kind of a loan. But what will probably happen is that they'll be forced to sell. It depends.
man, bitch, you ain't talking about shit.
Neither
Oh,
did
don't call her a bitch.
neither
You ain't.
did your daddy the day he didn't pull out, but whatever. That's the
She's in
past.
a good mood today. Please don't.
No,
Sorry
I
about
am
that,
in a good
Kayla. I
mood.
apologize.
Thank you,
Sorry about that.
Dancehall.
My bad.
Miki, I
My
wish I
bad.
had you for tomorrow morning because I'm destroying the velocity banking myth. I really wish I had you um, in that talk tomorrow morning.
No, G, I think that's awesome sauce. I love to hear about more people getting involved in private equity, or I guess more people that, are not typically involved in private equity. For example, there are um, local churches in Houston that are doing crowdfunding and raising capital to build like apartment complexes and basically, utilizing their own land, which I think is great. Even my church has an offering where, for like a $10,000 investment, it's like long term, going up to 10 years, but they're offering like, I believe like 8% per year, which is not bad, right? And you get to help your church. So I think that's great. I would love to hear about when you come back, because that I think we absolutely need to use the tools that a lot of quote unquote the 1% of the 1% that have used to gain, maintain,
Mm-hmm.
increase, hold on to, leverage all of the things, their wealth. And I think that's an excellent idea. It's a little capitalist, but you know what? Hey, we're Americans, so it's cool. You can set up a little foundation or something and feed the kids after school, something like that.
I
Feed
I
the
always
kids
love
tell
it.
after
them
school and put some jerseys on the
I
baseball
love it.
team, right?
Right. Free kids for the kids. Free
start
after school
start our
snacks.
generational wealth and so forth lands for the kids to come in the future. It doesn't need to be much, but I think it's a great idea. And I have seen our church has bought some land too. Like, it's good to see when people are collecting funds to do the right thing, so that they can build a school for special needs children along with the church.
You
But
know the real,
Yeah.
deal. Us actually meeting is because of what has happened, like to the housing market with large conglomerates buying up property in that sense. We don't want to see the same thing happen to farmland. And if it stays in the hands of citizens, I say citizens, I use that in air quotes because we all have businesses, but we could actually parse that out to people that want to either keep their land or start a farmland or things of that nature and have more control of it as opposed to conglomerates that really don't have the American citizen um, as their interest. You know what I'm saying? That's the thought behind it. Now, you know this as well as I know, Miki. Once egos get in the room, it may take a different turn, but we're just going to talk and see whether we can hash this out.
hope watch out for everybody though. Just be careful because you're gonna get that one greedy guy. So just
Mhm.
Just
And
do
you know what,
it.
GA?
Just be careful.
That's when you that's when you set up the third party bank account and you say put up or shut up.
Okay, that's
That's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
much how that goes down.
There's gonna be that one
Voting
guy. There's
rights.
always that one guy.
Always. Absolutely.
But
Like,
yeah,
and that's when, because sometimes you can have, and I'm guilty of that myself, y'all. Like, literally, I love to pour into other people. That's what my mom said. You've been telling me you were going to do this YouTube thing and that's my mom. Eventually, she's like, okay, you're either going to do it or you're going to stop talking about it because I don't want to hear it. So, GA, that's awesome sauce. And then, yeah, eventually y'all will move to the next step. And absolutely, like we see with, 50 Cent is such a troll, but he's such an enterprising young man. And I love like even Jay-Z and people that are Rihanna. I love Rihanna, Beyonce. They've literally capitalized on one way of revenue and income and then transition into like these business moguls, which I think is just really awesome sauce. Like Rihanna became a billionaire from Fenty and making these deals. Even that Kai Cenat guy and the what's the Uncle Nearest, right? I mean, look at what she's done with that company. That is just amazing. Shout out to her and her husband. And it was so strategic, and they just used real estate to get the original funding. Even Ryan Coogler is changing the game, and even every people hate on him, but Tyler Perry is insane. Oprah, the
building a
OG.
whole just the fact that he built this studio, like where he did his filming and bought all that land in Atlanta. When I heard his story, I was like, wow, what a because that time land was cheap, right? So he's genius. Instead of going to other people's properties and finding places to film, he built his own little shit. That was brilliant. Absolutely
Yep, and
brilliant.
that's what 50 is doing in Shreveport. But I mean, people forget about Oprah. Oprah has always been one of my sheroes. Love her or hate her, Oprah came from nothing. And she's not the traditional, person that they would
Yep.
have
Yep.
um
Looks black.
in front of a camera. And yes, and she's just become this well-respected juggernaut. Like I still
And her hair was
remember when
short too,
Oprah.
right? Remember it
Yeah.
grew from whatever it grew from, but remember she had short, low hair.
Well, she just didn't
And
keep
she
the
had a good
traditional
face.
look. And Oprah, when she made that comment about beef, and then she came to Texas and they sued her. And do you guys know how much reading increased in book sales when Oprah started doing her book club? That woman has a ton of power. We never really talk about how influential Oprah is. Oprah is influential as hell. Like book if you came on her show and you basically it was like an instant millionaire, and they can track how much reading increased when Oprah started doing the book club, like the amount of influence that. So shout out to Oprah for being an OG
Yeah, we don't give her
person who
credit. You're
just
right.
pivots. Yep, one of my faves. So shout out to you, GA, and I wish you good luck.
But okay, so I have a question since we got all these wonderful black entrepreneurs on this stage. Why can't we just do the same thing that the Chinese do, right?
Oop.
Because what is it like over here? We have an area like Diamond Bar or Chino Hills, and it's like the Asian, and they're doing this crap over in Phillips Ranch too, where they buy these humongous sets of property, right? And then they sell that directly to like other Asian Chinese descendants, right? So it's one of those aspects too. Like if we invest this money into Nebraska, right, and we buy and save it, the people on the land don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? It's clearly obvious by the fact that your state is going completely bankrupt, right? You don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm sorry, right? Why can't we just come in and do the same thing that like the Chinese and any other generation does? And what's stopping us from doing that?
Hard for us to get
Like, I'm
along. That's
sorry,
what
you
us
lost me.
Caribbean people feel because we seen them do it. They do it here in Canada. They do it with their mortgage, right? They all contribute to the down payment for a house. You have about 5 or 10 people, and they say they pay off the mortgage, and then they'll give the last person the house. Then they'll go to the next one until all of them. Even when they get another house, the other person that got the house contributes to the new house until all those 10 people own a house each. That's like built in their culture where they know how to do things like that. They don't fight. We like a lot of things on our own, or we watch another person. I don't know if it's an American thing, but Caribbeans, like, that's our fault. We don't know how to work together like that because we get greedy. We want it to ourselves. We backstab. But they do that with just simple homes.
You know,
But
I
see,
think
like
it's a little
they,
deeper than that.
yeah, yeah.
I
Hold
think
on.
it's a little deeper because the Chinese they have a different. They're raised with a different
Family. They believe in
pathology.
family. Their culture
Yeah, they
naturally
have
is
a
family.
different sense of culture. Whereas, the Black American. I mean, for the best way to say it is we've had to struggle for anything that we've had in that sense. We've
Good
had to
point.
pretty much fight for rights and things of that nature. So once we get to a certain level, we really don't want to share that. That's not something we want to do collectively. In that sense, it's really not what we want to do. I want to have my own. I want to own my house. I want to have this. I want this of my own. I want my piece. And the Chinese really don't move that way because, even the wealthy families, if you've ever been to China, if you've been to Asia, they find it an honor to have three generations in one house. It's
I
an
know, it drives
honor
me
for
crazy.
them
I
to be
think I
able
could
to
live with
do
my
that.
mother-in-law.
They,
But they
it's
think
an
it's
honor.
honorable.
Yes, but Americans don't think that way. So that I think that has more to do with the reason why we don't do that.
But see, the thing though is like it's one of those aspects to like at least with them, they have their own banking here. That's the part that it's like, okay, cool. You guys ponied up all this fucking cash. You bought all this land, but yet we're still using Wells Fargo, Bank of America. They have their own banking organization. What is it? It's East West Bank. I think I saw someone saying that they live in Rancho, so they know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because off of Archibald, they've had an East West Bank there. That money's been there. You go to Diamond Bar. They have HSBC, Hong Kong Shanghai Banking Corporation, and there's other banks that they have in there. So it's like the money and everything else stays in that center.
But they
Yeah,
do
they'll pay
their
their taxes.
own, like from with paper. They do their own accounting for their household. Once they get married, they keep track, they keep logs with paper. A lot of them still do it to this day or computer, but they do their own household expenses and their own banking and saving and divide things. Like they just have that natural, they're intelligent already and it's not a stereotype. That's their culture. From they're 3 years old, they know their shit. And they do longer schooling too. They do evening classes, but they also are brought to take care of the finance of the household, and they learn the accounting from a young age. So even as a wife, I would take charge of the ledger of the house and keep records of how we spend and then bring things to the bank. But they're very good at that stuff. They don't play. And they wear designer stuff and spend their money, and do their thing when they're ready. But they take accounting and banking serious. Like they don't play.
I mean, Thomas, you're right. The number one the number one minority owned banks like that have the highest amounts on deposit are actually Asian banks. Black banks are the lowest demographic. It's Hispanic banks that are after the Asian banks, and
Really?
they're usually
Hispanics?
uh-huh. Yep, you can look it up.
That's
Well,
Minority
what they do?
interesting.
owned
Hold
community
on.
I like
banks.
that
Yep.
though.
Yeah, no.
And
What they
Stereotypes
do?
make you think otherwise,
Oh yeah.
so that's really good.
No, no, no. What they do is they make their money up here and then they ship a lot of it to Mexico. So it makes sense because a lot of the Mexican banks are usually versatilely used through money transactions and then actually shipping. That's
Oh,
why when Trump was like, "I'm going to take that shit," he was literally risking to take the money that shipped over, and that was just basically theft at that point. So yeah, she's 100% has got a point.
and they also a lot of them have majority I think they have of the minority banks, they're like the number one demographic that has like the most Asian people on the boards, right? Because a lot of the things, and I will say that it's just because as a group, a lot of reasons we don't do things are because we're Americans and we have distrust. Financial literacy, people like roll their eyes. I roll my eyes every time I hear financial literacy, generational wealth. But when you have a group that focuses on education, that focuses on group collective banking or just financial activity, economic activity, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, Thomas, that's literally what we see. Plus you have people that will, come and when you have community banks that you support, that means that there's more money for those community banks to then spend inside that community in terms of mortgages and businesses. And here's another interesting one. Um, people heard about the SBA program where you can actually get funding, like for loans, to build, if you need some sort of real estate, if you need business acquisition, um, uh, let me see, property, if you need, sorry, y'all, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. What am I thinking? Machinery, equipment. Does anybody know the demographic that is the number one um, group that utilizes these types of SBA loans? Anybody want to take a guess?
I'll say,
Asians,
yeah.
the Asian demographic. So all we have to do, Thomas, is we just have to, number one, be like-minded, because it's not like everybody that's Asian does it. You just have to find a group, and we just have to get the documents. We can get a third-party CPA. We can get, people to vet, have somebody to vet the vetters, almost like blockchain, right? Hell, we can even use blockchain. And then you just pretty much have to copy and paste. I've been saying, Thomas, that the day that the Asian and the Indian demographics decide to use their amassed wealth, because their income is now actually higher than white people in this country on average, right? They've already surpassed that number, which is
Wow.
insane when you think about it. For the yeah, so um, when they decide to put that wealth towards politics, we're screwed, because they have the resources
That's
to do
happening in
that. We're just
Canada.
lucky that we don't.
They run in every level. So we're talking about city, municipal, federal, provincial. They're running. When I was the elections, all the signs were mostly, nothing's wrong with it, guys, but most of the signs were mostly Indians. And they're, so it doesn't matter if you voted for liberal, conservative, or NDP, or three parties, there was like an Indian man or woman in all those parties. So they would win no matter what. You know what I mean? They spread it out. So they would run for Republican and they would run for Democrat to make sure no matter what they're there. But we've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy, but we
Yep,
can do it,
makes sense.
Thomas. I mean,
And run for your
you see more
school
groups.
council board. They're everywhere, and everyone gets mad. I'm like, why are you mad? You ain't doing it. We
Right.
can't be mad because they're smart.
I mean, we can mimic that, Thomas. That's what I always tell people. In terms of recreating the wheel, we do not have to recreate the wheel to wealth. Like, we literally don't. And it doesn't even matter how people make their money. The systems, the strategies, the entities, the infrastructure, the foundation, it's all the same. Financing, funding. Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yeah, no, it's like the blueprint's there. There's nothing that we have to reinvent. It's just the fact is just like, why haven't we as a people figured it out yet? And it's either A, because we have been destroyed at a molecular level, with between them drowning our cities or setting them on fire, or B, at a time and age, I think that's the part that's always insulting to me, because the only time anybody thinks of black folk is not like the entrepreneurs as you and like, GA themselves. They rather see us as rappers, or just, you're running a quick hook, and that's the thing is like, why can't we get to that
But
point
Thomas, they
yet, even in
brainwash
today's
you
time?
guys too, because when we hear how sometimes the Americans think, and I think that's why they don't want people talking to immigrants, and because you guys were getting close to you being really unified with different races and different people, and coming together, because that's how you're going to learn stuff. But the separation is how they conquer, right? Like everyone thinks, oh, wow, these immigrants, these Indians, this, and not realizing like if you had a lot of them in your country and you can learn from them. You can benefit and copy their style, or surpass them. But instead, you're taught to divide, taught to hate. And I'm just speaking in general terms. But it's like they're afraid for everyone to come together, because I swear you guys were so close. Equity was looking good, women's rights was looking good, gay rights was looking good. Then my immigrants were doing this and having opportunities. And it's like someone said, this needs to stop. because that's the fear. If you guys all come together and learn from one another, all the different races and ethnicities, shit, they might actually be good. And that's not what they want. They want the 1% to be the 1%. But you guys are, to me, not you in general, I'm like, you guys are really brainwashed because look how people hate the Chinese. How do you hate the Chinese so much, but you don't hate the Russians? This is weird. This is weird.
To be no, hold on. Let me correct that. A lot of us still hate the Russians. It's just that our
I was just
president
talking
is
mega.
financially tied to them.
I keep calling them mega
So
MAGA.
I just want to make sure. It used to be like, and it was a Republican thing, by the way, believe it or not, to
Yeah,
actually
but
hate the
that's why I'm
fucking
so
Russians.
shocked. That's why I said it's brainwashed because as what I used to know about the Republicans, they were church people. They didn't like the commies and they didn't like the dictators. And it's like, what's going on now? It's like it's just like a whole 360. It's weird.
Oh no, well, it's called a cult. The word you're looking for is cult.
Yeah,
You know,
the
so the
cults.
party of
Sorry,
fiscal
cults. But
responsibility.
but again, I think it's a bunch of. That's why I think it's all a play, right? Because you guys are just getting too much kumbaya, and we have to fix this. The white man was shrinking; they're not having the babies as much anymore. They had to come up with a plan.
Basically.
Well, well, I think you have to look at politics in its entirety in the shift that happened from where can we go? Do we have to go back to FDR? Maybe because there's been a gradual shift along those lines. I mean, I think that oftentimes we kind of we kind of look at politics like we shop like most people shop for a car. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, I'll look good driving that. Oh, great. And that's what people look at politics like. And it's just not that simple. It's just not that simple because what you see as a Republican agenda is everything that the Dixiecrats were back when my grandfather was alive. It's the same people with the same agenda. They may have put on different clothes and used different tools, but it's the same agenda. And it's marketing at its finest. Let me sell you this so you think that, okay, yes, I don't like dictators. The only reason why they didn't like dictators is because they could not actually have access to the wealth in that particular country. It's okay if he's a
Oh,
dictator
good
if he
point.
can actually control it. It's okay if it's a dictator and I actually can control the wealth of the country. That is typically the case. And I'm not saying just Republicans. I mean, politics
Yeah, in
as it
general.
sits in the
Yeah.
country has operated that way. It's always operated that way. It's nothing new. So there was no period in time where, oh, we had the righteous city on the hill politician that was going to, that has not existed. The last time that actually existed was when they literally threw all of the black Republicans out of Congress after Reconstruction. That's the only time that existed, really, to be honest. Only time in our history.
When was
So we got to
that?
be
I'm
honest
not
with it.
familiar.
She asked you to speak more on it,
Oh,
JA.
I
Yeah,
didn't hear.
I'm Canadian. Sorry, so I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear what she said.
She said she's not familiar with that. Could you go deeper into it?
Well, after Reconstruction, you do realize that a large proportion of politicians were black Republicans at that time. We ran everything. Absolutely. You do your study in history, we were running the world at that point, literally, during Reconstruction. And what happened is, literally, systematically, they got rid of black politicians because what they did was they started enacting the Jim Crow laws. Black people couldn't vote. Blah 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 blah. And they eventually purified the political process of black people. He had a huge majority. And that's why our towns did so well. That's why we created Black Wall Street. All of that happened because of that. That was the only time we had that because at that point, it was systematically set up for it to run this way. It was as long as we control the wealth, which at that time was the ports, commerce, things of that nature, and the burgeoning new industries that was coming along, as long as that was controlled and no one had the one up on that, then they were perfectly fine. And the only way that that was going to happen is they controlled the industry. That's how that worked. And that's all that they're doing now. Literally, this is controlling industry. I mean, look, you had Jamie Dimon for almost the last, I don't know how long, saying Bitcoin was crap, yet he sunk what? What was it, $90 million worth of JP Morgan money into Bitcoin? While he was simultaneously standing on stage telling everybody it's a load of crap, don't invest in it. I mean, literally, this has been the case consistently. So I mean, it's par for the course. It's no big, huge change. I mean, everybody knows about. I mean, I'm a veteran. Everybody knows about Desert Storm. They know what that was about. None of our oil companies had any right to any of that oil as long as Sharia law was enacted. Couldn't do it. They couldn't get in there. But we're going to liberate them from the clutches of
Yeah, I was
Saddam
tricked.
Hussein.
I definitely was tricked on
And
that
they
one
did.
too. That was like,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. Nobody cared. I mean, mind you, if you actually go back and do the research, right before Desert Storm, not even 10 years before that, Saddam Hussein was over here in the United States going from base to base shopping for weapons. I was over there. I was in the sand. They had our own military equipment firing at us. Come on, man, quit playing. This is about all rights, man. It was from day one. It was from day one. And we have consistently done that throughout history. It's
But
never about what it looks like.
I want to stay on oil real quick because the thing now is that we had in under the Biden administration, we had started making ourselves more independent from other countries and more dependent on the oil that's here. But now it's like with this current administration, we're starting to make ourselves less reliant on the oil that's here and more reliant on OPEC oil in general. And I mean, like at this point, I'm like, you're supposed to be for the people, but at the same time, this is where we're gonna be at. And like, I'm generally fucking confused because I'm like, I thought we were supposed to be because under the last Trump administration, we saw more oil companies actually fold under the Trump administration, and it's weird as shit that we don't talk about it. But I mean, it's there. I mean, we literally toppled an entire country for that black gold, and now it's like the same party that's for fiscal responsibility is more for let's be more dependent on foreign oil than the oil that's already here. And I'm generally fucking confused. If you can help me on that.
Well, see, here's the point, and I'll make it really simple. If I can get them to actually find the oil, refine the oil, export the oil at an eighth of the price that it would cost me in the United States, why wouldn't I do that? Why, why, why would I want to get oil from the United States when I know I'm going to have to pay a premium dollar for the American worker? I can get those people to do it for dirt cheap. And I, especially if I have my government in my pocket, I can actually squeeze those guys from a political and a military sense so that they can actually do it even cheaper and make them give it to me and have more profit on the backside. That's literally the game. That's why. That was the whole deal. Why do you think he's been sending Steve Witkoff over there? Why he spent so much time over there? That's the reason why.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I don't know. It's always been like racking my brain. I'm like, okay, we started having oil, and now oil's starting to go, gas is starting to go back up, and I guess we're still supposed to just ignore that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it's the old, let me show you something shiny so that you won't pay attention. That's I talked about that earlier today. That's the whole point of these pardons, you know. That's the point of the pardons. That's the point of, oh, no tax on tips, while I gut everything else in the whole entire world that your family depends on.
Oh, did you see?
Nope.
Wait. Did you see the fact that he cut the pay raise and dropped,
Yeah.
I think, what is it?
Fed-
Government
Federal
workers.
contract
He just cut
workers.
their,
Yeah.
yes, he just cut their pay like in half,
Well,
bro.
he actually issued an executive order to rescind the executive order 14026, and they were on pace to actually, what was it, $17.75,
Yes.
and he actually issued the order to revert that to back pre-Obama era, which is $13.30, and then some government workers will be pushed all the way down to $7.25. Crazy talk, but nobody's gonna pay attention to that.
That's fucking amazing to me. This is amazing. Hey, did you know that apparently, speaking of government cuts, we've cut, I think, is it NOAA, NOAA, National
Yes, the national weather.
Organization?
Yeah,
Yeah, we've cut them back so back that now that we can't predict hurricanes and tornadoes at this point.
And I
Like
live
I
in
literally,
Florida. Yeah, I live in
yeah.
Miami.
So like, yep. So now we're at a point where people will literally die because they can't even get the fucking heads up anymore. Um, of like these hurricanes and everything else.
I'm just saying, what kind of world? I don't want to live in a world where Bert, Ernie, Big Bird, and Snuffleupagus are now homeless. I mean, Grouch, Oscar was homeless the whole time. But when
Well,
you
he was
cut
But his crib is
PBS
nice. If you ever
funding,
see inside of his thing, it's huge.
but when you cut
That's
PBS funding, man, come on,
shitty.
Sesame Street, bruh.
Did you see Elmo's LinkedIn
Yeah,
account?
his LinkedIn. Everyone in Canada saw. We were like, "What the fuck?" I'm telling you, the world's watching. We're like, "What the hell did they do to him?" Yeah.
Oh god, I think I cried and laughed when I
What was
heard
it?
that shit. I was
They
like, you
don't. What
guys.
happened? They lost their PBS funding. Like what was it?
PBS was a government funded program to help kids read. It was like something that was pushed out. And then on top of that, it covered a lot of like I think C-SPAN and stuff like that. But the Republican Party, because they feel like the government should be ran like an organization and i.e. therefore produce money, saw it as a basic waste. So there has been a war
Wow.
on like big word for
Educating
like how fucking
educating your
implemented.
youths is a waste.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
the way that they sell it is this: they don't, they believe that all of those TV shows and all of that education is left leaning, and they push the leftist agenda on children. So they're cutting funding to those programs. It's so ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous. What they want to do is, and I said this all the time, They want to privatize tax dollars. That's what it boils down to. They wouldn't have any problem with Sesame Street as long as it was something that they ran, something that one of their billionaires ran, and something that their billionaires were making money off of. They wouldn't have any problem with it. That's the point. They want to privatize all tax dollars. They don't have a problem with C-SPAN. They have a problem with C-SPAN not making any money for them. So they'll kill it, and then they'll replace it with something that they run and they make money off of. That's the point.
Yo, and, um, I just wanted to quickly drop. Uh, a lot of them haven't really thought that far ahead, to be honest. It's very concerning, really. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many uh, people haven't really gone the full length of the on their own ideas or like their own stance. It's pretty alarming.
When they say people are afraid of Trump, is it really true? Like, what did they think he could do?
A lot of it is more of just like not even wanting to deal with it, not wanting to deal with the potential wrath of a tweet or a statement. It's like just fly under the radar.
Oh, so you want to just lay
Well,
low?
no,
Yeah,
well,
I think
no.
in
I mean,
some
a lot of
cases.
it has to do with they're not afraid of Trump himself per se. They're afraid of his fans. See, that's the problem. Like his sycophants, like his fans. I mean, they're at a point right now where they're literally was it they I mean they it was and we didn't learn this until remember they had that one speaker of the house and in mansion and then like he literally lasted fuck dude, like what 3 months and then they wanted to vote for that one guy that covered up that pedophile um and then because they didn't vote for him they literally went ahead and apparently a lot of the Republican Senate members were getting threats and everything else. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Trump's at a point right now where he's arresting federal judges, and it's nothing more than a fear campaign. So it's not the fact that they're afraid of Trump per se; they're afraid of his fans, his sycophants, and that's where a lot of that comes in from, and that's a lot of his powers because you have people that. And I mean, you guys are on Chatter. You guys are on Chipper. You talk to these people on a daily fucking basis. There's nothing that this con man drifter who cheated on every one of his wives, except for the one before him, can do or say that they will just not believe that this man walks on water.
That's
And
true.
that's the problem. You know, you have literally core members of Republican parties just agreeing that Russia's the greatest thing and that he's supposed to solve the Ukraine crisis. When we found out that was a whole fucking ass lie, and the only thing he's done is just better enrich. I mean, we're like literally, I want you to really think about this. We're gonna spend over $1 billion. I already seen estimates where they're saying that's gonna cost like 5 billion, but we're gonna spend over $1 billion on a plane that we're not even the president's not even gonna fly, right? Because it's gonna be done retrofitted by the time he gets out of office to go to his library. And I'm going to ask anybody on the stage, where's Trump's library, guys? Does anybody know? Because if you're going to guess it fucking doesn't exist, then congratulations, you're absolutely right. And these people are like, yeah, he deserves a plane. He deserves a plane. Keep in mind, we had to listen. And if you guys were listening to Chatter before, or if you guys happen to be on Clubhouse, yes, we had to listen through all this nonsensical shit about what was it, Biden's son, who doesn't hold or has never held any position in the White House ever, about how he's a crackhead, how he's paid for hookers, how he's done this, and how he's benefited from his thing. And then let's be honest, let's be very clear here. I think the most that we've ever heard amount was about $400,000. $400,000, 4 years. We had, what was it, two impeachments? There was two impeachments that they threw up that they never brought to an actual vote, right? And they literally, the only thing we could ever, okay, Biden's passed more fucking bills than any other president before him. Nope, Hunter Biden was a crackhead. Okay. Well, he cured child poverty for the first 6 or 7 months with a 7,500 tax credit for families that have kids. Nope, fucking Hunter Biden. And then to the point where they stole the man's goddamn laptop and broke into a house to get his daughter's library because he hugged her a little too aggressively. Meanwhile, we've literally are scrubbing. What was it? I don't know if you guys saw the reports. Trump has pulled the FBI off of whatever the fuck they were doing, right? To then go ahead and go so far to start scrubbing the Epstein videos, that there is a flurry of videos, and we just need to make sure that Trump's not on any of them. And we still, by the way, haven't got the Epstein tapes.
What are you saying? I never heard that
Oh,
part.
it's very,
Wow.
oh yeah. But hey, fuck it. Trump walks on water.
You know what, nephew?
I mean, he has how many 34 felons, and go ahead, GA. I mean, I agree with you, Thomas. No matter what you say or how much we quote unquote debate it, no one that is for Trump is going to. I've lost hope in it. Go ahead, GA.
Did y'all? I had to step away because I had to finish some work. But did they ever discuss the real issue with that he has with Harvard? I keep waiting for somebody to actually know what's really going on with the
Did he
Harvard
not
thing.
get in? That's what I always does. Like probably he tried to apply and didn't get in. I think it's personal.
It, no, it's
It's
stupider than
it's
that.
personal.
It's stupider than that. Okay, so first there was First it did go to Barron was supposed to get in, and then that's the first reports, and then from there, stories are starting to get out that apparently he tried to get into what is it? He tried to get into their Harvard himself, couldn't fucking do it. But more importantly, it most likely stemmed from the back from, hey, Unc, remember what black president we had that graduated with Harvard with fucking honors? With his wife. You want to guess?
Oh, it gets even better, Thomas. How about
Obama?
this? When
Yeah.
Yeah.
when Barron actually applied for Harvard. Now we're going to take it off the table that Trump got denied from four different Ivy League schools. We take that off the table,
Damn. Four?
but we'll take that off the
Do we
table.
have to?
But yeah, take that off the table. He got shut down and denied. But the same time, um, when Barron applied, when Barron applied, guess who else's child applied?
Don't tell me the Obamas. They're too old.
Milan. Yes.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
their daughter applied and got in, and Barron got rejected. He
So those are
threw
the
a hissy
immigrants.
fit.
Bam.
That's the real
I
There's your
reason why he's
answer.
cannot.
missed.
There's your answer.
That's the real reason why he's
That makes
missed
sense
because
though. I knew it had to be personal. I was like, he probably didn't
it
get in.
it's personal. He didn't get in, and Barron didn't get in, but the Obama's child got in, and he is throwing a whole hissy fit over it.
Now it makes sense. 100%.
I'm fucking dying over here. This is the most world's pettiest fucking man, and it's just like we were just not supposed to fucking talk about it.
And it's so
I
normal
swear to
now that it
God.
makes sense to me. Like it's not confusing anymore. Isn't that weird? It makes sense to me. It's like, oh, okay, I understand now. Like I've gotten to that now. That's crazy. And then nothing's gonna happen about it either. No overreach, no
Well,
nothing,
as
no
I said before,
penalization, no conflict of interest, no nothing.
all we can do now is focus on the midterms. I've said before, I said it in a room, and I was talking about the election being bought, and somebody, I think it was, what's her name? Dr. Roberta, I can't remember Roberts. I'm not sure. She was on the Clubhouse, and she said the same thing that I said, and she had evidence to back it up. I felt, but you know, I know somebody, a close friend of mine, actually worked Kamala's campaign, and we knew that she wasn't going to win. We knew that it was bought and rigged, and right now, you know, I tried to get. Um, I mean, he worked with her, like at the same table. So, you know, now he's like, no, we just need to move on from that and focus on the midterms and focus on our local government and do whatever else we can. So that's what we really have to work on is the midterms. We have to take control.
That's next year, right?
We have to hold on, no, because hold on, because here's the thing. Yeah, we can take control, but we have to be honest with you. If Democrats have to stand a chance, they have to control the social TikTok media. And that's where honestly Kamala, I think that's where Kamala Harris lost, because it wasn't in crowd size, it wasn't in funding, it wasn't in like getting her message. I mean, shit, bro, I ran goddamn rooms on Project 2025. Which I had literally lawyers and arguing and debating this shit, right? And what it is we have to, if Democrats are going to have a chance to win this, they need to find a way to get around the quick social 2 second media like fucking what's his name? The um the OANs and whatever little podcasters that are out there. Because the truth of the matter of fact is, no matter how good the messaging is, until we can figure around a way to get past that, then it doesn't mean anything. I mean, come on. The guy literally ran on the fact that 10 kids were allowed to play in a gender sport. 10 kids, right? We're talking about an entire country here.
If you
His
ever want to
whole.
call me or if you want to have a private conversation, I'm not going to talk about it on Clubhouse because it's, you know, I would trust you with the Thomas. You know, I've known of you for years now. This is a new account, but no, it's deeper than that. When I say a rigged election and when I say that it was bought, it
Oh
was.
no, that's true too. But the thing is that, and you can just hit me up on the side. That's fine. I'm choosing and placing, like, you can ask Unc. I used to come in here all the time. Now I'm just like, you know what, at this point, but I just happen to be awake and I'm playing the new game. So at this point, it's just there. But it's to me, it's a point where it's like, you know, Republicans spent, instead of like any time in history, they literally spent their 4 years basically passing over 3,000 bills. Was it 3,000 bills to take people off the votes? I mean, shit, dog. Like, Trump only won because 2 million people didn't vote, and it wasn't because his wonderful non-existent people were literally leaving his messages. But you look at the what was it? I think the Justice Department, when they brought up the fact that Russia spent over $100,000 for per influencer if they went pro MAGA. That means if I decided to sell my fucking soul, right? I can make a deal with the goddamn Kremlin, and then I can make $100,000 a month just saying, hey guys. So if you see a red hat on the giraffe, just know that I've completely sold out, and apparently my medical bills got a little too high, right? Because that's where that shows you where the money is at. The same thing with Elon Musk. So it's a correlation of two different things, Dr. Jen. Like, and that's one, the fact that the Republican Party decided to double, triple, quadruple the fuck down behind their guy, right? By passing all these non-existent bills and regulations. Like, if I catch an old lady in Georgia, I can't give her fucking water. And then almost over 200 people in different areas that got purged off of a list. But the problem that we have in general is people literally want to believe that immigrants are the problem, and that, you know, the transgender, and that we need to start burning books again. I can't. Like, instead of making that the focus, how do you come around that? And that's the thing that you need to confront, because it wasn't the messaging. It wasn't the messaging. It wasn't the targeting. It wasn't the fact that she had, because Kamala Harris had more boots on the ground. We had more rooms that were open, literally rooms that were open, that were literally having people that were going door knocking from state to state. right? We had people at the rally, so it wasn't fucking AI. I mean, we talked to people. Dr. Kesha had rooms where we had people at the, and she was at one of the, she met Kamala Harris herself after one of her groundbreaking rallies that were like literally standing room only. And somehow this goofy motherfucker who shits his pants figured out how to get in there while he was facing 34 other goddamn indictments. Nah, bro. There's something that's up. And then it's like I said, part of it has to be the fact that we have to get past legacy media. Because the problem that I have is you talk to anybody that's on these apps, they all have the same magical talking point. Like we have different views. I have a different view from you. You have a different view from GA. GA has a different view from Ken. And then everybody that's on Chatter, they all have different views because we all see things and we correlate and we're like, hey, that's sus, and we figure that out. But these MAGA nuts all have the same fucking talking point. And the only reason they have that is because they all sip from the same fucking water.
Um, this is interesting. Well, isn't it more relevant? Wouldn't it be better to not lie to the American people and treat them like they're stupid? Um, because one of the problems is that I think any American who has critical thinking skills, even if they're a Democrat, understood that they're being lied to when we're told that Joe Biden wasn't senile and we didn't need the State of the Union to do it. And then even after the State of the Union taking so long to pass the baton to Kamala when the baton should have been passed over 2 years ago, having an election as a Democrat, a colored female that's not ugly after Roe v. Wade is overturned, and now it's everybody else's fault. This is, I feel like there's a lot of party mechanics in positioning that was just terrible and inhumane, and it caused the Democrats to lose bigly. But then there's the other aspect of, hey, it's at a certain point it doesn't matter what the messaging is. When the bread and butter issues, people don't feel like Democrats are good with the economy. For some people feel like Republicans are better. I thought we're supposed to be, aren't we supposed to be in, I'm supposed to be in a bread line right now because of the tariffs. I'm not in a bread line. I don't know how I'm eating food right now. The tariffs are supposed to be fucking me over. So I'm just saying that why can't we just why can't we just be like, okay, you guys fucked up super, super hard. You lied to the American people. They didn't feel like putting up with it anymore. They'd actually rather Trump fuck up the country honestly than the Democrats help the country with lies.
Yeah, I think that for me, a lot of it, in my opinion, just comes down to the Republicans, and especially MAGA, have just been better at rallying their political parties than the Democrats have. They know what to say, what to do. They keep it simple, they dumb it down so everyone can understand it. And they tap into an emotion, typically like anger or frustration, and they use that to drive their messaging. And also, Democrats a lot of the times will sit on the fence and not take a position or be kind of wishy-washy. MAGA doesn't do that. They take a firm, hard stance and they quadruple down on it. And I think those are some tactics that, just in my opinion, I see that the
Wait,
Republicans
wait,
use.
I agree with you a thousand
but no,
percent on that
those
right
are
there.
universal tactics for several disciplines, not just politics. And Democrats, oh, something bigger is going on here, guys. I can't imagine. I'm 27, right? The Republican Party is somehow the party of the working class. And we're talking about, no, the Democratic establishment made a choice over 10 years ago, and they chose to be the party of the college elite and women. They chose educated people and women to win the day. They miscalculated. That's all you're seeing right now. What you're seeing is the Democratic institution choosing, what we're going to do is we're going to secure the next generation of voters by changing the demographics of the country. That's going to help us because the more brown the country is, the more democratic it is. I hope they learned their lesson with the Latino vote. but it's a lot of miscalculations. It's miscalculations from over 10 years ago. It's miscalculations in a short term, long term, in mid, like it's just miscalculations all across the board. The plan was just bad. Everything about
Yeah,
the plan was just bad.
I hear what you're saying, but me being 53, I have a longer view than you. And what I will say is this. Now, the gentleman that spoke about the messaging, I agree with everything you said. I say this, and I've said this since Reagan. It's far easier to mobilize people to hate than it is to mobilize people to love. It is. People want something to blame, they want something to hate. And the Republicans are an expert at finding the boogeyman and pointing the finger at somebody. It's not even remotely logical, it's not even sensical. And I do agree with one thing you said, inmate, is that the Democrats actually they went and targeted the college educated, the intelligent voter, the one that has critical thinking. They did do that because you actually have to explain your policies to those people. You have to actually talk with some logic. The numbers have to add up. That's who they chose to go after. But they did not anticipate the fact that the majority of the American populace is not that bright. They're not intelligent. They don't know NAFTA from tariffs. They have no clue what tariffs are. They don't even understand how they work. They don't understand the economy. They are completely clueless. They read at a third grade level and they need small words with little punctuations for anything. And they'll jump on it and run with it. And that's what the Republicans did. They used small words and they used completely unfounded facts. They made up stuff. They lied throughout the whole entire campaign, but they did it in snapshots and they actually capitalized on emotion. Facts don't matter. This was a whole campaign ever since the first Trump presidency. What I'm going to do is make facts null and void. It's not going to matter what the facts say. And then what I'm going to do is tell you that everything that the education system tells you is wrong. So you being educated is a bad thing for you. And all of these colleges and these advanced degree people, they're all leftists and they're crooked. So none of them are telling you the truth. So you, with your uneducated self, reading at a third grade level, are more intelligent than the doctors, the lawyers, and all the smart people. And these pundits out here and these economists, they're stupid. I've run I've run a grand total of 23 businesses into the ground, filed for bankruptcy 7 times, and still have $900 million dollars in loans that I have to pay. But I'm the smartest genius that has ever actually run any business in the country. And of course, if you read at a third grade level, you have a GED, you'll believe that. And that's okay. And those are the people that ran to the polls and voted. And the Democrats did not take that into consideration. I say if the Democrats want to win, their messaging doesn't even need to be about their candidate. Their candidate doesn't matter. All they have to do is play what Trump said and then play what he said 6 months later. That's all they need to do. They don't even need to
Or
put any pictures. They don't need to put any pictures of their candidate up. They don't need to run a platform. All they need to do is play all of the videotape of Trump saying that executive orders is not the way to govern, that Obama is trash because all he can do is write executive orders. He can't get people to agree that Biden is trash because all they do is write executive orders and then actually put the pictures of
okay,
the
so so
numbers
so
of the
so
executive. I'm not
GA.
done, and I'm gonna land. I'm gonna land. They need to do that with the executive orders. They need to put up all of his videos that he talked about how tariffs are the worst thing in the world to implement. Those videos and all of those interviews that he did with the ones that Ronald Reagan did, with the ones that George Bush Sr. did, that said tariffs is the worst way to govern, and then put up all the tariffs that he did. That's all they need to do. The nothing else. They need to put what Trump said and what he did. I'm going to end the Ukraine war on day one, and then put the Ukraine war still going on. That's all the Democrats need to do to win. That's it. Don't matter. They could run Snoopy. It doesn't matter. That needs to be their campaign.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think that I think, in given the facts that the election, when you look at absolute votes, was actually close, in my opinion, when you look at the numbers. But my thing is not, electoral college votes. This was actually a winnable election for Democrats. They just blew it completely. I can't sit like, doesn't it kind of get boring just because you don't hear yourself talking? You're just responding from the position of a person who doesn't like Trump. Isn't that boring? Because there's an actual reason that people voted for him.
I don't
If
vote
you
to
ran
be
if you ran a
entertained,
different
bro.
political ad, it would not have made a difference. If you ran your candidate earlier and you didn't lie to the American people, it would have made about 20%, 15% of a
No, it wouldn't
difference.
have. It wouldn't have
Having
made any
having
difference.
a bad econ that okay, so giving Kamala Harris 2 months to
No
run,
difference.
that wasn't no
No
difference,
difference
really?
at all. Wouldn't have made any
No,
difference.
no difference at
No
all.
difference at all.
Because she almost won.
She,
So you feel like if she had longer than two
nope.
months, she wouldn't have had a
Nope.
better chance, not even like 1%?
Absolutely not. Because their messaging was
Okay, so you're
wrong.
no, okay, but like then what's the point? Then what's the point of being educated when you're closed-minded this
No, no,
this way?
no. You see, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that if she would have had 2 more months, even with the wrong messaging, they still wouldn't have won.
I'm not. I'm not.
Because
I'm
what
not.
you
I'm not talking
forgetting
about one.
is that
That's not.
what
That's not
what
what
you're
I
forgetting
asked.
is that a whole third
That's not what
of
I
the American
asked.
voting population didn't even vote.
No, we're looking at. Do you even remember the actual popular vote number? This is about 1 million, 2 million, a few hundred thousand, and then depending on the state and the county, it would have switched electoral college votes. It wasn't like a landslide in my opinion. He did win the popular vote, but it wasn't a landslide in my opinion. To me, it was a winnable race for Democrats, and she almost won even though she had 2 months. To me, she actually outperformed given the amount of time it was 2 months.
She did a great job, but the
Yeah.
fact of the
So
matter
so
is
so
the
so how so
messaging
so when I asked the
was not
question.
going to sway anybody.
No, but
That's what.
but like everything is on the predicate that, because the thing is that I've never heard any Democrat make fun of any uneducated poor person until the uneducated and the poor stopped voting for them. Because my whole entire life, the uneducated and poor voted for Democrats because the Democrats positioned themselves as the party of the working class.
Sir, that has never been the case. I've
Past
been alive for
2020,
53 years.
past 2020, what's
Nope.
happening right now is past 2020, and even before that, the Democratic Party has
You need to
chosen
go
a different
study your
target
history,
audience.
sir.
They
That
miss,
has never
they
been the
miss,
case.
they miscalculated. And you can call Americans
I didn't.
stupid as
I
much
didn't
as you
say
want, but
American.
these same wait, but these same stupid Americans were never
I
called stupid
never
when they're voting
called
for
any American
Democrats.
stupid. What I said was they read at a third grade level, and what I've told you is that you need to go back and study history because yes, the poor has never that has never been the Democratic base.
The
It's
working
not been. I'm
class has
sorry,
been the
you're wrong.
base. Yes, it has.
It has not.
Whatever.
It is not, man. I'm sorry, you're
So
wrong
the
about that.
majority of people, before this election, I don't have to ask this question. The majority of Democrats are working class when you look at the numbers, because most people aren't rich. Most Democratic voters aren't rich.
Sir,
And and,
sir,
and,
the
and the party,
average
if you were to
median.
ask a person in 2010 which party is a party of the rich and which party is a part of the poor, you're gonna get, hey, the Democrats are for the working class and the Republicans are
Now
for
you're
big
selling
business
the
and the
marketing
rich.
campaign. Now you're selling the marketing
It's not selling
propaganda,
anything. It's just
and you're not
reality. I
you're
don't
not
understand why you
actually
can have a
talking about
normal
the data.
conversation about it.
The
Be
data says
honest
different.
about it, so it can be
The
interesting.
data is different, sir. Go look up the
There isn't
data.
any data. We don't need. This isn't a data
There is
conversation. This is
data.
just no. This isn't a data conversation.
This
Everybody
is.
knows.
You're saying
In
that the
2010,
poor.
in 2010, if we're walking down the streets of New York and you go up to a
No,
person and you
sir.
ask which party is a party for
I'm
the
not
rich, they're
talking
going to tell you
about
the
the marketing
Republicans. We don't
campaign.
need
I'm
any
not talking
data.
about opinions. I'm talking about the data.
No,
The average income of an average household in America is less than $56,000. That's the average income. What I'm telling you that the data says, the exit polling says, when asked about what they make and where they sit in the socioeconomic categories of this country, the poor seriously are not the base of the Democrat and haven't been, sir. That's what the
then
data
who's the
says. Now,
base?
your
Okay,
opinion,
okay, wait,
I
then
won't
who
challenge your
is?
opinion, but the data says
No, then
different.
who is? Who is?
The college educated, the college educated, middle class has been the actual base of the Democratic
You
Party.
want to know why that's untrue? Because what you're saying, what we all know that is true, is that higher degree attainment leads to more democratic voting. So I understand the direction that you're going in. There's some truth in that. But I guess this kind of centers around what we mean when we say base. Because when I hear base, I hear substantial or at least majority.
And that's who the
That's what I
majority of
hear.
their
The
voters are.
majority the majority of Democratic voters are not college educated because they're not even enough of an absolute number of college educated people for that.
Look at the data, look at the numbers, and look at the exit polls. The reason why I'm telling you that is because here's where the data lies, and this is the part that you're missing. Who is the who is the what group of people or demographic of people actually takes more advantage and actually uses more entitlements such as Medicaid, WIC, SNAP benefits? Who uses those more than any other demographic in the country? Let me help you. Poor white people who systematically and have always voted Republican. Always voted
Well,
Republican.
there's that, but
Yeah,
the
but
other thing that kind of
I'm
hold
not
on a minute,
finding the
because
data that supports that
no,
the
here's the
majority
other,
of the Democratic voters are college educated. I'm
but
not
here's
finding the stats on that. I've been trying to find it.
but the other problem that I have with what you're talking about is part of your opening, I guess, monologue, we'll call it, was that Joe Biden didn't do anything for the economy. In fact, it systematically you said that Democrats don't do anything for
I'm
the
talking about the
economy.
perception. I'm talking about the
When
perception.
hold on,
I have no
if that
interest in
no
getting
no
into.
you no you
No, I was
said
talking about the
no this is
perception, sir.
okay, you didn't open with the perception. That was a statement that you had that I've been sitting there waiting to come off on, but then you want to go into like a philosophical about who typically votes for anything. When the truth of the matter of fact is Ronald Reagan that got poor people to vote for more Republican talking points because they literally wanted to go ahead and say that what was it downshift economy or something over full
Yeah,
economy?
gang. I
Yeah,
mean, but that's
yeah.
supply side
So
economics and
no,
X
no,
Y Z.
no,
That was
no.
like 50
So
years ago.
so yeah, exactly, and that's why they always love them to this day, right?
Yeah,
Because the thing
but
is that
the thing switched.
because it goes to my talking point here, which is the fact that if this is a comment that you want to project that Democrats can't do anything for the economy, when every economist literally wrote an article stating that any president that takes control of this economy for the next presidency will have a basically a golden economy, right? It just goes to show that democratical financial points are on point. And it goes back to what I was originally stating, which is the fact that Democrats have a problem with communication. And then that's it. Going back and forth about, okay, who's really the voting? Because you're talking like, are you trying to say, because the thing, I'm getting a little lost here, because are you trying to say that the middle class is the poor class at this point? Or you want to
I said
correlate
work.
addition?
I'm saying working class. Working class and middle class are interchangeable, and that's first of all. And then second of all, the whole entire essence of it is that this isn't about messaging. It's about messaging in a way, but it's more than messaging. Because even if the messaging is perfect, you're going to get the rebellious Trump vote because they're going to look at the messaging. Hey, do you know what Biden did for the economy? This, and that. But the people at the actual table don't feel the things that they see on TV. They're just going to think that they're lying. So what I'm saying is that I'm not here to say Democrats are good or bad at the economy. I actually now I remember what I said verbatim. I said that the perception is that Republicans are better for the economy and Democrats aren't really as good for the economy. That's what the perception is, especially now. Since the tariff noise didn't really have as much teeth as we thought it did. So like this is the only thing that I'm saying. The only thing that I'm saying is that if Democrats focus on the actual issues that Americans care about, Americans don't want open borders. Most Americans have no problems with immigrants. It also turns out that most Americans don't like illegal immigration. And it's not racist to not like illegal immigration. It doesn't make you a crazy person for not wanting your state and local taxes that are made for your own children, your own native homeless population, your own native unemployed population, your own native population that needs Medicare, Medicaid, using tax dollars for people who are actually American citizens. There's a few things that the Democratic Party are forced to understand are part of a normal political American disposition now. And there's a lot of things that they've been acting like are beyond the pale that Americans have been forced to kind of be cycled with and act like they agree with when they don't. Immigration has been the biggest one. And when you have people who are suffering from inflation, staggering wages, automation, all these things that could or could not be your fault, right? This is what people are experiencing. And then you tell them, hey, by the way, we're going to move these people in and we're going to give them credit cards. Hey, by the way, if you say anything, shut the fuck up because you're a bad person if you don't like it. Like you're this has been a backlash that's been building up for a long time.
But to
It's been
me, it's
building
like
up for a
you're
long
literally
time.
just saying you're parroting bullshit. Like that's the problem I'm at right now. Because at the same
It's so
time,
fake.
it
It's
was
so
it was
fake.
Republicans. No, hold on. It was Republicans that were dumping immigrants into democratical states,
And
right?
thank God that
It
they
was
did.
Republicans
Thank God that
that
they
were.
did because
Are
as
you?
soon as
You're
they bust the illegal immigrants to those states, you started to hear people in Chicago and people in New York sound like they're in Laredo, Texas, and saying the same things that people in Texas say. Because the thing is that the people in the
Well, no,
border
no,
states,
that's not fair. No, hold on, hold
when
on, hold on,
people
hold
in
on.
the border
Hold on,
states,
no, no, no,
when
no, no. That's
people in
not
the
fair.
border
That's
states
not fair. No,
complain
you're
about
shifting.
immigration,
You're shifting.
everybody
No,
in
no, no,
liberal
no. You're
cities
shifting.
tells
Hold
them
on,
to
no, no.
shut the
Stop,
fuck up.
stop, stop. You're
I am
shifting.
so happy
You
that
are
our governor
completely
Greg Abbott
100% shifting
set
right
them
now.
over.
Because the thing is, Texas
He
gets
won the
money.
election for
Hold
us.
on, no.
Greg
Texas gets
Abbott
money. Hold
single-handedly
on,
won
no.
the election for us.
Texas gets
Single-handedly.
money for those immigrants. Georgia does not. New York does not get money for those
That's the federal
immigrants.
government's
The
job.
fuck are you talking about? Second, there
The
was
Biden
no
administration
correlation
refused to
and there was
give
no
Eric Adams
working
any
with
federal money
those
for some
other
reason,
states
even though they
when they
forced him to leave sanctuary
illegally
city.
shipped those people to another state. The fuck are you
It's a
talking
federal
about? Because at
it's
the
a
same
federal
time,
government's
no, hold on,
job
no, no,
to
no, no, no.
provide
You
those
want to sit
funds.
here and you want to stand on a soapbox like, oh my God, Democrats just have a problem, don't have a problem messaging, but the problem is the messaging isn't getting out. And when the truth of the matter of fact is, Republicans are creating problems and then they want to sit there and they want to tell you that they have the fix for it. When the truth of the matter of fact is, you're creating problems because you don't even have a platform to stand on. Because guess what we found out? Tariffs don't fucking work. Everybody's been saying that
It looks like
from
they kind
day
of
one.
worked.
Hold on.
It looks like they
Stop.
kind
No,
of
no, no. I
worked.
got to listen to you banter for like, I swear to God, 10 or 15 minutes. So you will give me my fucking time, right? Because at the same time here, you just sat there and you're like, well, it's the perception. It's not the communication, it's the perception. And the truth of the matter of fact is, Republicans are able to control the perception and then communicate that, oh, this is a problem. When the truth of the matter of fact is, all their platform has ever
Republicans
been
control the
was
media.
that all their platform has
Good luck
ever been
good luck
was to
convincing
just sit
anyone
there.
who's
I swear to
intellectually
God, dude,
honest
if
that the
you can like stay
Republicans
on mute
control the
for 2
media.
seconds, I will land my plane and I will let you go. But I swear to God, dude, this is not going to be like a back and forth where we're over talking each other because that's going to ruin the room. All right? Because I sat there and I listened to you like an adult, so you will do the same courtesy for me. Because at the same time here, you're like you're moving the goalposts more and more here, talking about, well, who is the measure? How is the communication? Who's the targeted audience? When the truth of the matter of fact is, Republicans create problems and they don't even have a fix for it. And that's what we're learning right now. That is exactly what we're learning right now. This tariff grandioso plan does not work. Illegally taking immigrants and then moving them over does not work. Here's a little fun fact as you calculate how dumping immigrants from one part of the state to another part of the state while you're not even coordinating with that state, that, hey, we're just dropping people in that state, is a bigger problem. Because at least with Texas, they knew how many people they had processed, they knew how many people they had coming in, and they knew how many people they should have
No,
deported. So
no, they
instead of putting
didn't.
money
No,
for
no, they
judges,
didn't. What are you talking about?
instead of putting money into the judges so they could process and get these people back to wherever they came from, what they did was they just basically just hired a charter plane and then hired Fox News and said, hey, we're dropping these people off in whatever fucking state we feel like it, as long as it's a sanctuary city, fuck them, right? And
Why?
that's
Why
the
would it be?
problem
Why
that
would
we
it be
have.
fuck? Why would it be fuck them when the whole entire point of a sanctuary city is to be a sanctuary? So why would it be fuck them? And the whole entire point of a sanctuary city is that if the state funding runs out, the federal government is supposed to step in. They didn't step in New York. And by the way, if when you actually research, over 61% of those migrants, they weren't even bused. Do you understand that migrants go to sanctuary cities on purpose because they understand that they don't work with law enforcement in
Where
terms
are
of
you getting
ICE?
your math from? Because
Wait,
at
wait,
the
wait,
same
wait, wait,
time,
wait, wait, wait.
you're
Give me, sir. So
incentivizing.
wait, sir.
You're
Wait, sir.
incentivizing.
Wait, sir. Just give me a second. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true. I'm saying what you're saying is coming from the perspective of a Democratic operative who's looking to shift blame. I'm not here to shift blame. I don't give a fuck about blame. The election is already over, and I have no problem with you guys still not getting it, because the more that you don't get it, the more elections that people that I like are going to win. I'm not going to interrupt you guys while you're making a mistake. You guys can. I have no problem with that. All I'm saying is that when it comes to the specific point that you made about busing and how the busing was so terrible, first of all, the only reason why the busing was happening is because the federal government wouldn't allow the border guard to do their job. They wouldn't even they don't even allow people to do their job. They're letting people come across the border at an alarming rate, which is completely. I haven't seen a single political debate on CNN, MSNBC. Everyone knows that when it comes to immigration, the Biden administration was point blank terrible. Point
You're
blank terrible. They
spewing
were
you're spewing
irresponsible. They were
propaganda. Anything
irresponsible.
you just said is not true.
They
It's
were
really not true.
irresponsible. They were irresponsible.
Okay.
And they were so irresponsible that when sanctuary cities asked for them, hey, you have an open border. We're a sanctuary city. By law, as a sanctuary city, you have to give them clothing and food. That's by law. Okay, Eric Adams says, okay, we're a sanctuary city. Hey, Biden, can we get some money because we need the money? No, the city goes bankrupt. It turns
Okay.
out that money doesn't grow on trees, and you can't just
Okay.
give taxpayer money to people who've never bought into the system, because it's a Ponzi scheme. Ultimately, every fucking economic system is some form of Ponzi scheme. You can't just jump in. You haven't paid
Okay.
anything, right? So that's why we have an issue. And what I'm saying is
Okay.
that I think that the Democrats, you're going to see the next election cycle, they're
Mhm.
going to be 2005 when it comes to immigration. They're going to be 2008 when it comes to immigration. If
Okay.
you watch videos of Obama and Hillary Clinton during 2012 to 2008, back then, they sound like fucking a run of the mill Republican today.
Okay.
Hey,
Can you land,
we're
please?
a country of immigrants, but we won't have any illegal immigrants. They're literally
Okay.
repeating things that Trump was saying. So it's like, my thing is that I
Okay.
feel like the Democratic Party took on way too much far left shit. So it kind of waters down things that they did that were good, because I thought that the infrastructure bill that Joe Biden did was positive. I think that's one of the few positive things that he did. But a lot of
Okay.
the things that were normal, that normal Americans would like, were overshadowed by this type of
Okay.
rhetoric that's just incredulous and out of touch for most Americans. You're not going to
Okay.
convince Americans that illegal immigration is in their best interest. It's impossible.
Okay. Cool. So are you done here? Because everything you just said was bullshit. Like when you come, these people that are crossing the border illegally, by the way, they're turning themselves over at the border. So that what you just said doesn't make any
They're
fucking
turning
sense.
themselves over at the
Second,
border.
okay, yeah, can you stay on mute? Thank you. All right. Because I'm done playing with you at this point. Because you're just spewing lies at this point, right? That's apparently what you do. Because the thing is that people that turn themselves at the border, they're turning themselves in. So we know what the numbers are and how many people are crossing, first off. Secondly, when you start basically stealing people from one part of the country and then shipping them over and you don't coordinate, yeah, it gives a shock to the system. Okay, because at the same time you had what's the DeSantis and you had Abbott not coordinate with the governor of New York, but then overtime because they have their own importing people. So what you're doing is you're shifting your problem. That's like me taking our nuclear waste and then just dumping it in another state and then just being like, yo, that's your fucking problem. When the truth of the matter of fact is you've never addressed it. Third, I don't know where the fuck you're getting the messaging from where Democrats were telling everybody that. No, that's a Republican talking point, and that goes to exactly my point that I was talking to Dr. Jen earlier. If you bothered fucking listening, which was we allowed the Republicans to control the narrative and the speaking point, just like when Trump was saying, "Oh,
Hillary Clinton was against gay marriage.
okay, cool.
Same thing
Are
with
you still?
Obama,
How are you coming off
like
of
five
mute right
seconds
now,
ago.
bro? How are you still talking? Okay, because I let you go and ramble the fuck on. So as I'm addressing and stripping down your bullshit talking points, just because you don't like it doesn't mean you get to interrupt me. And I guarantee you, I will pull more power on this stage than you. Okay. So please have the same courtesy I gave you while you are rambling all your nonsensical bullshit, because it points right back to what I just said earlier. Republicans are pushing the talking point as they try to create more fires than fix any issues. Because the thing that you didn't address, right? The only thing you addressed that made sense was the fact that Biden did pass an infrastructure bill, but you didn't address that he passed more bills to balance this country out and get our economy going right after the last guy that you apparently like fucking crashed it into a fucking wall. And in fact, the economy was going so good that if Trump just came in, got drunk, and did nothing all day, he would still get clouded on his chest for having one of the best economies after COVID in the known free world. But that didn't come on your radar either. So what it tells me is that you want to control the narrative by talking about immigrants, because I guarantee you the part that you also didn't do the research on, which I really wish you did, was the fact that immigrants actually do pay because they work jobs here. They pay taxes. And you know what they don't get back because they're illegal immigrants? They're fucking taxes. This is basic shit, right? But you want to listen to Abbott and DeSantis, and then all of a sudden everybody comes off mic, because what you're doing is you're pouring more problems to another economy when you can't even fix your own fucking economy. And that's the bigger problem. Because I don't have a problem with an illegal immigrant in my sanctuary city. I have a problem with white people shooting up my fucking school. That's a bigger problem that I have than any
Why
immigrant
can't
that
you
I
have a
have.
problem
And
with
then
both?
structurally speaking, if you look at the actual fucking numbers, if you bother doing the homework since you're so goddamn smart, you would know that crime is actually at a lower fucking rate in sanctuary cities than anywhere else. You want to know why? Because illegal immigrants don't want to break the law because they don't want to get shipped the fuck back. But I guess that didn't hit your radar either.
He
And I'll
doesn't
open the
like
stage to
facts,
anybody else.
nephew. He doesn't like
But wait,
facts. He just likes
GA for
perceptions.
I'm not going to take that from you because after I asked you, um, after I brought up the numbers of how many Democrats, the percentage of Democrats who vote that are college educated, it didn't suggest what I would think it would suggest based on what you said. I'm not like here to have like the conversation of I think Trump is good, you guys think Trump is bad. That's boring, right? And we're not here to relitigate the election.
Okay,
It
well
happened.
then
Like
that's awesome.
all I'm saying is something very specific.
Okay.
You know that like no matter how much you repeat it, that Americans understand that illegal immigration doesn't help them, right? Because you understand that any type of federal revenue that's made by what illegal immigrants make directly or indirectly has nothing to do with the state resources and the actual state resources that they use, because a lot of resources that they use are given by the state, not by the federal government, which is what, because really the only thing that they contribute into is social security, and they don't even contribute into social security the way that they would if they were legal. They
And
still
Medicare,
contribute
no,
less than
that's
they
not
still
true.
they still
That's
contribute less.
factually
So
untrue.
what I'm saying is that I'm just making a very obvious economic point, because you can just Google right now, are illegal immigrations a net positive to the American economy?
Yeah, but
Illegal.
you're wrong.
If you look at it, it just says no. The only people that it
Yeah,
helps are big companies who are trying to get cheap labor. It doesn't even really help the illegal immigrants because this country wasn't even what it used to be, in
but
my
you're
opinion. So
wrong. What your
Guy,
statement
guys in
was
clubhouse, who
wrong.
is speaking? Is the guy speaking? Inmate? Is the name inmate?
you can read.
Say that
Your
again.
your
Yeah, you
statement
can read.
was
Yeah.
wrong because of the fact that illegal immigrants, when they work, they contribute not only to Social Security, but they contribute. They actually have Medicare taxes taken out
No,
and
but they don't
Medicaid.
contribute to state
With
taxes. The state taxes is what they use
stop,
for their.
stop, stop, stop.
But what about the
I'm
state
talking.
taxes that pay
I'm
for
not
what,
talking
like,
about nothing, but I'm just correcting your statement.
no, no,
The
I'm talking about the
statement
state
said
taxes.
your statement was that they only pay Social Security taxes. Is what you said. That is a federal
I said the
program.
major thing. I
That
said
is
the biggest,
not
the
a
big. I said
state
their biggest
program.
contribution. I didn't say only. I said
You
their biggest contribution,
you
and the main point
literally.
is that they don't pay state taxes. If they don't pay state
That is not
taxes,
what you
then the
said. I'm
services that we're
correcting it.
giving them is
Well,
not.
correct your statement because they pay Medicare,
I don't have to
Medicaid,
correct my
and Social
statement. I'm
Security.
correcting you. I'm
Okay,
correcting you retelling it because what I said
correct your
initially was
statement.
true. Because what I said initially was, hey, their biggest contribution is Social Security. I didn't say their only
That
because
is not their biggest
I've had many conversations.
contribution.
I've done the
I heard
research already.
I heard he said the
I've done
same
the
thing.
research
He,
already.
he he said the exact same thing. I heard him say it too. So
So if I said only, then I'm gonna edit it to say their biggest contribution is Social Security on the federal level. They don't really contribute anything to the state level because they don't have the legal apparatus to do that. And when you look at the services that most illegal immigrants use, they're state services, public school, all of these things. Those are all coming from public state money, not federal money. That's the reason why in New York, a year and a half ago, when the state was going bankrupt, they had to use the state's money. And then they asked the federal government, hey, can you help us out? They said, no, fuck you. So what are we talking about? If this was financially solvent, New York wouldn't be a thing. Chicago wouldn't be a thing. So I'm saying I'm an immigrant. I'm a child of immigrants. The people came here legally. And I don't care how much you guys get on this stage and want to be right and lie. You keep lying, you're
Nobody's
just going to keep
lying. We're
losing
only
elections.
correcting
The
you.
but
American
you had to
public,
read. Hold on, wait.
Hispanic
Don't
Americans,
come
the
up here and wait.
American
Hold on,
public
No,
because
don't
you're
come
of
up here and
over
say
illegal
here.
nothing.
Hold on.
immigration, they
No,
don't
no,
like
you
it.
had
I'm
to
sorry.
revamp. No, hold on.
The
You had to
American
revamp
public
your
doesn't
statement
like illegal
twice. No,
immigration.
you
It
had to
doesn't matter
revamp your
how
statement
outraged
twice.
you are.
You
They don't
got
like
called
it.
out on it, and then you want to sit here and tell people that they're lying. I would probably check the words that come out of my mouth
No, so
before you decide to
wait.
come off
So
mute.
did
Because
anyone
no.
disprove?
You got
You
called out
did anyone
on the
disprove
fact of
what I
the
said about
immigrant
state
taxes.
taxes?
You got
Did
called out
anyone disprove
on
what I
the
said about
other
state
statement that
taxes?
you made.
Did
This is the
anyone
second time
disprove
you had to
what I
come out
said
and then
about state
remand your
taxes or
statement.
state
And just
funding?
because you don't like the
Did
statement that came
anyone
out after you,
disprove what
you
I
want
said
to sit there
about
and tell
state
people that you
taxes
want to
and
lie.
state
And
funding?
then all of a sudden now
Did
everybody else has
anyone
the issue
disprove what I
except for
said
you.
One
about
mic,
This
state
is
one mic,
not
one
taxes?
my
mic, one
problem
mic.
to turn.
Inmate, one mic.
Did anyone disprove? I can't keep doing this. I'm just gonna ask a
Okay,
question and
cool.
go on
Then
mute.
stay on mute, bro. Then
Doctor,
keep
out
it
of respect
pushing.
for you,
Stay on mute
doctor,
and
out of
keep it
respect
pushing,
for you,
bro.
I'm gonna go on mute very quickly. I need to
There you go.
ask a
Thank you.
question. Did
Why are you still
anyone
talking? No, you can't
disprove
ask the
what I
question.
said about state
Yes,
taxes?
yes. Uck did,
Okay,
and then you cut him
disprove
off.
it.
And then
Disprove
you
it.
cut him off. You literally cut him off
No, I
while he
didn't
was
cut him
doing it.
off. He didn't.
Yeah, you
He
did.
just
You did. And then you said you had to remand your statement, which basically
no.
means you didn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He didn't. He
So,
didn't even state my
okay.
correct. Okay, so what I'm saying
Okay,
is that
cool.
the state taxes point. They don't pay state taxes, and most of the shit that they use comes from state taxes. So when you're talking about they're paying taxes, they're paying into a federal system when that's not the only taxes that Americans pay.
So they're
And most
still
of the
paying
amenities that
taxes,
you use
right?
from your day-to-day life, the
You
highways
want
that
to
you drive
keep
on,
moving the
the
goalposts for your
schools that your
talking
kids
point.
go to, the healthcare that you get,
Okay.
that comes from state taxes for most of that shit. So what are we
Okay.
talking about? When you look up how much illegal immigrants consume on both a state and federal level, they're a negative. What they only give you is the federal. They only give you the federal contribution. They never give you the state contribution.
Are you done? Can we let Unc speak, or do
Okay,
you want to just go ahead?
is he done? Because
I think he's
again,
supposed to be.
I
If not,
hate
I'm just
doing
gonna go.
this, but
Go
he
ahead.
keeps. I only come off mute to correct stuff that he says that are absolutely incorrect. And I actually went to the IRS. I actually went to the government website, and actually, $11.7 billion were paid by illegal, undocumented immigrants in state and local taxes as of recent estimates. This includes state taxes paid on. I
Don't
didn't,
Hey,
interrupt. I'm
bruh,
gonna have to put you in the audience if you keep interrupting.
bruh.
Wait your
Uh,
turn.
this includes state taxes paid on goods and services, property taxes, either directly through homeowners or indirectly through rent, state income taxes in states that are actually applicable. So they do pay state taxes in some states. Like nobody pays state taxes in Florida because guess what? They
In
don't have
some
state taxes.
states.
But the fact of the matter is that $11.7 billion were paid by undocumented illegal immigrants in state and local taxes, not to mention the $96.7 billion that was paid in federal taxes, none of which they will actually benefit from those federal programs whatsoever. The entitlement programs, they don't get the benefit from that. They don't get Medicaid. They don't get Medicare. They're not going to get that stuff. They're not going to get Social Security. Why? Because they're undocumented and they're illegal immigrants. So I only came off my mic to correct the fact that that's incorrect.
Oh, okay. So $12 billion. $12 billion. How many territories do we have in the United States? How many states do we have? I think we're over 50 at this point, right? And then you said another shifty thing, which is not all states. I don't know if an American citizen doesn't pay their state taxes. There's something called the IRS, and there's something called an audit, and there's something called fuck around and
Are you
find out.
not familiar with the fact
See,
that
no,
there's
no,
no
wait,
state
no, no. See,
taxes
no,
in
no, no,
Florida?
see, no, no, wait, because I didn't say they. I never said they paid zero. I never said they paid zero. What I'm saying is that what they're taking is orders of magnitude of what they're putting in, just based off of common sense and the actual facts.
This guy,
12,
you shifting the
12
post,
billion.
man.
Wait, wait, wait,
What
wait,
do
wait,
you
wait,
think?
wait, wait, wait.
I mean, who do
12.
you think
Wait, wait,
you're? I
wait.
mean, you coming in
12.7.
here,
12.7 billion. Wait, wait.
you should
12.
be able to listen and learn.
$12.7 billion.
Some
Wait,
of the things that you're
that
saying,
isn't any.
just some of the things that you're saying don't even make sense. When they correct you, you shift the post. Okay, you arguing out of emotion. You're not taking any correction. You're completely way off point, and you should listen more. If you want my advice, you should listen more and learn than you talk. But I'll let you go ahead.
So what do you think I'm disagreeing with? What do you think that I'm disagreeing with right now? Since you know what I'm saying, why am I disagreeing with it? The only thing I'm saying is that they are paying taxes. They're not paying as much as they're taking away from the social services that they're getting.
so
That's been my only point. And I
so
could post the studies to prove it. It's
chatter,
not
so
like it's going to
chatter,
change
so
anybody's mind.
chatter,
Not like I
so
give a fuck.
chatter, so chatter. We went from, just making sure we're clear
No, it's
here.
not true.
We
That
went
that's
from
been my point from the
no, no,
beginning.
no. We went from they're not paying taxes to then they're paying
I
state
never
taxes
said
to
I'm the
now
Yo,
one
they're
who
guys,
said they
paying
paid
guys,
taxes.
federal.
guys,
I'm the one who
Like
said they
guys,
paid
listen, listen,
federal.
it
I'm the one
is
who
guys,
said they paid federal.
guys,
I'm the one who
listen,
said
amazing
they
to
listen,
paid.
me.
listen, listen, please, guys.
What the hell?
Illegal immigrants, when you aggregate it from the states and everything, they take more than they give.
Hey, you know what, Taco? If he had started
That's
out
what
with
I
that
said.
statement, if he had started out with that statement, if he had started
That's
out
what I
saying that
started out with.
statement, but the first statement, all I did, Taco, was correct the fact that first he said that they don't pay any
I
taxes.
didn't
Then
say
I
that. No,
corrected
no,
that
no. You
because
just
they
lied. No,
did
no, no,
pay.
no.
Yeah,
I'm
you
Because
did.
talking
I'll
to
talk about
You
lie,
Taco.
you
right?
fucking
Because
did.
I said that they
We
paid
all
I'm
federal.
heard you
literally
say
I
it.
talking
said
to
they
Don't
paid
Taco.
gaslight the
Damn it,
federal.
stage.
guys, listen,
Nah, you
listen,
just lied
listen,
on me.
listen, guys,
Nah,
listen.
GA, you just
We
lied.
know.
They're gonna say I'm
Give me a
interrupting. Didn't
second.
he just
Wait,
lie? I
hold on,
said
hold on.
verbatim they paid federal. I even
Relax,
We
gave you the
we
numbers.
literally
I said that they paid
relax,
into Social Security. That's the first thing that I
relax,
said.
relax, relax, relax.
Yeah,
Listen,
Taco.
No, 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 because
You
they
got
just
it,
said
let
I'm
me
Taco.
say
One
lying.
mic on
no,
Taco.
Wait, wait,
but
Jonathan. Can you even say I'm a business
inmate,
mayor, bro?
relax, please.
Jonathan,
Give
the
me a
first thing
second.
that I
Okay,
got on mic and said is that they pay into Social Security.
One
Come
mic
on.
on
it's
Taco.
Like, I'm not
fine,
trying
but
to be annoying. I swear to
yo,
God, I'm
listen,
not. But,
inmate,
like,
inmate.
can
This
there
is
be
the
a little
problem.
bit of fairness in the conversation?
No, you don't need fairness at this point. The fairness is good. GA, you know overall what it is. You want to split hairs and crucify this guy for his misstatement. You could say that's fine. You could mute him up, and you could say, "Listen, we know illegal immigrants are taking more overall than they're putting back. We need to split these numbers. Oh, well, they feed into this, they feed into that. As much as they feed into Social Security, that shit's insolvent by 30% in 2030 anyway. 2034,
That's
whatever.
debatable though. Depends on
But
how
we
you
know
run.
this. But hold on.
Depends on how you calculate the numbers.
But
Because the ones that, if you're talking about illegal immigrants, hold on, let me
hold on.
correct
Cut me
that.
a break. Cut me a
If you're
break. Cut
talking
me a break.
about illegal immigrants, the ones that are documented, that are working, that are paying taxes, are getting the fair share.
Then they're
But
not
when you're talking about
illegal.
what they take from the
If they got
system,
papers, they're not
and then you
illegal.
put the whole immigrants in the system, then the number is skewed. But go ahead.
Okay, so there's a
Yeah, but
difference
Jonathan,
between
Jonathan,
illegal
listen.
and
We
legal.
all
If they
these
have
numbers. Hey,
papers, they're
guys,
not
guys, stop, stop,
illegal. You
stop. Give me a
understand?
second.
And mate, let Taco finish,
Hold on. There's
please.
the thing. You got the illegal, straight up illegal. You also got all this shit where they come in and they just claim asylum and they let them in, and that was a racket. Anyone who's familiar with this knows it's all a racket. It's all bullshit. It shouldn't be like that. And overall, these states plus the Fed plus whatever, if you aggregate everything, we're spending more on illegals than they're putting in, right? And like I'm not trying to be an asshole here, but you run the numbers too. Apparently, it's only like Asian men, which is a super small percentage of the population, and white men who are overall contributors to this whole fucking system. Everyone else is just taking from it at negative. And I'm sure you guys already know these numbers if you're already familiar with the illegal immigrant number or the asylum seekers, whatever the fuck it is. It's all fucked up.
Now, Taco, here's the point that I can agree with you. And see, I can have the discussion with you because you're going to actually talk about the actual facts of the case. So I can have a conversation with you. And you know what? Here's the point that I make is this is where I have the problem. The numbers of immigrants did not all of a sudden rise when Obama came into office or when Trump came into office the first time or when if you actually go back and do the study of history, we have had waves of immigrants coming to this country from by plane, by boat, by both borders since what? Since Dewey was in office. Literally since FDR. And that's my big issue. To actually make this a landmark water slide issue today when we probably, and I'm gonna go look it up so I can give you actual factual data. We had the same issue when we had the Chinese coming over here in waves. We had that same issue. If you go back and do your study, here's the crazy part, Taco. Back in the 40s, this whole Mexican immigrant kind of drama, kind of, oh my gosh, we're going to be overrun taking my jobs. Here's the crazy part. If you go back and look in history, this is the exact same word for word thing they said in the 40s about Mexicans. They literally took out full newspaper ads saying that there was criminals. They were bringing in drugs. They were taking over. It was the same rhetoric and it was the same sense in the country and it was the same, oh my gosh, they're taking over everything. They're going to take your jobs. They're going to steal your children. It was the same crap. This is not new. And the fact that we made this such a watershed, oh my gosh, the world is ending thing, this is not new. We have had consistent immigrants. We've had this problem for a long time. And I use the word problem because that's the way that one side likes to define it. Here's the issue that I say all day, and this is the issue that doesn't want to be addressed, is if you study the people that actually have been, and I can't think of the nephew, help me out, the people that wrote Project 2025. It's a
Project
what's
Veritas,
the
like
heritage?
Veritas, yeah,
Yeah,
Heritage Project.
The Heritage Project. Those
The
people
Heritage
and the people that
Foundation.
actually
That's what it's
started
called.
that before the Heritage Foundation, they actually made this swing to the immigration issue long before Bush came along. This was a talking point back in Reagan times. And I know y'all not old enough to remember that, but it was a talking point back then. It was an issue then. This is not new. And the fact that people want to sit their hind parts on this issue and camp out and say, oh my gosh, the country is going to crap. When we've replayed this story at least 3 times in my lifetime of 53 years. And it has been the end of all the United States of America at least 3 times in my lifetime. This is
No, but
old.
I'm asking.
This is old and this is
So
BS
hold
and
on.
it's
It's old and it's
propaganda
Do you
from
so
the
find
what
it?
pits
Do
you're
you
of.
saying that
find it
what
a little
Taco is saying.
ironic?
I'm
Hold
just
on,
asking.
Inmate, if you cannot let someone else land on this page, I swear to God, we'll put you in the goo for 5 minutes, and then you can come back when you get some fucking respect for everybody else on this page. Okay? Let's just make
Can
it
I go
very
after
simple.
GA?
All right?
do you find it ironic right now how you quote old statements about Mexicans and drugs coming in the country when right now that is literally the main throughway for drugs to come into this country is
Was
through Mexicans? And do you find it a little odd that you have not kind of pointed out that like it's come to the point where we have huge groups of like we get it. A majority of these illegal immigrants are coming through the southern border, so naturally, because of the land bridge, they're coming from Central America and South America. But it's getting to the point where there's like organized operations of groups of people who are not Central and South American coming through. There are like middle, like squads of Chinese, squads of Africans, like somebody, it's getting to the point where they're like, "Oh no, we could just fucking run like dozens and dozens of people at a time from anywhere in the world." Like, so
A lot of Chinese
there
immigrants actually
shouldn't
come through
be
there
there
illegally.
shouldn't be this illegal immigration going on. Number one, people should know that if you come here illegally or you stay here illegally, like it will be followed up on. It's gotten to the point where they're trying to normalize it. It's also gotten to the point where like we're letting like a soft war tactic denigrate the fucking country.
but
And
did you
like, I know nobody wants to look at it like that seriously, but it's like we're fucking sitting here and like letting soft power destroy the
but
country.
do you remember
Can
the
I ask
Iran
Taco a
Contra
question, please?
scandal? You remember the Iran Contra scandal, Taco? You remember that? Do you remember that?
No.
I wrote a paper on it in
Okay.
college.
Well, let me school you a little bit on the Iran Contra scandal. We actually sold weapons to the warlords of another country that were the drug runners of that country so that we can control the flow of drugs into our country. This was before your time. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, bruh. This is old news. Reagan almost, Ollie North got dragged before the Senate. It was nasty back
Wait,
then.
what does Iran
It
Contra have to
was,
do with
it was,
the drug
well,
strip right now?
I'm explaining it if you let me finish.
Let him land.
It was literally, it was a nasty thing. And it's because the CIA and the FBI wanted to control the drugs that was coming into our country. This has been a throughway for a long, long,
I will say
long,
this real quick
long,
here.
long time.
I will say something real quick here when it comes to this whole like CIA drug running whatnot. The wave was at the time that there was basically unmitigated drugs coming into the country. We can all agree on that. We
And they were
know,
coming with immigrants,
but
illegal immigrants.
not necessarily. I think at that time,
Mm.
okay, but illegal immigrant and drugs. Where I'm not going to tie in drug running exclusively to illegal immigration. I think that's a little bit of false, like a red
But that
herring
wasn't even
thing.
what the
you know.
Iran Contra
But
scandal.
hold on,
What
Hold
Takao.
on,
else?
Todd and me. I swear, one more time, bro. Let's just have them have a conversation, all
But,
right?
but
I'm staying on mute. Just let them have the
No, but it's
conversation.
going
And then I
everywhere.
think we have chatter,
It's
and also
going
we have chatter that wants to jump in also.
it's going
So
to like
if
a lot of
if it's not
Here's
going
Hug
anywhere for you, then go
just
to
stops.
a
mute him.
room that will
Mute
help you
him.
go
Just
somewhere.
mute him,
All right,
please.
Taco. Sorry about that. Go
So,
ahead. The
so
floor is
one of
yours.
the things like where they really try to drag the CIA with the coke and this and that, like we know that coke was coming in nonstop. We know that fucking all this shit was coming in nonstop. We know that the CIA did bring coke and whatever in, dope, whatever. We never actually get a quantification. We just know that they did it, right? So if you already have hundreds of millions of dollars of drugs coming in, and then the CIA goes, well, we need some fucking black budget money, and it's already coming in, and they run some. I feel like there's an over attribution to the CIA for drugs than there really was. You know, like it was fucking running through. Like they weren't making fucking Pablo Escobar money. They're like, we just need like a couple percent of that net fucking amount of money for other things we want to do. And I feel like everybody harps on the CIA bringing drugs in or whatever, and it's like, dude, they're getting like a minimal market share. It's already a fucking thing. I
Taco.
don't know why everyone holds up on that like crazy.
Well, Taco, I'm gonna run this down to you, and I'm gonna throw it because I know my boy wants to get in there. I know he wants to get. Let me run this down to you so that you can actually understand. Do you understand? In 1954, there was something called Operation Wetback, where we deported over 1 million Mexicans. That was actually a result of the Bracero program to bring temporary laborers from Mexico during World War II. That literally we brought illegal people, never ever made them citizens whatsoever. We can go back further than that.
Well, hold on.
Illegal immigration wasn't even
Wait,
a
wait,
thing
wait.
until it wasn't even a thing. It wasn't even a thing until the Chinese Exclusion Act was the first major immigration restriction targeting Chinese laborers. That was the first time, and that was way back in the 1800s, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Seriously, it
Two
has
things.
been a thing. Hold on, I'll run this down to you and I'll give it to you. Literally in 1986, we had the what was it, the IRCA? Well, Reagan did it. He granted amnesty to 3 million undocumented immigrants. We had a wave back then. In 1965, same thing. They passed the Immigration
Wait,
and
two.
Nationality Act. They passed it then and they set new limits,
I just
and literally they did not include Mexico in it. What I'm telling you is
so quick
this:
here.
it is not new, it is not a thing. It
Hold.
literally has been something that we have actually played politics with since the 1800s.
Wait.
And
So
we have
so
used illegal immigrants when we wanted to, and we've deported them when they don't fit us, and when it actually works for our political gamesmanship in the actual visibility of the American voter. We have done that in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, in the
I you already
70s.
already gave me three time periods. Okay, can I?
Yeah.
You're three radically different time periods where there may be three different things in effect. So you have the Chinese. There's no point at which they may have even said they're gonna be citizens. Okay, now I granted they're gonna say that it probably is racism to then just kick them out, right? I know they built the railroad, all that. I know the Chinese came here. All of a sudden, you find random. There's no Chinese population in America. They integrated into the white or black population in America. Like, right. They kicked them out. I guess I don't know much about the Chinese Exclusion Act. Then you're bringing up like the Mexican thing. I don't know if they use them on a visa basis, on a temporary worker basis, or whatever. But again, that's like pre civil rights. That's pre like, oh no, you're going to get citizenship no matter what.
No, no, no.
Right.
They brought them in with no documentation, no citizenship. They brought them in as laborers after World War II. That's what they
Right.
did.
And there was no. Was there any sort of? at that time? Was there any sort of like
No,
H-1C visa process, temp worker? So
nothing.
they brought them in as laborers and they kicked them out. Okay, whatever. Okay, and then like trying to cite like Reagan's thing, he made a bunch of so this is once you get to Reagan, that's post civil rights era, where it's well actually technically it's from slavery, where like at like mid 1975, like 1875, where they say once you're born here you have rights or whatever, like to be a citizen by default, right? So you got all these illegals coming in, and then he apparently was supposed to be something like he gave them citizenship, and then he was supposed to get something in return, but he fucked that up, where he didn't get what he wanted in return. It is a little fucking weird that people can just come here unlimited, and we're just like, oh, okay. I don't know why this is a problem, but it's a little weird that like I don't know why we cite Mexicans specifically, but now at this point we have people from all over the world going through the Mexican border, and it's like, no, once we get in, we'll be fine. It's fucking weird.
No,
It's not
the
right.
teacher
We
can
we
I?
don't we don't need the stress on the housing. We don't need the stress on the fucking jobs. All right, I don't need to be fucking sitting here competing with fucking everybody in the world for like regular level positions where like they're fucking lying about their level of experience. I have 1 year experience. They fucking know less than me. Like it's fucking ridiculous. Like even this H-1B shit, all this shit, it needs to stop. We got enough college educated people. Like it's not just these low level labor jobs. We
Well,
don't need
the
this
thing
fucking.
with the
We don't need this,
H-1B
but
and the reason why
we
it's
don't
required.
we don't need this. We
Taco, you're in the matrix.
we don't need this unmitigated fucking labor coming in here. It's frankly just straight up not necessary.
Okay, I have a pro. The problem that I have is only like I don't understand how people in 2025 could still like speak empty platitudes about a complex situation. I'm from New York, right? We're talking about Ellis Island. We're talking about, oh, these things have always happened. You guys are complaining about illegal immigration. That's always been happening. You guys are complaining about drugs. That's always been happening. Anything that you guys complain about, I'm just going to say it's always been happening, right? No, it hasn't always been happening. Not in the way that it's happening now. And even if it was always happening, why would we continue to do something that's retarded? Because that's like me saying, well, slavery, racism is something that's always been happening in the US. So if someone talks about racism, I'm like, whatever, bro, that's always been happening. Just because something's always been happening, we're not even making arguments. Like, how could you listen to what Taco said, not disagree with it, and then continue on this line of thinking? Like the conversation's going nowhere. At the end of the day, the vast majority of Americans understand that illegal immigration isn't a benefit to them. And this is the worst part about it. The worst part about it is that illegal immigration actually hurts the weakest amongst us. Illegal immigration hurts the poorest people because what happens is that you have you have an unregulated amount of unskilled labor. The most economically vulnerable people in the United States right now are the unskilled laborers. And what you're having is a situation where you have an infinite number of unskilled labor. So people who don't have a college education are fucked. Beyond fucked.
They
Not
don't
even talking
deserve it. You
not
don't get it, inmate. You don't get it.
not
If
they,
you live in America and you don't have a fucking high school diploma, you don't deserve to make enough money. You don't deserve nothing. You get that, inmate?
taco taco
You
they don't like
understand that?
taco they don't
You
like the four
deserve
whites.
nothing. You deserve anyone in the world to come here and fucking displace you. You don't deserve to make a standard living for yourself. Anyone in the world should be able to come to America without an education and fuck you. And if you thought you were a good chef who went to a fucking culinary school, you deserve to be replaced by anyone in the world who could fucking just run that recipe. You get it?
Jonathan, I know you don't like
Inmate,
the
do you
sound of my
get it?
voice.
They don't
I understand. I understand where
they
you're going.
don't want
I
you to
just want to
have a
land.
normal job.
I just want to land because
You better go get a college education, and then you thought you did it right, and then we're just gonna say, you know what? We're gonna bring every H-1B motherfucker in the world who has a college education to compete with you too, and you got to pay your loan back, but there's no fucking job for you because we're picking out of 7 billion people. You fucking get it now, inmate?
yeah, I get it. But
Well, then fucking put your
to
hands on
that.
the wall and assume the position and shut
Well,
the fuck up. Because everybody wants illegals in the country, and if you say anything otherwise, you're a fucking racist, bigoted, asshole, xenophobic piece of shit.
well,
You don't
Taco.
deserve. You don't get on fucking food stamps, and then they'll make fun of you for that too.
Taco. My saving grace in this conversation, Taco. My saving grace in this conversation is that before the election, I thought that most people had air in their head, like GA. I thought most people would just say like empty platitudes. I thought most Americans didn't care about immigration. I thought that most Americans actually had no problem with illegal immigration. It turns out that women care more about killing their own children. Women care more about abortion. No, women care more than just abortion.
Excuse me.
Americans care more.
Excuse me.
Why can't I just finish?
You think they don't deserve to do
Wait,
whatever they want?
let me just
Taco, let
finish.
him finish. Let
Yo,
him
this
Let
finish,
me
guy
just
Taco.
sounds sexist.
wait
Let
because I
him
can't
finish,
finish an idea
Taco.
and it's chopping me up and it's
Yeah,
making
let him
the
finish,
conversation
Taco.
awkward for me
Taco.
personally. Jonathan, I just want to say I know you think you don't like the things that I say. You have to understand where they come from. We have our own poor people. That we have a
Hold on,
homelessness
just real
problem.
quick.
That's
That's
very
not
Oh,
very
I
bad.
already
Jonathan.
told you. Hold on.
We
This guy
have
doesn't
we
listen. This guy
Jonathan is
doesn't listen.
actually
They don't deserve,
another
the
app.
American poors do
Hold on,
not
Taco.
deserve
Hold
the
on, hold on,
right to
Taco. Hold
live
on,
and
hold
make
on,
money.
hold on. Just put this out there. Jonathan is not actually Jonathan Bing. It's actually another app called Chatter that is being simulcast through the app. Hence why I haven't used the all mute button. So whoever's on Chatter, just go ahead and announce your name so then that way we know how to address you. But that's not actually Jonathan. I just want to make sure that's one of the correlations
Oh,
for the
okay,
say.
okay. If that's not
Okay, so
Jonathan, I don't
that's
give a
what.
fuck about
Yeah.
their opinion.
Well, they
So
don't
the
Okay.
people on
deserve. They
Chatter, what's up? We all love Nelson. Maybe one day I'll go back on Chatter. But yeah. So I don't. I have no idea what people are thinking when it comes to illegal immigration. Right? We have our own poor people. Right? So one thing I agree with a lot of liberals is that hey, we need more robust social services. We need so now we're going to use the resources that we don't have for our own homeless people on people who haven't even been here yet. Like I'm
yeah, they
just thinking
deserve
about it
it.
practically, and I'm just like it just seems like fake altruism, and it just seems like you guys don't want to think about it that hard and just want to beat somebody over the head with the Ellis Island shit that we're all immigrants. There's a difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant. Can we
No,
stop
you don't
playing these
get it. You
games?
don't
This
get it.
actually hurts the poorest Americans. It doesn't hurt me. I
They
work
don't deserve it.
it doesn't hurt me. I work remotely, and a fucking immigrant couldn't take my job even if they tried. Okay, it hurts the poorest Americans. It doesn't even actually affects me. But I think by given the tones of the people in the conversation, you can kind of see who it, it would affect more, right? But that's the only thing that I wanted to say. Like all this fucking bullshit, you guys can keep lying. You're just gonna keep losing elections.
No, what
Stay
he
the
said
same.
is
I promise you.
bullshit.
Stay the same.
The
I want to keep
poorest
winning elections.
Americans,
Stay the same.
the poorest Americans don't deserve to not have their wages reduced by any random poor person in the world. Every poor person in the world should be able to come here as easily as they want and lower the price of fucking labor, inmate. I don't understand what your problem is here. Like, you act like everyone in the world shouldn't be valued any more than anyone here. Our number one priority in America should be to let as many illegals in as possible so that they have the best opportunity at the expense of Americans. Because you know what? We will just make them Americans. And then we could say, oh, look at them. They made such a good job as Americans, right? So you're just really being kind of discriminatory to anyone who's not an American.
The taco.
You're sexist.
My
You're
favorite part about
sexist.
this whole entire
You don't know, but
experiment is
inmate,
that
you're inmate. You're kind of sexist too because these women they want to have as many abortions or whatever you were saying. That's their right.
no,
That
but
is
taco. I was saying
100%
it turns out
okay.
that women care about more things than abortion. They actually, because without women, our boy Trump wouldn't be
Well,
in
they
there.
need to
So
be re-educated. Okay, they need to start caring about everyone else in the world, and they need to understand that they need to lower their quality of life and expect less.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I love you, Taco.
I'm
You're
fucking
you're
dying over here because it's like
I
it's
don't
everything the
understand what the
inmate
hilarious.
has
problem is.
fought
You
for, and
guys,
he can't even talk. He can't even talk to his own people. This is fucking amazing. He's been over here booty clapping for this whole crowd, right? Talking about I don't want to get an argument, and then now he has his own. See, this is the funny part, GA, and I'm talking to GA at this point, right? You notice that like after the MAGA won, the MAGA group won, they couldn't even hang out with themselves, right? And
No,
this is exactly why. They can't even bother having the same fucking conversation before the insane meets the macabre, and then we're stuck with like Americans want to watch Americans burn. And then somehow we're supposed to believe that this is the superior party, right? Like I'm
well,
fucking
that's what I'm saying,
dying. I'm
Thomas. That's what
literally
I'm
dying
saying.
right now.
These MAGA
No,
people.
like
No,
everything
but
you
these
said doesn't make any sense. It's not backed by anything
we need
factual.
to
The
let
truth of the matter of fact is,
we
our country is literally built off the backs of immigrants or some
we
kind of slave labor.
we
Because
need
that's
as
exactly
many
how our
immigrants. That's
agricultural
what I'm
system
saying.
works. And
That's what
it's
I'm
not
saying.
the poorest the class that gets
No,
affected
we
by it.
need to
It's just like the problems you people have
we
are
need
with the
more.
actual. Hold on, Taco. I let you run. I literally let you
But
run. I silenced the
we need
entire
more
room.
H1B
Hold on,
too.
Taco. Hold on. Give me a second here. Because the problem that both you and the other person have is not with the people themselves. It's with these corporations that accept and hire and train these people to work in our
Well, that's what I'm
country.
saying. We need the
Because
government.
that
We need the
the
government.
problem.
We need the
uh,
government to let more H1Bs in,
okay.
so that way more
Okay.
corporations can
No.
hire more
That,
fresh
that,
graduates
that's
because they're
literally
smarter than us.
you
They're
just
more
saying some shit.
educated than us. They're
Well,
better than us. We need to make
that
sure
that
the government
that is
facilitates as many
100% your
illegals
opinion.
and as many
Okay.
H1Bs as possible. We don't have enough college graduates. We don't
okay,
have
all
enough.
right,
We need to hire from the
nephew.
7
I gotta go
billion in the
run my
world.
4 o'clock
We have
room.
to have them.
I
We have
mean,
to have the
he doesn't
7
want to have a
billion people
serious
in the world.
conversation, so
You
No,
just
I
at
gotta go
all.
graduated.
run my four
You
o'clock
just
room.
graduated with a
All
4-year
He
right.
he
degree.
does
Good.
he
Come
doesn't
to
want to have a
America.
serious
No, but I'm being
Yeah,
conversation.
it
serious
really
because
does.
that's what it is. That's
All
where we're
right.
at.
Is
We're
there any other
hiring.
mods on this
We're
stage right now?
hiring.
Oh,
No, I
God,
think it's
Thomas,
just
God
you
damn
you.
don't
it.
get
It's
it.
just you, nephew.
Okay. All right,
He
cool. Okay.
GA, before
Hold
you
on.
leave,
Yep. Hold on.
GA,
Nope.
before you
Nope.
leave, because
Nope. There you go. Bam. Look at that. Fuck. Thank you guys for Debate the News. My name is Thomas. I'm your friendly neighborhood giraffe. And this has been Uncle G.A. Pimpleton. We have Tyson and Jonathan on deck. Is there any other mods in this room right now? Jonathan, are you there? All right. It's currently 107. Just don't forget to join. You have the chatter app. We have the chatter app up and going. Don't forget to check your local invites. Just click on the top. Other than that, thanks for being part of this Debate the News. And we are closing in three. Let me see here. Three, two, and one.